Hello everyone, I'm Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream. So today, of course, we got ourselves an interesting little mini update. We got ourselves a change to, to the leaderboard. So they ended up making the true leaderboard finally. If this is going to be the final iteration or not, who knows? But at this point, it seems like it will be probably for a while. Basically, all invisible people are now still showing like the rank. They just don't show up on the leaderboard specifically. So if we go into it right now, let's go. And actually, let me go through the news thing. That's one of the reasons I want to be here. Wait, how do you go all the way back? Wait, how do you go back? Go back. Wait, I want to go back. Wait, can you not go back without restarting? Well, fine. I'll just restart real quick. Wait. Go back, go back. I want to go back to that little news thingy. I know if you idle on that page long enough, it'll bring you there, but this will bring us there instantly. Anyways, I want to click on this. So, patch notes for the 14th of January, 2025. Leaderboards improvements. Players no longer need to opt into the leaderboards to be ranked, meaning all players will have a true rank. To comply with privacy laws in various countries, players can still choose to appear as an anonymous player on the leaderboards. Furthermore, if you choose to appear as an anonymous player on the leaderboards, your total level will not be shown to nearby players. All those random 3,000 somethings we keep seeing, we will no longer see anymore. It'll just be a little blue symbol or whatever class they are, and will not be able to view the leaderboards. And aside from that, they also did two little bug fixes. They fixed the refresh timer incorrectly showing on the shop for the black arms stuff, to be able to get your 2-star and 1-star stuff, as well as dying at the exact same time as the NPC will no longer leave you stuck in a dying repeatedly animation. That's kind of funny. But yeah, let's go check these leaderboards. I did take a little peek at them earlier when I was logging in about 2 hours ago, as the patch was still out back then. But yeah, let's go take a peek at this. Let me go move this over. But yeah, let's go see this new leaderboard. Actually, let me go take a sip real quick. I haven't actually drank anything yet. Right. Refreshing. Anyways, I move this over. Alright, where were we? So, leaderboard. Oh yeah, main goal for today, by the way, 210 Leatherworker. We're trying to get to 200 Alchemy before they nerf every shop in the game. So, I want to go and get a ton of gold today. And the best way to do that is just spam Leatherworker all the way to our max possible level, which is 210. So we're doing a lot of Leatherworker today, like literally the whole stream, like every second of the stream. The stream does not end until our Leatherworker level says 210 pretty much. It is our game plan for today. I assume we have enough time to do that. We'll find out if we do or don't. I assume we do, but I don't know. How many Leatherworker levels do you gain post 200? I assume we're gaining at least one every, what, 2 hours? So should be able to do that, hopefully. But we'll find out when we don't. Oh, no, we should be able to. But anyways, so leaderboard. So if we go to leaderboard, we can see that Unbi is number 3, Vorpal is number 5, and Ratsplat is number 11, and everyone in between is hidden. Also, I was saying earlier, we were probably going to be around rank 25. And guess what? We're ranked 25. So, yeah, that's actually exactly the number I said earlier. Like, when True Leaderboard comes out, we're probably going to be exactly ranked 25. And, yeah, my suspicion was correct. Based on how many high-level players we've been seeing walking around. We are exactly on the dot ranked 25, which we kind of already knew when True Leaderboard came out. Some things that are a bit more interesting, though, is we actually are ranked 27 Mines and Matubin and 27 Smithing, which means we are the 27th highest smither in the game. Oddly enough, getting 200 Gatherer also made us the 63rd highest Gatherer, which means only around like 70-ish people really bothered getting 200 Gatherer. Let's see. 72 people have gotten 200 Gatherer only. That's not a lot. I'm actually surprised. That's only that many. I'd expect that to be a little bit higher than that, especially with how many Guardians there are out there. Because there's definitely more than 72 Guardians in the game. Obviously, there's a lot of people working towards it or just haven't done the grind yet. But, yeah, only 72. And not even all of them are Guardians, which kind of need the gathering skill. But anyways, yeah, the smithing and the Mines of Matubin one's kind of interesting. So now that we can see True Leaderboard here, let's see, True 20th is 243. So, yeah, we're about to hit 233 right now, so. Or are they like 10 levels away from top 20 when it comes to smithing? And what's top right now? Top is indeed 388. Oh yeah, let me go check these. So let's see the true top of every single level. This will be fun. So, not every single level would be here forever. Oh, you can actually show anonymouses too. I'll probably keep them off though. There's no reason to really see. Oh, then again, you can see their levels. Okay, you know what? I actually will click show anonymous. Just so we can see the levels. Because it actually does display the level. It just says anonymous player. I wish it would have just been like dash or something. But, because anonymous player is such a big word. Imagine also someone got the name anonymous player. Could you imagine? Or a name that's really, similar to anonymous player. Like anonymous play. or something similar. That'd be really, really funny. But, yeah, we should have showed like a couple dashes or something, but that's fine. You just have to see a gigantic word everywhere. But like, it takes like the entire bar space. But anyways, the highest smither in the game is indeed 88. I want to see what the highest is for each one. The highest bone rate in the game is indeed 468. And gosh, is he ahead. But in all fairness, that's like literally all he's done. If you look at his level distribution, he has done gatherer, bone rate, and that's it. So assumably he's gathering a lot of his bones, banking them, buying all the carpentry supplies with his profit, and just going all in on gatherer bone rate. Using the profit from doing both into buying carpentry supplies to get even more bone rate XP. Seems to be what he's doing. But he went like all in. He had one goal and one goal only, and that was 500 bone rate. He has one very specific goal, because the next one under him is only 299. And he's at 468. It's actually insane how much ahead he is. That's a disparity that doesn't show up in any other category for the other production skills. And actually, wow, there is a lot of anonymous players on Stonemason. What on earth is happening here? Whoa. Look at this. A 473 hidden, a 435 hidden, a 328 hidden, and a 322. 4 of the top 5 are all hidden. Like 4 or 5 is still pretty solid. They're on 2-tap. But, yeah, I did not realize there's that many people going for Stonemason. That means the lowest production skill in the game is currently smithing. Good thing we're going all in on smithing. But yeah, the lowest one is 388 smithing. It is the lowest out of any of the 4. Sorry, any of the 3. Armor maker doesn't exist yet. Because everyone has level 0 armor maker. But anyways, interesting. What else? Let's see. So hello, Dougie Fresh. Welcome. Alright, let me go bring this other thing up too so I can see Chow. So hello, Pelican. Welcome. Hope all you guys been doing well. But yeah, interesting. Of course, on Carpenter, we know what's his name. Sap got number 1 recently. And it seems like there's no anonymous people in between. There's someone over there, but not particularly over the top high. Let's see. What else is worth checking real quick? Leatherworker, I don't really think is needed to go check, but there's Ryan, he, PM Twisty, all those. Yeah, nothing to really check there. Actually, almost no one's hidden there. Actually, now that I'm looking at that, there's not a single person even hidden on the top 20 Leatherworker. Oh, except for number 18. How could you, number 18? How could you? Alright, I think we checked all the really, really big ones. There is one anonymous player with 500 merchant, who is actually the second person to get it, oddly enough, not first. They were trying to snipe it and didn't quite get it. Anyways, let's go do some actual Leatherworker, because we got to do so much Leatherworker today. Let's go claim our cooking bounties. Let's go get the potions we need. Oh, actually, I can't even grab any. Oh, no. I'm over encumbered on bounties. Oh, no. What's going on here? Okay, let me go sell everything and start getting situated. Also, we're going to be teasing the bar with our 32. That's like right there, but not able to go all the way. That's going to be annoying. Maybe we should come back and go do a couple iron real quick at some point. Not going to do that right now, but that bar is so close. But yeah, the leaderboard should be true leaderboards now, so that's pretty cool. I personally don't really care too much either way, but I know a lot of high-level players really wanted that, so... but we're exactly where we thought we'd be. We were saying once true leaderboard comes out, we'll be around 25, and we are exactly 25 on the dot. And it made sense because that's about how many players we were seeing around that were higher than us, so it checks out. Alright, let's go and get our potions, get everything we need, go and start our Leatherworker grind. Just get dailies out of the way. And, yeah, this is going to be an entire stream of just Leatherworker. This entire week is pretty much going to be all Alchemy starting tomorrow. And today we need to make every last cent we can to go and afford it. So the best way to do that is just go to our 210 Alchemy cap. I mean, 210 Leatherworker cap and just try to get there. That is the game plan. Leatherworker, and more Leatherworker. And for now, let's just go get our potions that we need for everything. Actually, what primary potion am I going to be using while I'm doing this? I guess I'm putting into Alchemy. I kind of want to skip our current Alchemy range just because the potion we need to do here, we don't really need. So yeah, let me just grab like one... Wait, what's the other thing I need here then? Wait, why did I even come here then? What exactly did I come here for? Other than I guess checking the cooking bounties and going to do some real quick. Oh yeah, I remember now. I needed the mining boost potion not for bone rate, but I need it for the daily. I remember why I came here. I need this for the daily. Because you can boost them now as of a couple days ago. Alright, let me go buy... what is this? Leek pies? Is this just a 4 leek? Because I can't buy anything else here. I can't buy all the fish stuff. I guess I could turn in scrap merchant, but I feel like there's already another one kind of over there. Oh, no, I guess we'll do scrap merchant real quick. Give me 9 of those. Give me 9 of the other thing. Then we grab 9 from our bank. Alright, let me go make these pies real quick. And then we'll go turn in the scrap merchant one. 5% boost it, might as well. And then we'll go and head over to doing Leatherworker a ton. Well, Dailies, then Leatherworker. Let me go get our leaks, go get them all prepped. Gonna need to grab 5 after that. You went from 824 yesterday to 947. Oh gosh, yeah, there was a lot of hidden people. Like a surprisingly high amount, but some of them just never opted in the first place, which is another thing as well. Is they just didn't show if they never not opted in to begin with. And there were quite a few people in that category that just never bother opting in. Also, it's kind of sad. I'm almost out of using these leaks. I'm gonna have like 200 spares. We got way too many leaks. Good old refreshing. Also, I got like plenty of drinks so that we can go for the full 12 hours. Because I have a feeling we're going to need to. We're going to need to go really long today. Because ideally, I don't want to click the end stream button until we're 210 Leatherworker. And even then, if we have some time, I might still do some merchant or something else. Or just try to clean up some of the levels or something. I was actually doing some AFK fishing off stream earlier. It's actually really chill. I know it's way less efficient than doing it manually, but it is so much more chill. If you go to one of those big rooms that has a billion fish going in every direction, you just click on all 6 of them and wait. And then just stand there and click on all 6 of them and wait. It is so absurdly chill. Is it the best XP you could be getting? No. But it is so easy to do. That it might actually be my go-to way of doing fishing. It's just AFK it between some streams here and there. Because those bigger rooms where they actually have pretty good drops. Because right now I was doing it on, we were doing it on the mana rays, but then we were also doing it on the fish afterwards. Those like guppy things, whatever they're called. The Gennards. But yeah, we're doing it on mana rays, then we're doing it on Gennards. And then we would do it on flounder. And then we can start catching real fish again. Well, not really, because we'd have to do cod. I'm not sure how we go about cod. I feel like I just skipped cod, but then we need to kind of boost to 76 so we can actually start doing eels and puffers again. Because eel upgrades at 76, puffers at something in there. Where's the puffer upgrade? All the way at 98, really? We may as well have to camp eel only. It's gonna be kind of awkward. Oh yeah, can we even make it into Scrap Merchant on time? I forgot, we're not going to Big Sheen, we're going to Scrap Merchant. And then we'll go and teleport over to our dailies, and then we'll go and, yeah, start a Leatherworker grind. Alright, will we make it in time? Should be able to here. I don't see any reason why we would not be able to. Go and turn this in. Unfortunately, not a cooking level, but a lot of XP nonetheless. There we go, and we're out of here. Let's go do dailies. I wish there was a second daily to go grab in Mind of Matubin. I hope when they start adding more quests soon that a second venture comes to his place. I'm not sure what skill they would do it for to make it fair, though. Because mining's a pretty fair one because it's kind of like the in-between. But so far we haven't had any ventures for combat, so you probably won't have it for that. And if they do it for any of the other ones, it's going to be outweighed. Or, you know, one of them is going to be kind of substantially better than the other two. At least when it comes to ventures, so... I'm not sure if they ever would. It would almost have to be a second mining venture. If they were to do another one. Maybe some kind of new material that all 3 of them use. Because currently mining doesn't apply to bone right at all. Though by design it kind of isn't supposed to apply to bone right. I don't know, it'd still be cool if bone right actually got something from mining. Not something that's like absurdly required, but you know, still something to kind of offset it. Though, there's a good chance it might have something from Delver, so I guess it already has enough. Doesn't need even another angle on top of all the angles it already has. Wait, how many explosives do we have? Normally I click deposit all. Alright, we're almost at 200. We're gonna have like thousands of them by the time we can actually use them, though. Because we can't use them. Even though we can gather them at 231, you can't start using them until 348. Over 100 levels later. It's kind of insane. I think it's the biggest gap. I don't even think the other gap is as big as that. Actually, the other one might be similarly big, actually, now that I think about it. But it is so big. Alright, let's go do our merchant run. I mean, not a merchant, or not our leatherworker, or I eventually said the right thing, detective. And then, yeah, I guess we stay here and start doing Chronopolis. I will be putting all of our boost into Alchemy. So hopefully we can also get 77 Alchemy this stream, or at least closer to where we are. But that is the game plan. And then we're just going to be doing leather literally all day. Unfortunately, not too much variety today. Honestly, not too much variety this week. Today we're doing basically Leatherworker only, and the rest this week we're doing Alchemy until it says level 200. That's pretty much my game plan in the for the next week. Just to get the grinds done, just so we don't have to keep parsing them all over the place. Just power grind them all at once. We'll go and explore more of the leaderboard though, for sure. Because I'm kind of curious to see all the new rankings and everything. Now that we can see the true level of what the heists are and everything like that. Though most of them seem to have not changed. Everything I checked so far, nothing has actually changed as far as highs. Oh yeah, let me go turn left click thingy on. Because we're going to be doing this enough today that I'm going to need it. Left click first action. The main reason for this is for thieves, just so I don't accidentally misclick them. Because it makes it easier to cancel from them. Alright, let the Leatherworker grind begin. We're starting at basically 8.5. So we'll see how much we make. I guess you could technically say 8.4, but you know, 8.4, 8.5, about the same thing. I bet that'll be our starting point. Anyways, how's the leaderboard doing? Let me go check all of them then. So total level, of course, is a big one. We have 1.5 billion anonymous players. Out of top 10, only 2 of them are visible. That's actually insane. Out of everyone in top 10, 2 of them are visible. Oh, so the first one, I assume this is Patricio, is about to get 4,000. And I assume this is Meadow. And I forget who everyone else is. But this should be Patricio and this should be Meadow. And who beats the highest who is visible. And then there's 1 billion people in between. And yeah, we're no longer top 20. If you have an anonymous player thing on. If you don't have an anonymous player thing on, we are. We're ranked 25 right up there. But if you have it filled with all the anonymous, we no longer are. We would need to have 200 more levels than we have now, basically. Even then, almost like 300 more. Which, I'm not sure that's happening, especially with what our plans are in the near future. Even though we are kind of going to 200 all, we're also still prioritizing quite a few lower things. Plus, we've been putting in a lot less time. Our average has gone from like 160 to like 180 a week, down to only, I think it was like 130. Yeah, 129.8. We're slacking. Our numbers are going down. Yeah, I've been playing a little bit less. Not like a lot less, but when it comes to top leaderboard, it makes a big difference. When it comes to our overall progression, it's barely affected anything, but when it comes to the leaderboard, playing like 60 less hours a day is a lot of levels. Especially pre-200. That's like less than 180 hours every other week. Or, sorry, levels. So it's like 90 less levels a week, basically. Hey, OMD's here. But, yeah, it's like 90 less levels a week. Just from us playing 30 less hours a week. Yeah, it starts to add up. But I'm happy with where we are. Now we could go from just prioritizing goals rather than worrying about, like, being at, the slight top of the leaderboard. Which we're kind of doing, kind of not doing. But now we can just focus on getting our levels, and if we want to push something at some point, we can. I think I'll go for base 100 until the end of January. My current goal is a lot of 200s. There are a few I'll probably be poking up in the background, like fishing. Which would also sometimes get a little bit of forager. But for the most part, I plan to just do 1 200 at a time. Right now we're doing 210 Leatherworker, so we get for 200 Alchemy. And after 200 Alchemy, I'm probably doing woodcutting carpentry. And after woodcutting carpentry, actually after Alchemy, I'm probably doing the venture for fishing. So I can get to like 107, assuming the merchant ventures for next chapter aren't out by then. I kind of want to get the lobster so we have a better venture. So the game plan right now, like our full master plan, obviously bone rate will get to 200 on its own. Doesn't matter what we do, bone rate will eventually get to 200. Not too worried about that. So ignoring bone rate, pretend it's 200 right now. We're going to be going for 210 Leatherworker, which we're doing today. Ideally, the stream does not end until that number says 210. Then we're going to use the money from 210 Leatherworker to go buy 200 Alchemy. We might need to do a little bit more money making than that, but the goal is to try to afford it with that and see how far that gets us. And just keep doing that until we do. Then I'm going to get 107 fishing. Then after 107 fishing, I'm probably doing 200 woodcutting carpentry. Then after 200 woodcutting carpentry, we probably get 200 forager and fisher in no particular order. And And then we could do 200 chef while also poking up chef constantly, just with do contracts here and there. And then, yeah, that's everything then. Because bone rate would already been 200. And then we worry about the combats when the combat rework comes out. And I'm hoping by then the combat rework comes out. But yeah, that's the game plan. 210 Leatherworker, 200 Alchemy, 107 Fishing, 200 Woodcutter, 200 Carpenter. Then go finish out the Forager, Fisherman to 200. Then finish out Cooking to 200. And then hopefully by then is around the time when we get the combat rework. And if it doesn't, then I'm not sure what our plan is. Obviously post 200. Because I don't plan to touch those until the combat rework comes out. But as far as post 200, the main ones I probably plan to focus on are mining, smithing, and everything in chapter 4. And technically alchemy as an AFK. So like those few. A lot of these I don't plan to get too much beyond 200 in a long while, like stonemason, bonewright, woodcutting, carpenter, gatherer. Some of these I do, like gatherer, so we can make our good boost potion. But they have like a caveat as to when they would be viable. Like getting 248 gatherer isn't really relevant until the first boss exists in the game. Is like the earliest it'd be relevant. Because that makes our strongest blue potion. So I don't know, we'll just kind of have to wait and see. So hello, Mad Hatter. Welcome, welcome. So hello, Kawaii. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I'm at no point going to be going for base 100, though. Mostly because I need the combat rework before I go back to combat. So we're kind of locked out of combat until then. Like, we're not locked out of it, but at this point, I definitely want to wait until after the rework. It's likely in the next month or so. Give or take a little. And even if it's not out by then, we could just focus on post 200 then. But ideally, I want to have 200 all skilling before the combat rework. That's the main goal right now. As long as we do that, I'm happy with where we're at. And even if we're a little bit short, it shouldn't be that big a deal. Because cooking you can always do pretty passively. Some of the other ones are pretty easy to do AFK off stream, like Fisher. Because I was doing that some last night, and it was so chill. You just click on 6 fish, wait. Click on 6 fish, wait. It's actually pretty relaxing. It's one thing Chapter 1 does do really well. Like, the overall vibe to Chapter 1, really, really solid. I think it does that better than any chapter. I like the overall structure of Chapter 4 and everything better. But I don't know, Chapter 1 just hits different. Alright, so what have we not checked? So we checked the leaderboard. Let's check Hopeport. Is there anyone hiding up there? Oh, there are! Hold up. Hold up. I always thought Jimmy is a bot is second. No. He's actually 4th place. Double Anonymous are top 2. I wonder if they're free-to-play players. Because a lot of free-to-play players are pretty high in Hopeport. Like this Omega hack source. He's all the way at 6. But that's interesting. But yeah, look at that. There's a double Anonymous at the top of Hopeport. And I wouldn't be surprised if both of them are free-to-play players. And as far as Hope Forest, Nat is still number 1. Again, actually no bots here, surprising. Well, there's one. Or not bots, but I mean Anonymous, I mean. What's actually crazy is Sap is number 7. The reason I say this is he went for 500 Carpentry. 500 Carpentry takes forever. Like forever and a half, and he's actually still 7th after doing that. Like all he's really done is woodcutting and carpentry here. Like look at his distribution. 26 Scout, 27 Gatherer, 480 woodcutting, 500 Carpenter. He's the first 500 Carpenter in the game. But he did that pretty much all for just carpentry. He got 7th in that chapter. That's pretty funny. How do we go back? Which was the easier way to go back here? There we go. So Hope Forest, didn't really check that. Yeah, Nat's still number 1. Apathetic in number 2. Yeah, this we already kind of knew. Nothing really new there. Not sure the Anonymous guy is actually there, though. Or the other one. Because I don't go to Hope Forest that often. Mine's a Matubin. Oh! Oh, wait, no. We know who this is. They're Anonymous now, but they are, Rex. It starts with R. I forget their name. It's like Rexstat or something. But yeah, we know who that is. He's top 10, but he's also rank 1. Mine's a Matubin. Yeah, we know who that guy is. I'm not sure about the other 3, though. Yeah, Red Bean's the only one there who's not hiding. And I guess technically Unbi. But, yeah, we actually kind of already know who that one is. And what about Chronopolis, then? We know KC's first. Old school, Detective Santa. Well, no one in Chronopolis is hiding. No one in the entirety of top 10 Chronopolis is hiding. And we know, like, half of them. Actually, I think we have half of them added. Because we're in Chronopolis so much. Which is kind of funny. Because we have he added, we have PM Twisty added, we have Mozzie S added, we have Detective Santa's right there and added. Like, half the leaderboard here we have added. It's actually insane how ahead KC is, though. KC is still, like, 300 levels ahead, pretty much. Which is kind of crazy. The only reason he's slowing down is because he's having to do a lot of Leatherworker. But look at how close he is. He's going to be the first person with 4 500s, as well as I think the first with 3 500s. As well as the first to ever 500 all in a chapter. So it's going to be like 3 to 4 different firsts. I'm not sure if he was the first to 2 500, though. He may have been. But he'll be the first to 3 500, the first to 4 500, and the first to ever 500 every single thing in a chapter. If there's enough time between now and chapter 5 coming out, I do kind of plan to do almost similar to this. Because we're going to get 500 Watch Person Detective after the combat rework. And then all we have to do is go whatever way for Merchant Leatherworker, which I'm going to need for Armor Maker, which is the whole reason for getting it up. Like, one of the better ways to actually prep for next chapter is to have 500 Merchant Leatherworker. Not just because you're going to be loaded on cash and have so much knowledge to put into everything so quickly, but also because you'll be able to go and actually have all the leather you ever need to do in the Leatherworker skill. Doing the Armor Maker skill. So you never really need to worry about the leather component. You'll still have to worry about the other components, but you wouldn't have to worry about the leather aspect of it. But I do kind of want to honestly do something like this before next chapter. 500, 500, 400, 400, basically. Like around there. Not exactly that. Or I get like an absurdly high merchant and leatherworker, but not necessarily max. One thing to note is you can get all superiors by, I think, 305 merchant. I think is the final one. And we need 322 anyway, so at least 322 merchant is my goal for next chapter. As this gives you access to every tier 5 hide. No tier 6, but every tier 5. It gives you full access to every tier 5 hide. Some which go all the way up to like level 440 and stuff like that. Like the low 400, so you'll be able to make armor pretty deep using those. I get bare minimum up to 400, almost 450-ish. Some of them you almost up to 490, depending on how they go. Unless the system's slightly different. But it allows us also to do perfect tiles in case those are actually relevant for next chapter. So bare minimum, we need 322 merchant. Which means I would need superior hail beast. Which means I would need 310 leatherworker. Wait, are those the same number? What did I just say? Yeah, I need 322 merchant and 310 leatherworker, basically. With that 310 leatherworker being allowed to go to 330. Those are my bare minimum goals I want for merchant and leatherworker. And I want 500, 500 for combat and detective. But my bare minimum for the other two is 322 merchant and 330 leatherworker then. Well, technically 310, but 330 if we want all the hides and profit from it. Because that's when we hit the wall again. Yeah, that's probably going to be our game plan for that. And just 500, 500 the other two. If I have the time, I might still 500, 500 merchant leatherworker. I just feel like we won't be able to before chapter 5. It really comes down to if chapter 5 is in like a couple months or in like 6 months. We don't quite know the time frame for it yet. If it's in a couple months, we're definitely not doing 500, 500. But if it's like half a year from now, then yeah, we easily could. So hello, Sir Valiant! Welcome, welcome. So we're at the point of EXP rates where we get EXP drop, and the bar doesn't even move a pixel. The true post 200 experience. Get EXP drop and the bar doesn't even move. Alright, where were we? We still haven't gotten all the way down. Okay, let's go check guard. Guards, yep, Sassy, Jimmy's a bot, we already knew this. Actually, there's like no anonymous in there. The first anonymous is at 10. This is kind of interesting because the first top 2 people are anonymous. Which means that's probably them right there. It's kind of interesting because they didn't get 500 until way later. Yet their overall total is the higher, because that means they kind of went wide in farming rather than all in. Like, they didn't just simply do combat to 500 and start everything else. They were kind of doing everything else evenly. So the potatoes that they were getting from combat, they were probably utilizing for cooking immediately, stuff like that, rather than doing them all separately. So it's kind of interesting, because they didn't get it until like 10th or 11th at the earliest. But they're the top 2 in Hopeport, because they went wider on their farming rather than all in on a given skill. As far as chef, there's a surprisingly high number of 500 chefs. I'm really surprised that's actually that high. Also, I am going to be putting all boost in alchemy today. I'm trying to skip having to do as many arbory potions just because we have no need for them. And the money is tied up until trading comes out. Unless I just want to scrap them to the shop for a little bit of money, but I'd rather save them for trading. So I'm trying to mostly skip past the arbory potions. Because at 77 is when we can make our first or our next really good potion again. The Cryonate Strength, something we actually need. But right now we're just making junk that we don't care about until trading comes out. And even then we're barely going to make anything off them. We like 4 times our money. Scared to see your new fishing rank afterwards? Oh yeah, I'm starting to go down the ranks. I can actually show it to you in a second. Actually, it's the next one in line. Let me just say. Spoilers. Shield your eyes. Let's see. I'm going to click top players. Let's see. There are 7 people who have maxed. Interesting. I've seen 2 of these people before. Most of them I haven't. No anonymous players though. The lowest or the highest anonymous is at 13th. Also, you need 324 to even be top 20. Oh gosh, that's high. That's high some skills, but for how slow Fisher is, that's pretty high. Forger. There's actually surprisingly almost 20 people with Forger now. There are currently 17 people who've completed the monument, and the highest anonymous person is at 4th. Ah, maybe those 2 people on leaderboard did the monument grind first. He's actually pretty high in that regard. Now, let's see Alchemy. There shouldn't be that many who've done this. Yeah, only 4 people have maxed Alchemy. Mostly because it burns a lot of money if you're not selling the pots back to the shop. I'm actually surprised, though. You only need 292 Alchemy to be top 20 right now. I'm surprised that's not a bit higher, given that's from Chapter 1. Up there's Kale at number 9. They're getting there. And only one anonymous player there who's almost at max. Alright, let's go check out Scout. Scout seems like the most useless combat out of any of the 4 at the moment. However, yeah, 9 people have maxed it. No one really hiding, though. Gatherer, we already checked this earlier. Way less people maxing out Gatherer compared to Forger, though. Even though, honestly, I would say Gatherer is more useful than Forger. But the only exception being maybe if you're a Hammer Mage, but even just in general. I do feel like it is just better to do Gatherer. Is it's feeding into Bone Right and everything else. Especially if you're a Guardian. But even if you're not a Guardian. Alright, let's see. Where are we now? Woodcutter. So we already know about Nat and everyone else. Sap's almost there. He did Carpentry first. Another one that's around 300. Similar to Fishing. A lot of the Gathering ones seem to be around 300-ish. Let me go check. Let me go check Mining real quick. Are you also at 300-ish? Yep, also at 300-ish. It seems like almost every Gathering skill is around 300 right now. For top 20. And I don't even have a level 300. Let alone a 300 in a Gathering skill. Interesting. Carpentry. This one should be pretty low. Yeah, the highest Carpenter in the game is only 230. That's kind of funny. Or sorry, the lowest of the high. Or, you know, the top 20. But yeah, it is kind of funny, though. Everyone hates the Carpenter. I think it's actually the lowest level of any top 20 right now. Is 230 Carpentry. I haven't seen any even remotely that bad. It definitely seems to be the least favorite skill in the game. And keep in mind, free-to-play has access to that too. So every free-to-play player can also go do Carpentry. There's just no one wants to do Carpentry. It is the least done skill in the entire game right now, it seems like. Interesting. We already went over Bone Right and the other ones earlier. Yeah, let's, I don't know, we already checked Leatherworker. Yeah, we already checked the bottoms first. That's interesting, though, now that we can see all the true ranks. So now we never need to be in question for anything if we ever do want to go for a leaderboard grind. But my current grinds aren't really leaderboard related at the moment. We have our goals and we'll get them done when we get them done. I already have my whole plan for like the next 2 months. It's just a matter of slowly working towards it. It's get 210 Leatherworker today, then get 200 Alchemy, then go get 107 Fishing. Then go get 200 Woodcutter and Carpenter pretty much at the same time, doing woodcutting first, of course. And just kind of doing them together. Then getting 200 Forager and Fisher. Then getting 200 Cook finished. And then hopefully the combat rework comes out like literally the next week. Or the next day. And then we go do 200 all combat starting from top to bottom. Then we do 500 combat in Chronopolis. As well as doing detective along with it. And then we figure out what our pivot is from there. Because from there it comes down to a lot of things. Like where are the updates by then? How close is chapter 5 by then? Do we want to prioritize a little bit more into mining, smithing, or merchant leatherworker? Merchant leatherworker preps more for chapter 5. Whereas mining, smithing preps more so for PvP. Because that's another thing. We don't know when PvP's coming. And that mining, smithing grind, particularly the smithing grind, preps more for PvP. Because something like a 500 weapon for PvP is probably going to be pretty expensive if you want to run full 500 4-star for PvP. It's going to be a pretty high penny. And be able to craft like most of that. Or, you know, at least towards it. Like at least the smithing component would be really nice. I highly doubt we'll get that high though. That means by the time PvP comes out in a few months, we would have to have 440 smithing. To put that into perspective. There's currently like, what, 4 people with that high? Sorry, there are 0 people with that number right now. There are 0 people with 440 smithing. And you would technically need that before PvP comes out. If you want to have every 4-star weapon in the game. Because you would have to trade your smithing component for other people's stonemason and bonewright component. Assuming you can even find someone that high. Because there's going to be so few people with that high of a number by the time PvP comes out. I hope in the PvP leagues, as far as the brackets that they're in, is structured in a way where you can camp the lower level range. Because I feel like the main range people would camp is like that 200 to 300 range. Like around there. If you could camp like a certain range in the PvP league. Because when you're forced to like 350 plus, those are going to be a lot harder to source. Especially 400 plus. Those are really expensive to source. If you want to be in full 4-star everything. Also keep in mind, armor is going to be like the weirdest thing for PvP. Actually, I just realized PvP is going to be awful upon release. How are you going to get armor? Because while PvM doesn't really need armor in the current state of the game, like if you're fighting a normal enemy, with all the changes that will happen after the combat rework. Like armor will matter, but not that much. But in PvP, armor will matter a lot. And there's no good armor in the game. Unless you're someone who's just camping constantly 500 combat and just getting a bunch of 490 drops and then combining all of them. But the only people who have access to armor are people who did post 500 for like 100 to 200 to 300 hours. Like they got to 500 combat and then kept doing it for hundreds of hours. Those are the only people in the game that have any amount of good armor. Because you can't armor make for it. But yeah, PvP is going to be really awkward. I didn't think about that. Armor makers, I mean, PvP is going to be so bad upon release. Because regardless of what they do for it, no one has any armor. And the armor in the market's going to go for an arm and a leg if you want to buy it. Because there's no armor making skill, so no skillers are making it. Only people who are doing post 500 combat are getting armor. Or, you know, the really good stuff. To Anonymous on the top page should put you at rank 25. Not too bad. That's still really high. Honestly, anything above 100 is still absurdly high. How many above 100s do we have, if we count everything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We still have 9 skills above 100. Actually, that would be a fun goal to do at some point, though I highly doubt we would be able to. Because eventually the leaderboard would be locked out with 500s. But imagine having a top 100 in every single skill. That would eventually be impossible, though. Because some skills are going to have over 100 people getting it. For example, guard. Eventually there's going to be, probably in a few months from now, over 100 people that have 500 guard. So it will technically be impossible to have a top 100 for everything. We could try doing it for all member skills, though. Which we're probably going to be doing, because after we do 200 all combat, I'm going to 500 watch person detective. So as long as we do that before then, it is still possible for us to be top 100 for every member skill. I would just also have to go do Mindfighter and go out of my way for Mindfighter. So maybe that's the play then. So maybe we do go for 500 Mindfighter before 500 Chronopolis. Because it is actually realistic for us to be top 100 forever in every skill that is a member skill. It's just going to be impossible with free-to-play skills, though, because there's so many people grinding it. More than every other category. Yeah, maybe we do the 500 Mindfighter. There's another byproduct of 500 Mindfighter that's really good. The really obvious one. It drops so many alchemy supplies. But the really noteworthy one is the 412, or you know, the 10% mining potions. I know we can't make them anytime soon, even remotely soon. But to be able to have all that banked for later is going to be really, really, really nice. That's the only problem with the 500 Mindfighter grind, though. Is we'll be banking a lot of stuff that we can't use for such a long, long time. It's the only thing kind of keeping me from doing it and considering the Chronopolis grind instead. Because if we get super high-tiered leather while doing Chronopolis grind, we can actually still bank that and use that later. Whereas we can't quite do the same with Mindfighter. Because I assure you, we are not getting 383 or 412 alchemy anytime soon. Maybe like 250-ish, but not like 412. Because that's one big issue with it. And yeah, we'll be getting somewhere like that for Chronopolis, but, you know, we don't really care about those potions. They're way too annoying to make. Whereas Mindfighter ones are actually, like, realistic to make. I actually want to go check something with that. When it comes to Alchemy, what supplies do you get? Like, what level range do you start getting these drops at? Hypothetically. For Mindfighter. Sharp Metallic Tooth. Wait. You start getting these... Oh, no, that's a different one. That's a different tooth. Wow, those things are expensive, though. Yeah, Sharp Metallic Tooth. So you start getting those at the higher range. And then the really, really high one. Yeah, this is from the Best in Slot. You actually get a ton of these because the strongest enemy that you get in the entire chapter just spits these out like crazy. And the bank is super, super close. How much does the other piece cost? The other piece is more expensive. That makes sense. The reason why it's more expensive is it's further from a bank. This is the one that's really easy to get. Oh no, is that worth it though? You'd be spending like 17 silver per potion. But it'd be a 10% potion. I don't know, is a 10% potion worth spending that much money on? And this is before the price hike. But before the price hike, it's 17.6 each. Because the problem is the thing that drops that piece isn't really worth killing. I don't know, maybe we skip the 500 Mindfighter. That's the main thing I don't know when we do combat. I know for sure we're doing 200, 200, 200. And then going heavy on Chronopolis. But something I still haven't figured out is if we do 500 Mindfighter before 500 Chronopolis. Because I'm leaning towards not doing that. But I keep wavering on if we should or shouldn't. And I gotta figure it out by the time we get 200, 200 in the other two. Well, I guess actually by the time we hit 200 in Mindfighter then. If we keep going or if we just stop at 200. That's the main thing I'm not really certain on when it comes to combat right now. Like, should we go 500 Mindfighter? Or 500 Minds Matube in combat? Hello, ECS. Welcome. What's going on? We're mostly just doing a ton of Leatherworker while talking about leaderboard stuff. Also talking about future plans. We're trying to plan out everything for months. That's another thing, too. I wonder how competitive the PvP leagues will be. I definitely don't plan to try to be, like, rank 1 or even top 20 or anything. But I am curious how that will go. Oh, yeah, we will be making an in-game clan thingy whenever it does come out. It's going to be a really casual one with no real requirements or anything. Just for kind of chilling, chatting, trading, all that kind of stuff. Just a little bit of everything. But, yeah, we will be making one in-game whenever that feature does come out. No real external thing, just kind of like an in-game kind of thing, just to chill. I don't really plan to do, like, big events or anything. There are some things we definitely will be having fun with whenever they come out. Like, we're going to be doing so much bossing when it ends up coming out, as well as PvP when it initially comes out. I do plan to engage with it pretty heavily. Like, any mechanic that ever comes to this game, we'll be doing quite a lot. But our leaderboard grinding days are done. Now it's the long-term goal days. And if we happen to reclaim anything on leaderboard on the way, that's nice, but not required. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to try grinding the top 20 right now. We'd have to play for about 18 hours a day. For, like, the next month. If we want to take 20th place right now. I know, the number ranked 25, I know, we've fallen so far. We said that earlier, though. When True Leaderboard came out, we'd be around 25, and we're exactly 25. No longer any top 20s. The most realistic one to go take if we wanted one is smithing. It's because it takes so many years to go and get up. It is so slow. Because we're basically at 232 right now. Or 233, I mean. We're only 10 levels away from top. It's not worth grinding, though. I also don't have that much EXP banked. I only have enough banked for, like, 1 level. Maybe 2 at most. Probably only 1 level, though. I only have, like, 1 level banked. More zombies. All you're hearing are excuses. Well, we always mentioned in the past that we were never really going for leaderboard. Especially pre-leaderboard. The only reason we tried for a little bit, it was like, oh yeah, we're way higher than we thought we were. Might as well keep trying for a little bit. But I never planned to go too hard on leaderboard. I was expecting to be like at the 100th place. Like pre-leaderboard, I was talking like, oh, we're going to be like slightly under 100. We need to go grind up to like top 100. So even now, we're still way higher than I ever expected we would be. Because we weren't playing particularly efficient at all, and honestly still aren't when it comes to a lot of things. With how much stuff we pick up. Like, we've banked like every tier 1, 2, and 3 resource that we've ever grabbed. I don't think most people even start banking until like tier 6. Or tier 5 at the earliest. And I have banked nearly every tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 node we've ever touched. You think I'm one of the friendly streamers you ever met and you were an utter pleasure? Oh, thank you for that. Thank you so much, more zombies. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Is there a requirement to finish that area? Which area? You're near the end of the 3rd area, but you can't get to the 32 Def Ore. To be able to get there, you have to finish out the 3-star quest of Matubin's Legacy. Matubin's Legacy requires killing a level 35 if you haven't already killed the slime creature yet. As well as 29 mining and 35 smithing. Neither are boostable. But yeah, 29 mining and 35 smithing are the main 2 requirements then. Oh yeah, that reminds me. My 2 alt accounts have about 2 of the requirements for Lost and Found completed. Of course, we did Matubin's Legacy a couple weeks ago on them. And as far as Lost and Found progress, they both almost have 2 of the skills. They're both nearly level 59. Mind Fighter, which you could +2 boost to 61, and they're both nearly 58 smithing, which you can of course +2 boost to 60. You still need to put the knowledge into a couple of them, which I know they don't because they've been doing it the whole time. Never mind, duh. Oh, that's nice. I kind of forgot about that because they're the AFK in it the whole time. I actually don't need to put any knowledge points into them, in a sense that they already have. I completely forgot about that. Oh, that's gonna be nice. That's something I had to do on the main account because we weren't utilizing all of them, but we don't have to do with the alts because they're already doing that anyways. I completely forgot about that. Because I was thinking after all this grind, it's like, oh no, I'm going to still have to dump all the knowledge into them. But I keep forgetting, they already have the knowledge dump, duh. Because they're literally using the AFKs constantly. Oh, that works out nicely then. I didn't even think about that just now. But yeah, duh, obviously they already have it done. Yeah, it's funny. But yeah, that means, yeah, they're about halfway there then. But in about a week, they're halfway done with Matubin's Legacy. I mean, Lost and Found. Only thing left after that would be 38 Bonerite and 44 Stonemason, which is a way lower number than the other 2 requirements. So yeah, they're pretty much halfway done already. As far as total amount of levels and total amount of time. Last I timed it, they should be done by this 1st or 2nd week of January. As long as I keep up with it. If I keep up with it perfectly, it should be the 1st week of January. If I don't, then it might be closer to the 2nd week of January. But after that, they just start camping their respective skill all the way to 500. So the Guardian will keep AFK and Bone Right all the way to 500, and the Hammer Mage will AFK Stonemason all the way to 500. This will allow my main account to ignore it for as long as possible. And that way, whenever we need an upgrade, we don't need to source it from other people. Initially, we will. But in about 9 months from now, we never will need to again. Or at least not as often. Because we'll have one that can make a 500 Bone Right item, one that can make a 500 Stonemason item, and obviously our main by then, which can make a 500 Blacksmith item. And we got the whole trifecta to go make our 4-star everything. Is this game like Albion Online? Resource gathering wise, somewhat. PvP wise, they haven't added PvP yet. Also, it doesn't have like the whole clans kind of system that Albion Online does. There's a lot more of like a solo kind of style, even solo PvP once it comes out. PvP is still about 2 months away because it's still in early access. But, no, like a lot of the big clan battles and stuff like that, it doesn't really have. There's definitely a lot less focus on PvP and more on skilling at the moment. It also is still lacking a lot of bossing. And by a lot of bossing, I mean it has no PVM at all at the moment. It's still really early in development. But PvP should be in a couple months. But yeah, I played Albion Online a little bit. The main thing that got me to stop it is it had way too much of a focus on PvP for my liking. I did enjoy the gameplay loop, though. I tried it for like a good month until I eventually just stopped playing it. There's so much endgame in that game, which is like PvP and clans. Which, you know, I don't mind engaging in those mechanics, but it seemed like it was like the entire game at the time. Is there PvE then with other players? No, there's currently no PVM at all. There's literally not even a single boss in the game at the moment. Not counting quest bosses that you only ever fight once. It's still really in early access. They are planning on doing stuff like that and raids and stuff like that in the future. Bossing, raids, all those other things. But it's still really deep in early access. Like some of that stuff is still like months upon months away. PvP is probably the first one coming out of all those things. It should probably be in a few months from now. Or less. The main thing they're working on right now is adding trading to the game. And adding... because you have to keep in mind, it's a really small dev team. Like, it's like a single-digit number of devs working on this game, pretty much. But, the next two big things they're working on is trading system. Player-to-player trading. As well as maybe an auction house system at some point. Soon after. Or at some point, just eventually. But, trading and, combat rework and PvP are like the next three big things. Probably in that order. Where it'll be trading first, then a combat rework, then a PvP. Oh, we're already done. So I got one of those Fox events in old school RuneScape, so I'm slightly distracted. We got Fox evented. Let's see, can I show the thingy? Let's see. There it is. Wait. Gosh, this is so non-AFK. I need to make sure this Fox doesn't die. This is like the main reason I'm even doing this. Is we're like 3-4 times over drop rate for this Fox whistle. Don't touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it. Alright, there we go. As long as it doesn't hit a trap 2 more times, we should be good. But yeah, we've still been grinding out old school RuneScape the whole time in the background of Brighter Shores. This is one of the slightly less AFK things we've been doing recently. It's like a 1 in 45 you get the whistle per completed event. And we have done easily over 150 of them. And still don't have the 1 in 45. We are so dry when it comes to everything on woodcutting. We still don't have pet after 3 times over drop rate, and we're about almost 4 times over drop rate on this whistle. Oh, I'm literally disarming the trap. I hate this event so much. I'm about to fail it. How does it even work? No, don't move there. Stop. How is this event even supposed to work? No, don't touch the thing. No. It doesn't even disable the trap. You saw me clicking on it. Gosh, I hate that event so much. Anyways. It is so jank with how they changed it. It has to be bugged or something. Because he's not even disarming the trap when I click on it. Like, it only wants to work like half the time. Well, we'll keep going over drop rate. We can't even get a completion on it. Detour requires brimstone, right? Yeah, you need to make the explosives from the brimstone daily. You can get 24 per day. And you use those explosives to go get deathstone. But it's currently the most annoying material to get out of any of the 3 characters. Deathstone, it is. Not because blast mining is particularly hard, but it's the most costly one to buy from a shop. So you basically have to gather it yourself. It's pretty much the only unskippable resource in the game in the current way that the shop system works. Because it's way too expensive to ever buy. Alright, we gained half of a level so far. After 1 hour. That's not too bad. So we are on rate to get it done today, then. It's just gonna take the entire day. We're gonna be here doing Leatherworker for like the next 10 hours. Oh, well, let's sit back and relax. We're here a while. Guys, anything you want to chat about, we are here literally all day. But after this, we don't have to do Leatherworker for quite a while. Is there requirements for the quest? Yes. The Deathstone quest requires 29 mining and 35 blacksmith. As well as the ability to kill the level 35 slime boss creature. None of it's boostable. Well, the boss you could fight way earlier by, you know, boost pots and everything. But, you know, the other 2 skills are not boostable. Yeah, it's a level 35 boss. It's pretty easy, though. You can kill it at level 20. Spoilers? Oh no, the boss doesn't really have much mechanics. Also, pretty much every quest has a boss at it. Actually, it's more of an abnormality for a quest to not have a boss. The only quest where you fight nothing is Lost and Found. And that's it. Lost and Found is the only quest in the game that you don't fight anything. You technically fight something, but it's a passive activity that can never kill you. So you technically fight something, but you also don't fight something. But yeah, Lost and Found is currently the only quest in the game that has no combat. It has the highest It's really ironic, too. Lost and Found has currently the highest combat requirement of any quest, but you don't actually fight anything during the quest. I just realized that now. That's rather ironic. But yeah, it's currently the highest forced requirement for combat of any quest, but you don't actually fight anything for the full duration of the quest. Though it is skippable at a really high alchemy level, the requirement of the item, though. And when trading is out, you might also be able to skip it. You've only done 4 out of 9 quests. They are pretty good to do all of them. If you do them around the level range that you can get access to them, they generally give you a lot of XP. Like, at least a level and a half for, like, every skill you use during the chapter. Or during the quest, I mean. They're actually pretty good to do with, like, the immediate second you have access to them. One that is particularly so, that doesn't really have much of a reward, but the quest XP is insane for, is Spirit Essence. I think you need, like, 31 Detective for it. As well as the ability to kill, like, a level 30, 35 boss or whatever it is. But you gain, like, 3.5 Detective levels for doing the quest. It's actually insanely high. It basically lets you skip, like a whole portion of Detective. In one of the deader EXP ranges. The quest itself is pretty pointless, though. I would say it's actually the most pointless quest in the game currently. As there really isn't any unlock from it. Like, I feel like every other quest has had some kind of unlock. For example, the Obelisk teaches you about Obelisk and fixes the Hopeport Obelisk. The Lost Shipment gives you a weapon. The Branolf Inheritance gives you more storage. Spider Nest obviously gives you the Rifts, which is insanely good. And even if it didn't, it still gives you Rainbow Water. Forgotten Things gives you a new area and a new resource you can collect, and a new teleport. Tubin's Legacy gives you a whole new area and new teleport, as well as a new resource to collect. Lost and Found gives you the ability to craft 4-star weapons and armor. Spirit Essence gives you nothing, and Fortune Hold gives you a shortcut that's really required for Merchant. But yeah, Spirit Essence is the only quest in the entire game that gives you basically, literally nothing, actually. Lost Shipment gives you basically nothing. It's a one-time 3-star weapon. But Spirit Essence gives you literally nothing. Aside from just a nice Detective XP drop, you don't get an item from it, you don't really get, like, anything at all. It's kind of weird. It's definitely the lowest value quest in the game. Even though it's really worth doing to skip some early game Detective. But it's the only one without, like, a substantial reward after. Like, an actual tangible one that you can use besides XP. But I really hope he starts adding a lot more quests soon. It definitely seems like it's on their on the table that they're going to be doing it. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts getting to one new quest a month, if not more. Because quest rewards, if it's anything like what he has done in the past, or even already in Brighter Shores, they're pretty hefty sometimes. Like, they are really, really broken. Like, just think of how much XP rate you get from Spider Nest quest from Storage Rift. Imagine banking a resource without rifts compared to doing it with rifts. You're getting anywhere from like 2 to 4 times more XP per hour compared to banking it without a rift when it comes to some resources. It's actually insane how much more XP you get per hour. Like, it is absurdly, absurdly, absurdly high. That's kind of interesting compared to some other things. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of some of the other quest rewards are. Because he's definitely made some really, really broken ones in past games. AKA the early days of RuneScape. Like, literal best in slots as a quest item. You're mining the other day, and every 9 minutes picking up and dropping things, and they were still disappearing and you don't understand. You can only have 100 items on the ground at once. You can't have more than 100 out on the ground. Otherwise, it will start despawning whatever your oldest items are. But yeah, not only is there a 10-minute cap, but there's also a 100 item on ground cap. So that was likely you dropping more than 100. It's one of the reasons why when we do the iron, we do it in the 20 method that we do. Because we only drop 520s. By the 620, I go and bank them all and everything. It's also why you see me picking up some of the ore before I drop the potion. Otherwise, it will despawn 1 iron ore if I drop the potion beforehand. But if you pick up some of the ore on one cycle and then drop the potion on the next, the dropping of the potion doesn't despawn an ore. Otherwise, it would despawn one of them because it would exceed the 100 limit. Yeah, there's a 100 cap for the ground. It doesn't affect that much, but there are a few activities that it does. Most notably Merchant. But it does affect some mining activities and probably just that. I think those are the main 2 that use it. Merchant and mining activities. Because a lot of the other gathering skills don't really need it to that much of a degree. Because they don't really have like a good perfect cycle for it. Like, they can do it, but they don't have like a perfectly even number. Mining just happens to have some areas that works really, really nice for it due to how the numbers work. But there's not really like a gathering equivalent of a 10 spawn. Or the mass dropping of items like how Merchant works. So those two are the main ones that actually utilize the 100 cap. Or, you know, that are penalized by it. Mining and Merchant. Every other skill can kind of ignore it. That's weird. Me clicking the tab doesn't freeze everything. Did they fix that? Wait, they fixed it. Wait, they fixed the bug that wasn't in the patch notes. Remember the other day when I was saying... Oh, no, it's because I didn't right-click it. Never mind. Never mind. It was the right-click, not the drag. Never mind, they didn't fix it. False alarm, false alarm. They still haven't fixed time stopping. Like right there, it's frozen, and now I'm gonna be teleported. There we go. That's not the game lagging, that's a bit of a bug that they need to fix. But yeah, whenever you right-click on the window, it freezes time. Stuff is still happening, but you visually can't see it happening. It freezes every visual. It's something they'll fix eventually, though. Oh, we're finally up to 10 gold. We earned 2 gold already. Wow. Gosh, this makes like a billion money. It is making about 2 gold an hour, so it makes sense that we made about 2 gold already. As has been about an hour. That would check out. That's also why we're doing this. Because we're going to be burning about 0.7 gold per hour when we go do some parts of Alchemy. I think that'll be our highest burn rate, though. I don't think we ever burn higher than that. Because the main thing that we're going to burn is right over here. When we make Stonewall Hill XP pots. I'm going to be making a lot of Stonewall Hill XP pots. They cost 6.5 each. Which means we're losing 6.5 per. And you can make about 110 of them an hour. Which means we're losing 110 times whatever that number is per hour. Roughly. Oops, back. I had to go back one, there we go. 0.46. Yeah, we're burning about 710 silver per hour. And we have to do this for a lot of hours. Like, we're talking at least 10, 20 hours. Like, this alone, this potion alone, is going to burn about 20 gold. However, we do get thousands of Stonewall Hill 7% pots. So even though it looks like we're burning a lot, we're actually not. Because those things cost like 3.5 to buy from the shop anyways. So at most, we're only spending like 3 silver each for 2% extra XP bonus, which is not that bad. While also still banking all the Alchemy XP along the way. But yeah, I'm making Stonewall Hill from 158 to 197. Just so that we're fully ready for Stonewall Hill Chapter 5. Also, hello MK Jets, welcome. Because we already know there's 2 skills that you're going to need to knowledge very heavily in that chapter. You're going to need to do it on Builder, and you're going to need to do it on Armor Maker. Armor Maker, because it's going to be as annoying as Bone Right to go level, most likely. It might be slightly better, but it's going to be almost as annoying, if not more annoying, than Bone Right to go get up. And then the other one that's going to be annoying is Builder. We don't currently know how beneficial Builder is to get up, but we do know it requires a lot of different materials to do some activities, which likely means, you know, it's going to be material blocked a lot, and for that reason, using knowledge on it would be really good. So we're going to need a lot of those 7%, as we'll be using it exclusively on Armor Maker and Builder. And then Shield Breaker and Delver we just do manually. And just use the knowledge from them on the other 2. Which is one of the reasons I even plan on doing 500 combat and everything too there. As well as for every following chapter. Oh no, that's something... oh yeah, I don't have a poll. That's what I'm going to go do for the poll today. I got a question for you guys. When the combat merge occurs... and we get 200 all combat... Should we do Mind Fighter 500, or should we do Chapter 3 500 plus 4, or just 4? I hope that makes sense. I think that makes sense. I hope that makes sense for anyone who comes in later. I'm trying to say, when the combat merge occurs and we get 100 all combat, should we, I guess, then do? Should we do? I spelled chapter wrong. How on earth did I spell chapter wrong? There we go. Maybe I should mention the 200 thing. Let's see. Let me just mention the other thing. When the combat merge occurs, let me just end it there. Should we do chapter 3 500? And let's see. Chapter 4, or just 4? Chapter 3, then 4. Just chapter 4 to 500. There we go. Let's see what the verdict is. Let's see. I think I spelled all that right. When the combat merge occurs, should we do chapter 3 500 and chapter 4 500, or just 4? Chapter 3 and 4 to 500, or just chapter 4 to 500? Alright, I think that's correct. We'll find out. I think that makes sense. Because I'm curious what you guys think. Because I'm fine doing either. One of those takes way less time than the other, though. Because I do plan to do 500 all combat for every chapter going forward. I was not sure if I should start that at chapter 3 or at chapter 4. I don't plan to start it on chapter 1, though. I plan to just do 200 for chapter 1 and 2. Unless they really had a reason that you would need to go get it up. But because it's going to be so oversaturated with free-to-play players and everything. Chapter 2? Yeah, there is technically a third angle. And that is do all of them. I don't think I plan to do that much combat, though. Like, I plan to do a lot of combat, but making it go from... Like, making it go from 1 to 2 is already double. If we added chapter 1 and 2 on top of 3 and 4, that's going to be doubling the double. Essentially quadrupling the grind. But no, I likely plan to skip chapter 1 and 2, other than to 200 or to whatever level we need for any boss in the future. I don't plan to 500 them. Maybe like way down the line we would. But no time soon do I plan to get them above 200. That's the game like absolutely forces us to by adding a boss there or something. Which one do I have the most fun with? Because you'll vote the opposite? Well, doing both of them takes twice as long, basically. However, the benefits of doing Mind Fighter is you would end up getting a ton of alchemy supplies. But my plan was to just do chapter 4 and then start 500ing every chapter after. And if we need to go higher on the other 3, which we'll have at 200, we just go and, you know, do them as we need. Like if a 250 boss comes to Mines Matubin, you know, we just prep for that then. But the plan, at least currently, was to just get 500 in Chronopolis. Or, you know, 200 in Guard, then 200 in Scout, then 200 in Mind Fighter. And then just 500 Chronopolis while doing Detective. And then in every future chapter, we then do 500. And we just ignore the ones that already exist at 200 unless we have a need to go get them up. But unless something forces us to go higher than 200, I don't think I'd plan to for most of them. Yeah, the poll is pretty even right now, but it does seem like just chapter 4 to 500 seems to be slightly winning. Well, the most efficient way to do it would be to do 500 guard, then 500 scout, then 500 mine fighter, then 500 watch person. But that would take forever. So my plan was to just start doing 500 at every chapter going forth. And it really comes down to, should we start at chapter 3 or should we start at chapter 4 for our 500 every chapter grind when it comes to combat? That's basically what the poll is asking right now. Should we start doing 500 combat in every chapter starting from chapter 3 or start it from chapter 4? I was leaning towards starting at chapter 4. The biggest issue being that we can't use a lot of the benefit of Mind Fighter until a way higher alchemy level. A good majority of the drops you get from Mind Fighter, you can't use until level, over here. You can't use them until alchemy level 383 and 412. This is the biggest issue with doing 500 Mind Fighter grind, at least in like the near immediacy, is those are not small numbers. These are like a year from now alchemy levels. That's the problem with doing 500 Mind Fighter. Is all the stuff we'll be banking we don't use for like another half a year to a year. And I would be banking them because they're too valuable not to bank. Like we're talking things worth like 15 silver a drop before the price hike. Oh yeah, the races for the leaderboard in Chapter 5 are going to be really funny. I'm not sure if I'm trying for any top 20s. I am going pretty hard on Chapter 5 though. But not as hard as some people. Like I'm going hard for relative to how much we're going to be playing. I don't plan to do like 20 hours a day for every day until we 500 them all though or something. Probably close to like 10-ish hours, 11, 12-ish hours. But I do plan to go pretty hard on Chapter 5 because every single thing is useful. Shield Breaker will give Builder and or Armor Maker supplies. Delver will give Builder and or Armor Maker supplies. Armor Maker is one of the best 5 skills in the entire game. And Builder, we don't know how viable it is, but if it's viable, it's probably one of the other top 5 skills in the game. Meaning it will be actually the first chapter that has 2 top 5 skills ever. Because Chapter 1 only has Alchemy. Chapter 2 has nothing, technically. Chapter 3 has whatever your main combat is. So if you're a Cryo Knight, it's Smithing. If you're a Hammer Mage, Stone Mason, so on and so forth. Chapter 4 has Leatherworker. And Chapter 5 has Armor Maker and potentially Builder. Assuming Builder is actually good. That's the main thing that we don't know about next chapter. Like, how viable is Builder? Because Builder could be as useless as Detective. Or it could literally be like the strongest skill in the whole game. We don't know where it falls. Like it could be more useful than Alchemy, or it could be worse than Detective. It feels weird seeing people just with a symbol above their head. It's kind of funny. Now that you can't see their level or their name, you just see a little symbol. See a bunch of symbols running around. Oh, Dead Game is still playing. Wow, Dead Game sure plays the game a lot. I feel like I see Dead Game every week. He's actually a really high level for someone with that name. He's over level 1,000. Over 1,000 is not a low level right now. It's actually decently high. What is my favorite profession? As far as its overall usefulness and uniqueness, I would say merchant. Merchant and detective. Detective is one of the worst skills in the game as far as its usefulness. But the actual structure of the skill is really cool. And how unique it is and everything. It's also a lot of fun to do. But I would say merchant's my overall favorite skill in the game. Even though I hate doing it for long durations at a time. It's a really, really well-developed skill. The biggest issue with it is you just require too much brain power. Of which I'm normally not willing to invest into it. But I would say merchant and detective are the two best skills in the game as far as like the overall structure and everything of them. As far as which one is most useful, because best and most useful are two pretty different things. Because the most useful ones are things like Alchemy, whatever your main weapon skill is for a Mines of Matubin, Leatherworker, Armor Maker, and potentially Builder in next chapter. But as far as like the best structurally sound skill and unique skill, like for a game like this, it's definitely Merchant and Detective. I wish we would get like 100 more skills like these two. Because they really help define what Brighter Shores is by being a lot more unique. Compared to just like Fisher or Woodcutter or Mining, which are, you know, in every game, pretty much. But these actually stand out as absurdly unique skills that you don't really see that often. Merchant and Detective. If you could add a profession to the game, what would it be? Ooh, what would it be? I would definitely love to see his modern take on Hunter. I don't think that would be one I would necessarily want him to add, though. Well, you know, I would want to see him to add it, but, you know, that wouldn't be the one I would mention. I don't know, I'm trying to think. Would be a cool one to add that isn't already in the game or isn't already planned. There's a lot of things you can end up doing. I know when I think of like what skills in old school RuneScape that is. Oh yeah, sailing. Sailing would be my main one. They gotta add sailing. It's called Brighter Shores. We need a sailing skill. I also keep joking that I hope he adds it before old school RuneScape gets sailing because it would be so hilarious if they did. But yeah, sailing. If I had to add one skill to this game, it'd be sailing. What exactly the reward space and how you would do it would be is still up in the air. Especially in the context of Brighter Shores. But I would love for them to add sailing. Particularly, I would love to see them add sailing before old school RuneScape gets sailing. Because it would just be so funny. Technically, it would be called the sailor skill rather than sailing. But you'd be a sailor. So it'd be called the sailor skill. Or the sailor profession. Rather than the sailing skill. But, yeah, I would want to see that so badly. If they could just get that in within like a year and a half from now, they will still beat old school RuneScape to it. But no, they are working on it right now, old school RuneScape, the sailing skill. At current dev rate, they should be done in about 3 to 4 years with sailing. Or Brighter Shores could easily get it out in like under 2 years from now. How good it will be with it being in question. But yeah, that'd be the one skill I would definitely add. They gotta add sailing. Oh, we should go do chapter 2 to work out our chapter 2 prejudice. Oh no, we were doing a lot of chapter 2 grind earlier. Honestly, I really enjoyed it. Like when we were doing the 200 gatherer grind, I actually kind of enjoyed it. Same as some of the woodcutting carpentry loops, or more so woodcutting. With like some of the gatherer loops. I don't know, 200 gatherer make me kind of like chapter 2 a little bit more. But scout is the worst of all the combats right now as far as the reward space you get for it. It's probably the least useful combat to go do out of the 4 currently. As well as out of the 5. Because Shieldbreaker should be pretty good. As long as it drops any amount of builder supplies, it's already worth doing. As builder supplies are likely to be expensive and or in limited supply. So anything that can give you more is going to be nice. Yeah, a lot of people who played Brighter Shores have actually never played RuneScape. I actually find that number to be kind of surprising. We did some polls on it early on, and it was actually a bigger number of people who've never played RuneScape compared to have. Or at least as far as, like, actively playing it. Because I feel like one misconception this game gets a lot is, like, every single person is, like, a RuneScape player. But there's actually more non-RuneScape players than RuneScape players playing Brighter Shores. Even though it's made by the same original dev. But yeah, Brighter Shores is a really good chill game. I wouldn't necessarily put it in, like, the cozy game category, though it's somewhat in that category. But it's definitely really chill. It's just missing some of the components that other cozy games have, though. Because it's prioritizing the RPG elements more than the cozy aspects. But it's still a really, really chill game. Yeah, there's currently not really any social elements in it. Or very minimal. And they did say they're eventually probably going to add player-owned housing, but it's not coming with Builder, and it's not coming anytime soon. It could be years before we get a housing system. His last MMO, it took 5 years before he added it. My assumption is he would get it in by about year 3 in this game. I don't think it's going to take him 5 years again. They likely want to work out what that would even look like in the case of Brighter Shores, though. Because the way people use player-owned housing now is a lot different than like 20 years ago when he last implemented such a system. The gaming landscape's a lot different compared to then. Yeah, that's another aspect too. People not getting into other MMOs because they feel like they're too late to the party. I feel like there are definitely some where you can come in late and it still works. Like, I personally feel like Old School RuneScape you can come at any point. And as long as you're willing to learn, you're never like too far behind because how the level progression works in that game. There's just always content to do basically at every level range. Unlike some MMOs like WoW where you only really start the game at the end of the game. Or something like Old School RuneScape, you're starting your adventure pretty much the entire time. Like, there's content for you at, like, every single range that you're at. Whereas a lot of other games, it doesn't really start until you're all the way at the end. Yeah, I do feel like, like, too intimidating to get into World of Warcraft. Like, I kind of want to try it at some point, but I don't even know where I would start. Would I play Classic? Would I play the normal server? Because that's the other issue that games like that have too. Even RuneScape. Like, do you play RuneScape 3 or do you play Old School RuneScape? The answer is Old School RuneScape, but, you know, you still have to make that decision. And same with World of Warcraft. Like, would I play Classic? Would I play the main server? Because I'd probably understand Classic better, because I did play it for like a month or two, like way back in the day. Like around the launch year of the game. So I have a better understanding of Classic than whatever modern WoW is. You have over 500 hours at Brighter Shores? Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can get back into RuneScape 3, despite having tens of thousands of hours in Old School RuneScape. I'm not sure if I could ever get into RuneScape 3. It's because it's just a completely different beast at this point. I do want to give it a fair shot at some point, though. I just haven't had the time investment to do so. Because I would want to go max a RuneScape 3 account but as an Iron Man. And I'm pretty sure that still takes like almost 2,000 hours. That's not a small amount of time. If we spent every second we've been doing Brighter Shores in that game, it would only be, like, probably half of max. It's just too big of a time investment to get around to. Which I think is the other issue a lot of MMOs have. There's no such thing as like a short-term MMO in a sense. Like every MMO requires like a triple digit or a quad digit number of hours before you really even start playing the game properly. It's more so a genre issue than any specific game. Or you need to play for like 1,000 hours before you start like true early game. Not like what people call early game, but like the actual early game. Like technically in Brighter Shores, you're basically in tutorial prior to level 20. Early games from 20 to 200. And then late games, you know, from 200 plus. But technically the game doesn't start until you're 200 all. Like you can easily call early game the second you hit 200 all. Even though it's technically the second you hit 20 all. What do you do in late game content? Oh, this game has basically no end game content right now. That's one slight issue with how early access Brighter Shores is right now. There is like a negative amount of end game content right now. You grind number go up to make number go up. And for future content. There's nothing to actually do once you have it. Other than to grind other stuff. That's the only big downside of Brighter Shores right now. Like, the premise for everything is there, just it hasn't filled out all the content yet. Grind gold and save mats, pretty much. Make number go up, get a bunch of gold, get a bunch of material you need for stuff. Prep for future updates. The main updates you'd want to be prepping for is special attacks and the combat rework. So having good gear and everything for that, and just the resources to go do that. Then the next one after that would be for PvP. And then the next one after that would be for Chapter 5, probably. And then just having a lot of high skills so you can do any quests when they come out. Because we're probably getting several quests within that time as well. RS3 feels really microtransaction based. Well, that's what you make in Iron Man. I don't think they ever engage with the micros. Or maybe they do, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure you could just ignore the microtransactions as a Iron Man in that game. I would definitely never play a main account in Old School RuneScape or RuneScape 3. RuneScape 3 because the entire game is microtransactions if you play it normally. And Old School RuneScape because you're just buying everything from bots if you're playing it normally. It's pretty much a bot run economy. There's the only reason I don't mind enabling trading in Brighter Shores. As while it will have some amount of botting, it won't be the entire economy. Whereas Old School RuneScape's economy runs almost entirely on bots. Whereas RuneScape 3's economy runs on microtransactions. Whoever has the bigger credit card. But Andrew Gower is really anti-microtransactions, so we're never going to get any in Brighter Shores. So I have a lot more confidence enabling trading because of that. Because you're not just going to be able to buy power directly. So enabling trading is not going to be too big a deal. Obviously, there'll still be gold sellers and stuff, but I don't feel like that's going to be particularly popular in Brighter Shores. Maybe, like, way down the line if the game ever, like, pops off or something. But in the short term, in the next few years, I don't feel like there's going to be that much botting to the economy. Like, there will be some amount, obviously, but not to the degree that Old School is or anything. Or something like World of Warcraft or something else. Not sure how bad their botting problem is. I know Old School is horrific, though. Like, their internal numbers say it's about 10% of people playing the game are bots. But there's no way it's not at least, like, 20%. Maybe total number of players is, like, 10% only bots. But if you take the total concurrent player at any time, I'm pretty sure it's 20% bot for Old School RuneScape. If you take the whole player-based number, it's probably 10% bots, because I mentioned that publicly, that number before. But if you count any active number of players at any given time, when there's not like a huge thing going on like leagues or something, it is definitely like 20% bots, if not 25% bots. He said armor and then teleported away. Oh, no, never mind. He didn't teleport. That was someone else. Alright, so far we're almost 2 hours in and we haven't even gained a level yet. Good old Leatherworker. Oh, so this is the best hide we could be running right now, by the way. This is a little bit of the dead space where we're still doing a pre-200. The XP rate gets way better at 210. It's still very slow, but it does get better at 210. Also, I just realized I don't even have a post-200 activity, do I? Oh, no, we actually do. You can do the 200 AFK. That's actually a post-200 one. We're not going to be doing it, but you could. Honestly, if I'm doing any AFK in this area in the near future, it's definitely going to be merchant. I need that merchant level so we can go and do better leather. We do get a new AFK soon for it. It's actually something we probably want to reach as our goal at some point. If I run out of money for Alchemy sometime this week, our main gold pivot is going to be to go get 227 merchant. So I can do that AFK to try to get to our better value range. And this AFK also gives you pure gold, which is nice. And then we start doing even more money. And then we get to the next hide. And then we can do that for like 30 levels. Then we have like infinite money from that for a while. But yeah, I actually stopped playing MMOs for quite a while. There was a time where I didn't play any MMO for several years. There's like 2 time frames where I didn't do it. One was like right after high school into college, like near the end of high school when I had like a job and like a full-time job and a full-time high school. Well, I guess it was still a part-time job with the amount of hours, but you know, like I was either like every single day, either in school or at a job. So I was kind of full-time in that sense. But I was doing that near the end of high school, so I wasn't playing any MMO at that time. And then obviously the entirety of college I wasn't. But then after that I also didn't for a while. So that was probably the biggest time that I ever didn't play an MMO. Because I think I went from like 2012 to like 2017. So like 5 years without an MMO. And then the other biggest gap was from 2018 to 2023. So there was 2 5-year periods where I never played an MMO. Which was like 2012 to 2017. Finally starting old school RuneScape when I realized it existed. And then from 2018 or late 2018 to 2020, early 2023, which is also about 5 years or 4.5, depending on how you look at it. Those were like the only 2 time frames where I never played an MMO. So like 1/3 of my life I didn't, but the other 2/3 there was always an MMO that we were playing of some kind. And most of that time was RuneScape. Like actually probably about 98% that time. Because World of Warcraft I probably only played for several dozen hours. And that was like way at launch, like way back when. And I was still a kid and everything. And then, the only other one, well, unless you count like Club Penguin and stuff like that, but that's like a different category of MMO. But aside from that, yeah, it's mostly just Brighter Shores then. Which still only makes up like 1 or 2%. Because almost 1,000 hours sounds like a lot. But, yeah, I think that's only 1 or 2% of my total MMO time is Brighter Shores at this point. It's actually really low. It's also only been out for like 2 months. I guess I did try Albion Online for a couple 100 hours. My biggest issue with Albion Online, it was just too PvP-centric. The actual, like, gathering and everything in that game, I actually really enjoyed. And areas that weren't, like, multi-combat PvP were pretty fun. The problem is every area that was multi-combat PvP, it basically just becomes clan war areas. Like, you can't do anything there as a solo player. You either join a mega clan or die. Those, like, the only two options. So one thing I probably should be doing at some point in the stream is calculating out the approximate amount of cost we have for 200 alchemy. I always keep guesstimating, and I haven't actually done the math on it. Where's the big XP chart? Let me go see if I can find it real quick. Because I haven't actually looked at this in a while. I'm never sure what I need to do to go check it. Where is it? Over here. Because what I want to go check is, XP. I want to see the XP chart. Where is this? Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Wait, do you not have a whole thing listed out? Wait, do you not have a whole thing listed out? I'm not going to do the formula for every single one. No! Do you not have a whole thing? Oh, please tell me there's a link to the whole thing somewheres. Wait, you're trying to tell me you don't have a per level breakdown? Like this, but all the way to 500? Wait, oh, never mind, it does. You have to click expand. Okay, saved. I was gonna say, how do you not have this? That is very important. Alright, there we go. It's just they had them all in collapsible menus, I see. Didn't see the little expand word there. Alright, that gets us all the way to 200. Alright, let's do some math. Let's go figure this out. I just want to see, like, approximations. I don't need the exact number. I just want, like, generalizations for about how much we'll have to do everything. Because obviously we'll be throwing knowledge and stuff in between. I just want to kind of gauge how much money we're burning. Just to make sure we actually have enough. Because I want to see about at what point we'd hit 0 gold. If we even hit 0 gold at all. It's just kind of important to know. Obviously, if we do hit 0 gold, all we have to do is just make money. I kind of want to know, like, generally when we would need to go make money. Well, first things first, we need to also calculate out about how much money we're going to make till then. So at this rate, we're going to get about 10 more hours of Leatherworker in, probably. That's about 20 more gold. Which means we're sitting at 30. Because I forgot. No, that is actually. That is the profit per hour. Yeah, so we'd have about 30. Let's just say 30 gold. Just to make sure we actually have enough. Instead of 31, let's just say it's 30 gold. It also leaves us with enough for whatever else. So we're at 30 gold after this grind. You know, the grind we're doing today. We should be at about 30-ish gold, give or take a little bit. Alright, so 30 gold. That's the number that we're minusing from for everything. So the main thing we got to figure out now is from 77 to... Actually, what is the level we need after 77 now that I think about it? I think it's like 104? Pretty sure we have to do 77 to 104. Not counting the little in-betweens. Yeah, 77 to 104. So that's quite a few levels. But the main thing we have to check is the XP rate against the other thing. So we'd be at an XP rate at that range of 135k while burning how much per hour? Gosh, there's gonna be way too much math to bother with. Or we're just probably just gonna wing it. Maybe I'll do it for one section just to kind of see, but gosh, there's gonna be way too much math to have to deal with here. There's just so much math. Just to learn info that's not even too relevant. But let's see. Let's see. So it's 135k. We got to get from here to here. Total experience is 3.7 mil by then. And we're starting from 1.8 mil, which is a 1.9 mil, which is 1.9 mil divided by this number. 19000 divided by 135k equals 14 hours. Not counting knowledge or anything. Let's see. So counting knowledge, how much would that take away? Let's say 12. Between everything else we do in between and all the knowledge. So let's say 12 hours then. So 12 times whatever 110 times this is. So 110. I'm not sure how many I banked, but we'll just assume we're having no banked. We do have some banked though. But that would take more figuring out. But let's just say we're buying all of it. 110 times 2.64. So it's 290 an hour times 12. We would burn 3.5 gold getting to fear potions. So from 77 to 104, we would burn about 3.5 gold, leaving us with 26.5 gold remaining. That's not too bad. That's almost nothing. Alright, now the fear potion. The fear potion we get at... so that's not bad at all, honestly. So at fear potion, we get... they're only 1 silver each. Once again, assuming we have none banked. So I think we have like almost 1,000 of these. Not that too many of the other thing, though. But once again, we will assume we have none banked. Just so that we get the lowest of low ball. Because I'd rather underestimate than over. Or, wait, overestimate than under. So 226.8. And the level range that we need to go is until, I think, 131, realistically. There's a little bit we could do in between, but 131's the big one. So now we have to calculate from here to whatever says 131, which is 2.9 mil to 3.7. So that is a 3.2 mil. Alright, 3.2 million. So let me put that into calculator. Calculator, where'd you go? 3.2 million. There we go, 3.2 million. At an XP rate of that number, divided by that number, 227000. That would once again take 14 hours. Interesting, the exact same time frame. So let's account for knowledge and count that only as 12 hours, plus all the stock we have and everything else. So we'll count that as 12 hours instead of 14 like we did the other one. That's interesting. Both of them are exactly 14 hours. That's kind of intriguing. They actually scaled this pretty well. It's at exactly a 14-hour range again. I was not expecting that. It's a 14-hour range both ways. Between, like, every pot that we transition. Unfortunately, we can't get that in one stream, though. But it's kind of interesting. Oh, then again, it's going to be 12 hours because of the thing. Oh, no, the 14-hour difference. Never mind. That would still be 14 hours because that's the count for the other thing. Or no, it's not. Yeah, so it would almost be 12 hours after knowledge and everything. So maybe we could push that in one stream. As long as I do a little bit beforehand. We could actually push every potion per stream. Like every big potion. Like going from the 77 to 104, then the 104 to the 131. And then the 131 to the 158. The only thing we can't do is the 158 to the 197. That's going to take a long while with how it's going to be scaled. Because it's not the same time frame as the other ones, because we're skipping a potion. But the other one should be about the same time frames. Getting to 77 to 104 should be about the same. And then going from 104 to 131 should be about the same. It's everything beyond that that's not quite the same. Also, the 131 to the 158 should be almost the same as well. It's everything beyond that, like, it's way slower, though. Like, 158 to 200 is going to be way slower than the other intervals. Not just because it's a bigger interval, but also because we're skipping a potion. Technically, we're skipping multiple potions, but we're skipping, like, the one that would be the exact in-between. Like the other ones are. Anyways, so what were we doing math on? 14 hours. So we're taking, how much it costs per hour, which is only 110. This is so cheap. Is 110 silver an hour, meaning we don't even need to calculate that. That's 1.5 gold. So what are we at now? 1.5 plus 3.5. That means we've only used 5 gold out of our 30. So we're only down 5 gold, and we already got to level 131 with 5 gold. But we haven't hit the big money wall yet. But with only 5 gold, we've gotten all the way to 131 alchemy. Alright, let's keep going. So, let's do some more math. We now need to go do the math for 104 to 131. Or wait, didn't I just do that? Wait, did I apply it to the wrong one? No, 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 that was getting to the potion. Never mind. Now I gotta do 131 to 158. And this is gonna be a bigger jump. Alright, so we're getting... let's go check our EXP rate. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? The 131's what I'm looking for. There it is. 381. Alright, let me go check this against our range. So we'll be at 131, which is 3.9 mil. And we gotta get to... what was it again? 158? Let me just double check. Actually, we could check it in-game. Let's double check 158. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, 158. Just double checking. Alright, so that means we have to go from there at 6.9 to 12.1. Which is almost doubling. Let's see. Math. 5.2. Let's say 5.3. So it's 5.3 mil with just that potion. But luckily we're going to need a lot of that, so it's good that we're doing a little bit more. So what is that thing again? 5.3? 5.3. So yeah, 5.3 mil. Let me go put that in the calculator. 5300000. So 5.3 mil there. That 5.3 mil will cost us how much? Once again, assume we have none banked. I think we have 1,000 of these and a couple hundred of these, but once again, assume no banked. Oh, wait. I still didn't double check the number of hours, though. I got the EXP. Now I got to divide it by this EXP. Wait. And then we can do the other number. So I got to divide this number that we just got by 381. 381,000. Alright, that will take, once again, 14 hours. What is with this? Every interval is 14 hours. Technically, this is 13.9. This was actually lower somehow. But yeah, every interval is like 14 hours. What is this? They did their math correctly. They actually balanced things evenly. Who could have guessed? But yeah, all 3 of these intervals are exactly 14 hours. So once again, we'll say 12 hours because of the EXP and what we have banked and everything else. We'll just assume it's about 12 hours because of knowledge points and all that. So now we take the cost of 1.5 silver and times that by 12, which once again is only 1.5. We already can kind of figure that out. But you know what, let's still math it out. 12 times 1.5, just to see the exact. Yeah, it's a little bit higher. It's like a 1.8. But let's just say it's 2. Let's just be generous. So now we have used 7 gold to get to 158. So it's probably going to be a bit less than this, but I'd rather overestimate than under. So it costs us 7 gold now to get to 158. And now here's where we hit the money wall. This is the one I want to see. So what does it cost to get from 158 to 197? Now this is the big one of how much money do we burn doing this, because this number is going to be huge. And the main one I have concern with. So we at this point have 23 gold, potentially 24 or 25, but as low as 23 at this point we potentially have at level 158. With 23 gold to spare, potentially slightly more. And now we have to go from 158 to 197. So let's see. 158 is right here at 12.2 mil. And we have to go to... Ouch. 14.6 more. Okay, so 14.6. This is going to be the one that is not 14 hours, I can assure you. 14.6000000. Alright, so that's 14.6 mil. We then divide that by the EXP rate, which is 641. This is going to be a scary number. Divided by 641,000. It is not as scary as you would think. It's only 22.7 hours. That's not as bad as I thought it would be. Let's account for knowledge. Let's just only bring that down to 20, though. Accounting for knowledge. It's probably going to go down even further than that, but let's just bring it down to 20. Let's be fair to it and everything. But it's probably going to be better than this, but let's just say that goes down to 20. But here's the big thing, though. It's burning a lot more. Like, a lot more. Like, we got to multiply this by 110. So let's go get the number. So we take 6.5 times 110 and multiply that by 20. It would cost only 14.3 gold. Wait. We're in the clear. Wait. That means in total, worst case scenario, we are spending 22 gold to get 200 alchemy. That's like worst case scenario. Alright, we got enough money. Because by the end of today, we're going to have almost a 30. We might even bank some. Yeah, we got enough. Alright, that's not too bad. That also means we kind of know about how many hours it's going to take if we take all of those thresholds. Because we got 3 14 hours and a 22 hour. Or let's just say a 20 hour because of the knowledge thing. So 20 and 3 12s is how many hours? Because that's about what it takes us to get to, well, I guess another hour for that final stretch, though. So, that's 36, that's 56, so 57 hours, roughly. Give or take a few hours. As low as 50, as high as 60. But that's about 57 hours for us to get 200 alchemy. At the cost of about 23 gold, probably a bit cheaper than that. 23 gold is like the highball number. That's not too bad. Unless I did math somewhere's wrong. But it's roughly 57 hours and 23 gold for 200 alchemy from where we are. And keep in mind, that's keeping every potion. That assumes we keep literally every potion we make and not sell a single one back to the shop. That's not too bad. Like, it's a lot of gold, but it's not that much. It's like one upgraded tool. And we get a lot of really good potions along the way. That's honestly way better than I was expecting. Like, way better than I was expecting. Like, absurdly so. But yeah, 23 gold and 57 hours. And that's worst case scenario. It's probably better than that. But worst case scenario, it's 57 hours and 23 gold. Unless we mathed incorrectly somewheres. That it should be about what it is. Hey, that's not bad. I thought it would be way more than that. I also thought it would take way more time for how many stone malls we'd have to make. Because it's only going to be like 18 to 20 hours of stone malls if we're acknowledging it the whole time. Which is still a lot of time. But let's say it's even as low as 18. You know how many that is? That's about 2,000 Stone Mall Hill 7% potions. That will last us a while. That means we can use our knowledge points on pretty much the whole way through. For the 7%. Well, maybe not, because eventually you need like the post 200s. So yeah, maybe not actually. Because if you use them exclusively on knowledge points, how many times would you be able to do that on Armor Maker? Or we don't currently know how good Builder's going to be, but let's say we only did it on Armor Maker. About 15 of them is 1 level. So what's 15 times, obviously we're not going to be training it some manually as well. But hypothetically, if we knowledge only armor or post 200, what is 15 times 300? It is 4,500. Wow, that's a big number. That's not even half. Obviously, we're training some of it. But yeah, you would need 4,500 7% pots to get a skill all the way from 200 to 500 only doing knowledge. Obviously, you'd be training some manually, so it's not actually that high. But yeah, that's not even enough to do 1 skill. Well, good thing we're making a ton of them. But yeah, 2,000 pots is even enough for 1 skill. I didn't really put that into consideration. And there's no way we could do 8 or 10% because they're too deep. You need basically max alchemy. Wow, that's kind of rough. Even after doing Stone Mall Hill potions for like 18 to 20 hours, that's not enough to knowledge point a single skill to 500. If you only exclusively use them on knowledge. Unless you manually train the skill at least half the way. Which we obviously we would be to some degree. It's not like we're only knowledge pointing it. It's still kind of crazy though. But yeah, if you wanted to do a skill from 200 to 500, knowledge only, it's upwards of 4,000 pots. You're going to need 4,000 something pots in the low 4,000 number. Unless you start double knowledging, in which case 2,000 actually would be enough. You would just have to double stack all your knowledge. So you know what? Actually 2,000 is enough for one then. It'd be enough to do either armor maker or builder, depending on which one seems higher priority. It depends if builder is really broken or if armor maker seems more broken. You don't currently know how good builder is, but if builder is insane, I'm probably doing builder 500 before armor maker 500. But I would have enough from our grind to do one or the other. So yeah, it's probably gonna be builder if it's good. Otherwise, we'll just default to armor maker. But yeah, 2,000 is enough as long as we double stack our knowledge. It would cover the whole way to 500, using 7% the entire time for every knowledge point, which is not bad. Yeah, this is the master plan of why we're doing it that way. It's going to probably take us an extra 5 hours to get to 200 alchemy, compared to if we had access to these pots and everything else. But it comes with the upside of basically be able to 500 a skill in that chapter a lot more accessibly. Basically just a 2% buff to them. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but 2% when you're doing them for hundreds of hours is a lot of time saved. More than the hours we're burning, oddly enough. Since we're still getting the alchemy XP and everything. It's not like it's even that much worse XP. Like, it is worse. But compared to sourcing the other things and the cost associated with them and everything, it's not that much worse. Like, if we were to compare these to the 170 pots, for example, these are 641,000 per hour. And the better pot that costs substantially more is only 160,000 more per hour. Obviously, that's better. But it's not 4 times the cost better. Oh, Unbi's doing Leatherworker Merchant right now. He's doing that mix. Oh no, I could never get into that. Doing Leatherworker Merchant instead of just Merchant. I just realized the poll is currently winning on doing Chapter 3 and 4 instead of just 4. Interesting. I have been considering it. It is definitely on the consideration meter. I'm still not sure. We still have a lot of time to think about it. Because even after the combat rework happens, we're still going to be getting 200s before we even do Mines of a Tube into 200. And then after we get Mines of a Tube into 200 is the exact moment where we have to figure out, okay, are we going to 500 or are we staying at 200? Because that's the exact moment we would have to know our answer. But that exact moment's like a month or two from now, probably. We got a good amount of time before we have to make that ultimate decision. I just kind of figured I'd gauge some feedback now on it. Because I will be doing 500 combat in every chapter going forward after Chronopolis. It really comes down to, do we start at Chapter 3 or start at Chapter 4? But starting at Chapter 3 would kind of make sense because it's the first member chapter. So you know what? Maybe we will do Chapter 3 first then. The only big issue with that is it means we are not getting 500 watch person anytime soon. Because that means we're going to 200 all every non-skilling. Or all skilling, I mean. 200 guard, or, 200 Chapter 1, 200 Chapter 2. And then 500 Chapter 3 before we start doing 500 Chapter 4. However, the obelisk buff does help us from when we do that, which would make the grind in Chronopolis quicker. How much quicker? Who knows, but quicker than it would be if we didn't have 500 Mindfighter. Technically, the way to go would be 500 guard, then 500 scout, then 500, 500, but I don't plan to do that. I kind of want to keep most free-to-play other than Alchemy at, like, about 200. The only exceptions are if cooking becomes viable. And a little bit of post-200 gather or woodcutting and carpentry I'll probably need to do at some point. But beyond that, I'm probably going to keep most free-to-play at 200. It's because over time it's going to be way too saturated. Since a free-to-play player can obviously get 500 all pretty easily. Well, not easily. Easily is the wrong word to use for that. But they have access to getting 500 all as easily as a member player, basically. Not that doing 500 all in free-to-play is easy. That would take forever. Honestly, to the average person, it'd probably take over a year to do that. If you want the 500 all free-to-play, it'd probably take like 2 years for the average player. If you actually wanted to get all 90 skills to 500 without spending like your entire day every day doing it. It probably takes 2 years. But they have access to doing it. Not that it's easy. But obviously they could do that and then buy membership down the line. Their Chapter 3 onwards always requires membership. So they're generally going to make them stronger and have better benefits and stuff like that. To encourage people to actually buy membership. Because obviously they got to bring in some amount of money so they keep developing the game and everything. Like, money isn't their main priority, but obviously they got to keep the servers running, hire more people, stuff like that. And the more money they have, the easier access they have to that stuff. There's one thing that does give me pretty high confidence in the future of Brighter Shores, though. Because Andrew Gower is kind of loaded. Assuming he's invested his money well and everything. He doesn't have, like, infinite money, but he has, like, enough that he could easily do this as a passion project for another, like, 10 years, and it'll barely dent his pile. Even if the game's bringing in almost nothing. Like, he already worked on it for, like, a decade, getting 0 the whole time. You can easily do it another decade. And probably still be a over 10 millionaire. Like a double-digit millionaire. So I'm really curious when trading comes out how crowded the Market Square will be. Because I can't imagine too many people trading like back in the day. Ready to stand around for hours trying to trade stuff. I feel like the average player playing Brighter Shores right now would be too efficient to do that. Like stand around there for like 3 hours straight trying to sell their bank. Like if you really needed money in a pinch, you probably would. Like, you won't be seeing, like, Unbi there or something. That's for sure. I'm curious how popular it will be, though. So out of curiosity, if we were to push level, we're not going to, but if we were, we'd have to gain like 200 levels, while also getting levels quicker than the current rank 20, as well as everyone else in between. It's probably not worth the time. It's kind of crazy how quickly some people went up low. Like, better player was like 500 levels lower than us, and now it's like 500 ahead. Some people skyrocket like crazy quick. I think the other interesting one was Rat Splat. When Leaderboard came out, he was about 300-400 below us. And is currently almost 1,000 above now. Also, I didn't realize how many anonymous players there are in this area. I knew there was about 5 here. Maybe 6 or 7. But yeah, there's actually 8. There's a lot. Like, only 2 people in the top entirety of the top 10 are, like, hidden. Or not hidden, I mean. Though some of them we knew their existence already. Like, you know, Meadow and 2. 1 being, gosh, what's his name? I already forgot his name already. Not Unbi. Oh, why did I forget his name? Peticio. There's a couple in here I don't think have ever been on Leaderboard a single time. I've seen them before, but they haven't been on Leaderboard. Like, they never even opted in to begin with, ever. They're just kind of doing their thing. But to, like, a billionth degree. It's kind of funny, because if you look at, like, any other leaderboard in the game, you'll see almost no anonymous player, but when you go to total level 1, it's like, anonymous, 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 anonymous. Down, like, the entire line. You won't see that for any other skill. If we go check Bone right now. 1 anonymous player in all of top 20. And rank 1 isn't. Also, rank 1's still going crazy, though. This still really surprises me anytime I look at this. This is someone who has, like, 1 goal and 1 goal only. And that is to go get 500 bone right. He's the highest production out of anyone. I'll actually be the first person to have 500 in a production skill. Like, you know, of the main 3. Of bone right, smithing, and stonemason. I wonder how much he's going to make when trading comes out. Because he's positioned to be the first person to get like 1,000 platinum if he can even go that high. If there's a coin above platinum, he'll be the first person to have it. Because the next closest person is even remotely close. Though every Guardian with 500 combat can still get some of the stuff that he can make. It's just he has access to making it on demand. Unlike everyone else who has to get it through combat and has to spend like 500 hours to maybe get the drop. But he can just make it within like a couple hours. One thing that's kind of funny though is he hasn't done Lost and Found yet, so he can't actually make 4-star gear. That's something that's kind of funny though. You know this because he has level 0 stonemason. As well as not having 58 smithing and everything else. Oddly enough, he does have the 61 minefighter for the quest. But he doesn't have the smithing nor the stonemason. He hasn't even touched stonemason. So it definitely looks like he's planning on doing it sometime soon. Maybe he's even working on smithing right now, who knows. But yeah, he still hasn't touched a stonemason for it. So he doesn't even have Lost and Found completed. What's kind of funny is one single bone, or, you know, one single dunking of 6 bones is probably more XP than the entire reward that he's getting for Lost and Found whenever he does do it. Because he needs that to be able to make 4-star stuff. Which, of course, will be for special attack weapons when they come in hopefully the next month or 2. I wish I would give us a little bit of a time frame for when the combat rework is, or trading. All the biggest features that are coming in the next SoonTM are, no official date has really been given. Could be a week from now, could be a month from now, could be a couple months from now. Realistically, probably about a month or so, though. But no exact time frame has been given. Hey, we got the +2 AFK pots. Those are useless. Only the +4s and 5s do anything. Everything prior to that is pretty pointless. Though I will be making a lot of them on my alts when they go to 200 Alchemy. As that's my plan for them after 500, what's it called? Unless there's really a reason for them to have like 200 Builder or something, or 500 Builder. But my plan for them after 500 Bone Right and the other one getting 500 Stonemason is to go have them AFK to 200 Alchemy. And just funnel all the potions to the main account that they ever make. Because honestly, there's a lot of pretty good ones. Especially when you can get them for nearly free. They technically aren't free because I'd still have to supply them the money to actually go make them all, but it's cheaper than buying them from the shop. And while making potions prior to 200 aren't particularly good on a main account, it's really good when you have the alts feeding it to you directly. Like some of the pre-200 ones, you get some wealth potions for free, or almost free. Some basic boost potions, which I'm pretty sure the alts themselves would just use instead. Because I wouldn't need it for the main. The plus 1 to 3 boost pots I don't need. So the alts would probably use it for all their pre-200 AFKs. So those wouldn't get funneled to the main. What would, though, are all the other EXP pots. Like the 5% Hope Port would probably get funneled to the main rather than to those. What else is in there? Let's see. So all the XP pots, I think, then. And the wealths, of course. 5% for mine. We literally use that like every single day these days. 5% for Chronopolis. That'd be nice for Leatherworker. 5% for Stonewall Hill. Obviously huge, huge, huge for the main account. Then 6% is even better. And probably cheaper than even buying the 5% from the shop. The better wealth. Huge for just free money. The forensic one is kind of dead. I don't need that. Nor do they need it. I might actually have to manually train them right here on the 131s. This might actually have to be an area I manually train them. As this space is really dead. At 134 Alchemy, I need to train them with the 131 potion up to 140. Because this forensic potion is pointless for them and is pointless for my main account. It's just completely dead content for both. So that one would be a skip. I would have to do 128 to 134. And then do the 131 potion to 140 and just funnel the 131s to the main account. Interesting. Yeah, that would actually have to be a skippable one then. Because these low-level forensic potions are useless to every account. Well, not every, but you know. My alts don't need it and my main account doesn't need it. So it'd be a pretty hard skip and just make the other potion instead. Anyways, plus 3 boost the alts would use to get them to all these AFKs quicker. Particularly on this one. Stonewall Hill's 6%. Huge, huge, huge. Obviously for next chapter for AFK armor or AFK builder. With like the cement or whatever the armor maker does. This is pretty much nothing. 7% for Hope Port. 7% for Hope Farce. Pretty nice. Chronopolis, of course. So Stonewall Hill. Huge, 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 huge. You can only do this for 3 levels, though. That is so bad. You're forced to do this for only 3 levels unless you want to take a half mana cut. Or XP cut. Why? This is like one of the best potions we could get. If we could do this for 20 levels, I would. But we already have to switch off after 3 levels. That is... Why would you do this? Why is Alchemy like this? At least post 200, this doesn't happen as often. But why is this a thing? You're forced to do it for 3 levels until you have to switch off of it. At least Chronopolis, you get to do it for 6 levels. But the better one, you only get to do for 3. It's so unfortunate. But anyways, after that, what other good ones are here? Well, 400%, really great for that post-combat. And then the forensic, would you just skip? Oh, that's kind of bad then. Because they don't really have a potion that they can make here. I might actually have to make them these forensic potions to just take the money cut. These forensic potions are likely really, really useless though. I'm not sure what we do with them. They're just going to burn a lot of money for 6 levels. I could always just manually train them or use knowledge or something. But yeah, those 6 levels are going to be really dead for them. But then they start making just only good potions, therefore. Everything post 200 is amazing. But yeah, we got to figure out some kind of solution for the 2 forensic. One of them is really obvious, the 7% for the other one. The solution for the other forensic isn't as obvious, though. Yeah. I'm not sure what we do about that, actually. Because we'll be stuck at 194. I need them to get to 200. I could knowledge them, but that takes forever. That could easily take like a whole day of knowledging them, which is way too long. I might just have to take the cut on the forensic and just lose money. Because the alternative is to like mass make the Stonewall Hill potion. Out of curiosity, let me do some math. Hypothetically, how long would it take to go from 194 to 200 alchemy using only the 158s? So let me go do some math real quick. We're talking about 641k per hour. To go from here. So first let's get this number. So we need 25.2. Which goes to... Wait, where's the number afterwards? I need 200. Where's the 200 number? Where's the 200 number? 200, I need you. Where are you? 200! There you are. So we got to go from here to there. So that is 3.2 million. Now let's do some math here. That's not too long. I could definitely do that. It's a little bit out of the way, but I do need to stone maul potions anyway, so it kind of works out. That's how much XP rate? That's not what I'm looking for. So 3.2 million. Then I got to get the XP rate for it. Where was the XP rate? That was over here. Yeah, that number. Divide that by 641,000. I would have to do it for 5 hours on both the two alts. That's not ideal. That's a lot of time compared to the fact that they play like a few minutes a day. 5 hours is a lot of time for them. That's 5 hours we're doing nothing on the main, and I gotta do it on both of them eventually. So it's like 10 hours total. But it gets them past the 194 to 200 dead zone. It also gets us 10 more hours of Stonewall Hill potions, which is about 1,100 potions, give or take about 100. It's bare minimum another 1,000, 7% Stonewall Hills. It would also cost about 7 gold total, which we could easily funnel to them when trading comes out, because I don't think they're going to have it on their own. They're not going to have it for anything. That's another thing, too, that we have to keep in consideration. Anything I ever do for those two alt accounts when it comes to Alchemy, I'm burning money. I'll be getting potions in return a lot of the time, but everything I put into them is just burnt money. That's the only problem with them running Alchemy. Is you do get potions in return, but you're constantly losing money from them. But the utility of the potions make up for the money being lost, as well as the XP being gained on them. But it is a pure money sink, as we will never see the return of the items. And it is actually a money sink because it is going to the shops, unless player trading makes it viable. But that's something you likely still have to buy from the shops, because there's not going to be enough people doing the AFKs to buy from other people. That's something that the price hike will really affect negatively. We'll have to see how much the price hike is. They never really made much mention of it. Like what kind of percent they're dealing with or what it's going to be about. But I'm still really surprised. We did the math earlier and it only cost us about 23 gold to get to 200 alchemy. I was expecting that number to be way higher. We're already halfway there. We're at 12.5 gold right now. At 23, we technically can stop doing Leatherworker. Because technically, I don't even need to do 210 Leatherworker today. I just need to get to like 25-ish gold. Technically 23, but we'll probably push to 25 just to have a little bit left over. In case we did math wrong somewhere or something. But, yeah, we don't even need 210 Leatherworker today. We might still go for it, we'll see. But what we really need is just 25 gold. 25 gold is 100% enough for 200 alchemy. But the way we plan to do it, it's probably even overkilling. I'd rather have more than enough than not enough. That way we can also bank all the other ones if we need to. Just to keep it for armor maker rather than for money. That might be our pivot for today then. Instead of getting 210 Leatherworker, we're going to get 25 gold. Which is still a pretty high Leatherworker level. Like, don't get me wrong, we're still going to be like 208, 209 Leatherworker. Like, we're still going to be a really high number. But we don't actually have to go all the way to 210. We just have to go to 25 gold, which we're already halfway there. And then we're set up to go to Alchemy tomorrow. As well as until it's done. So we did the math earlier. What was the math? I think it was 57 hours. So let's divide 57 by... Let's see, we're starting on Wednesday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 5 days. So 57 divided by 5 is 11.4 hours. Well, get ready for the 11.5 hour streams again. Because our guesstimation, we'd have to do about 11 hours a day of Alchemy for 5 days straight to get 200. Though that doesn't take into account the 5% boost. It also doesn't take into account the full extent of our knowledge points. I calculated for them slightly, but not completely. I also didn't account for bank time. Actually, did I? I'm not sure. That's one thing. Actually, you know what? Maybe the time will actually be way longer than that. I'm not sure if the EXP rates on this count banking or not. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's a curveball. I'm not sure if these numbers account for banking. Because they might not. Like, you know, if you have to buy the resources. Oh, wait. It might be more than that amount of time then. Because I'm not sure if those numbers account for buying it from the shop or not. Does it actually mention anywhere here? Is this the pre-banked EXP rate? Because it only says EXP an hour. It doesn't say pre-banked EXP per hour. Or buy from shop EXP per hour. Your own EXP rate profit rates may vary if you collect your own materials or spend separate time. Wait, does this count banking then? Wait. All reagents are purchased. Okay, good. Every number below assumes you buy them from the shop. Wait, that's huge. Okay, never mind. We can get it done in 57 hours, maybe even less because we already have some pre-banked. Yep, okay, we can do it. We just got to spend 11 hours a day for the next 5 days doing alchemy only after today. But yeah, those numbers just say right there that it counts for buying it from the shop. Perfect. Yeah, that's very doable then. We just have to do alchemy for 11 hours a day for 5 days straight. That's the game plan, though. I might even do a little bit of alchemy today. Because all of my math that I've done for that assumes I'm 77 alchemy tomorrow. Which means I actually do have to do a few hours of alchemy today. Once we get like 25 gold. I gotta do alchemy until we're level 77. Because all the math I did earlier does assume I'm 77 at the starting point. Of which we are currently at 71. That shouldn't take that long to fix. That's like, what, 2-3 hours? So that's pretty much our game plan today, then. Get 25 gold secured, which we're a little more than halfway there. Then after that, whatever we still need to go get 77 alchemy, we gotta go train manually. And then going into tomorrow, we can start up the master plan for 200 alchemy. But yeah, so far the poll is winning on if we should do Chapter 3 and 4 for 500. That's interesting. I am considering it, just because it's still a members area. Because I've been wavering on if I should or shouldn't. The only big downside of 500 Mindfighter is, or Minds of Bitumen, whatever you want to call it once it gets changed. The level 500 Obelisk for Chapter 3. Technically goes to 460. I'm not even sure what to call it. I was going to call it Minds of Matubin Combat. But to max Minds of Matubin Combat, the only big downside is we're wasting a lot of time banking alchemy supplies that I need, like, a year from now. Because I do plan to bank every single material for the 383 potion and the 412 potion. We will not have these levels until at least a year from now. I do eventually plan on 500 alchemy. So to that degree, it kind of makes sense to eventually do 500 Mindfighter like this. But I won't be using these for like another year. As I assure you, we are not getting 383 anytime soon. Eventually, yes. Anytime soon, no. Until they add like a raid that requires alchemy or something. Or he adds overloads to the game or something. That's what he did last time. He made an untradeable potion that you had to craft yourself. That was best in slot literally everywhere. So it's like, oh, time to go basically max the alchemy skill. I wonder if he's going to do the same for Brighter Shores, like in a raid or something. Like there's some kind of absurdly good raid potion that requires like 40 alchemy. That's almost required to do the raid. So you either need someone on your team with it, or you yourself needs to have it. Also, RuneScape actually did that too. Back in the day in RuneScape 3, I think it was like 95 or 90 out of 99. In Old School RuneScape, they made it 90 out of 99. So I'd be curious to see if he does that in Brighter Shores and makes it like 400 out of 500. Like the absolute best potion that you can make in a raid that you pretty much absolutely have to run the raid properly at full speed. But it requires you to have nearly max alchemy to make. So you yourself needs to either have it or someone on your team needs to have it. Regardless, someone needs to have the level. That reminds me too. Let's say we do get 200 alchemy, and I start hypothetically running the alchemy AFK every single day for a while. How much money do we burn per night or per hour? What is the +4 boost potion? I've checked this in the past. I forget what the number was. I think it's only like 30 silver or less. That's still a lot though, because we're burning 30 silver an hour even without using a 5% boost pot. Also, I probably wouldn't even want to use a 5% boost pot here, just because I would want as many of these as possible. I forgot, I gotta go to the passive potion. Let me go double check. I want to see the burn rate per hour. We checked this in the past. I forget the number off the top of my head. So let's say hypothetically we do this about 10 hours a day. Before the price hike, it is currently 20 plus, I think the other one's like 18 or so. 20 plus... oh, the other one's actually 25. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong potion, wait. I clicked on the wrong potion for one of them. Sorry, it's 20 plus whatever this one is. 17. So yeah, it's 37.6 per hour. It's not awful. It's still a little pricey, but I wouldn't be using boost pots during it, so we're not losing from that. So it's only like a little under 400 silver loss per night. Oh, there's the guy with level 3,000 something. He's like the level 3,600 person. We've seen him a lot. It's one of the ones that's never been on leaderboard, that guy over there. But it's not too bad. That's at most like 400 silver loss per night for one of the strongest potions in the entire game. It's definitely worth it. What I'll be using it on, I have no clue. I might just save it for Chapter 5. And use it for post 200 builder and or post 200 armor maker. Well, I should grab the other guy first. Too far away now. But yeah, I'm still really surprised how cheap 200 alchemy is. I was expecting it to be way more expensive than that. I guess only post 200 does it start to get really, really expensive. Like, when is an area where I'd want to start making potions again? Probably 238. Because we don't really need Hope Port 8%. There's not really much in Hope Port that I would want to use that potion on. Actually, never mind. We'd just be doing that AFK anyways. So doing this at least up to Hope Forest, if not all the way up to our other boost one. There's Hope Forest lets us AFK Carpentry later down the line, but we don't care about that as much, so we can probably just skip that. The mining one we definitely want, though, that 8% mining one. So we'd probably do Fear from 238 to 267. So let's say hypothetically, how much does that cost? How much does it cost to make a 16-minute fear potion? Or 15, I mean. Let's see. Let's do some math. We're not going to need this for a while, like a long while. But I do just kind of want to peek. So let's say... Oh, they are expensive. Never mind. You need Mindfighter for that. Oh gosh, you got to bank those. Oh gosh, never mind. You definitely got to bank those. Wait, ouch. Wait, ow, ow, ow. Ow. The price tag, ow. Never mind, you gotta bank them from Mindfighter. Ow, ow. That's a lot of money. Never mind. Yeah, you'd have to... Okay, well, hello, my 500 Mindfighter. Well, that's not something you could do. Why do I think those would be cheap? I guess because the other one literally costs 1 silver. The other one very much does not cost 1 silver. Let's see, add like an extra 24 on that. Yeah, those are like crazy expensive, especially when you compare it to these. Where it's like the other way around for the other level range. Interesting. Yeah, those are mega expensive. These are pretty cheap though. Of course, that's the one I actually plan to collect. Of course, it's worth almost nothing. They're worth like 10 silver each though. I just buy the other component. Of course, it's before the price hike though. Which is pretty cheap compared to every other potion in that level range. Wait, is that actually the cheapest potion relative to the highest level range? I just noticed that. The plus 80 cryo, especially if you grab all the thistle yourself and just buy the red clover, is the strongest, cheapest potion. Let's see, how much of an XP difference is it? 2.2 compared to... Yeah, you'd eventually be getting like triple the XP rate for the higher ones though. You'd eventually have to upgrade to something better. Ooh, if we do 500 of the Worm Wrangler, supposedly this already has 417 marked on it. That's interesting. You're going to get a lot of those to max. Granite Creeper, which is the 469. Interesting. You would get these nearly for free. You might need a 500 to skill, but you would get them nearly for free. The problem with everything in making Chronopolis pots is they're all on a timer. So there's no good way of getting them cheaply. And these mining pots you can get from 500 Mindfighter pretty easily. They might have a high price tag, but they're actually pretty free with 500 Mindfighter. If you don't mind banking a billion times. But yeah, the plus 80 cryo, I never noticed that. Plus 80 cryo is the cheapest pot post 200 to make. Well, not counting the fear. You don't count fear potion. But it's like the highest potion that is still in like a cheap range. I guess the other one is technically the 470 Stonewall Hill all the way to max. Where you would get like only the crunchy worm or something. Which you can actually do at a not awfully high delve level. Only 324 to grab the worm. And what about the toad cap? Yeah, 355. Are you more expensive? You're 7.5. Wait, the worm is more expensive? I wonder how hard it is to get. Could get price reworked. Wow, the worm is so much more expensive. I wonder if you have to chase the worms down or something. Because the worm is twice as expensive as the stationary mushroom. Because obviously the mushroom's not going to move. This is going to pop up and down from the ground. But the crunchy worm may move. Because that's like double the price. It must be hard to catch or something. Because I don't see any reason why the lower node would be worth like double. Unless it's just like a mile from the bank. But you might have to do like a little mini game to try to catch the worms. That isn't just like click on node. Or it might be moving kind of like how fish move. Or you kind of have to like go through the mud to go get them or something. And move very slowly through it. There, we're officially at 13 gold. 12 gold to go. So close, yet so far. But that's honestly our one and only goal today. 25 gold and 77 alchemy. A little bit different than what we originally planned, but still the same premise. Also, I can't believe we just left the smithing level like that. How much XP are we short? We're 7,000 XP. I dunk one set of iron, we already get a level. I should go do that soon. It's starting to bother me how close that is. We dunked 6 iron in one go and we already get a level. We were that close. It's just where I happened to stop the AFK activity. Or, you know, the passive. That reminds me, while we're checking a billion things, what smithing level do you need for Flatnium? Because I need that before we get there. Let me go check something real quick. Honestly, I might as well not even have the Enchantress shop open anymore. We don't really need it for anything. Platinum. How do you spell platinum? Platinum ore. Tier 5. 267. So that's how high we need to get our smithing. The problem with that is that means propaldium will be pointless to mine with the AFK mining method. Because that would be purely buying them from the shops. Which means every mining AFK within that range would not be worth using. Which means I can't do another mining AFK until, That's the only downside of that, though. Because I wouldn't be able to do another mining AFK until silver at 325. If we do it that way. Everything else has to be manually trained. But in all fairness, we do have plenty of ways to manually train from there. Because we have Platinum ore, which we camp until Adithor ore, which we camp until Minecart. And then we can finally go do the AFK for silver thing. Then we'll be forced to have to do flint. And then we have a super dead zone until we can get to iron. But you can technically do that one AFK from 364 to 372 though. And then we're in the clear. Because we get the final tier of the brimstone and the golden age of mining when we have the tier 6 iron ore. This is the true golden age. Like, the reason you train mining is to get to this point and beyond. Technically, we hit perfect flint at 333, but we don't really care about perfect flint. We'll just sell that to stonemasoners. But what we really care about is the age of gold and iron. Or tier 6 iron, max tier iron. I just realized something as well. I should probably go check the tracking number on the Steam Deck. It was emailed to one of my emails. I can't remember which one. Because I have like 5 different emails these days for different things. But one of my emails probably has the tracking number for it. What if it's getting here in the next day or two? In case I heard like a knock at the door or something. So it doesn't get stolen from the porch. I highly doubt it will in this neighborhood, but you never know. Let me see. Where are my emails? I got like a whole stash of them here on the side computer. Where are they? There they are. Let's see. Refresh. Nope. Nothing in that one. Oh, I think this one has it. Let's see the email on it though. Interesting. Because it wouldn't be in these other few. If I go back. Yeah, it's not in there. It's not in there. Actually, I think it's the same email twice. And it's not in there. That's weird. The one email where it should be in, I don't see the tracking thing for it. Oh, hopefully they get to the right spot. Find out later. It's like, nope, didn't get shipped to you. I wonder if there's any way in Steam to view it directly. Because that'd be pretty important if it does or doesn't. I think it was like $700 with shipping and everything. Oh, does Steam itself not have a way to check? Let me go check. Let's see. Steam, store, feature, discovery, wishlist, point shop, news, stats. Oh, that's my library. Stats. Is it under here? No, that's just demographics for their stuff. You're not seeing anything on it. I'm not seeing anything. As long as it gets here in one piece. Because I can't wait to start utilizing it some. Our playtime's gonna skyrocket again. It's because it's so much easier to multitask with it, rather than have to be sitting here by the computer. Obviously on stream we'd still be playing it like we do now. But off stream our multitasking with it would become so much more efficient. So I wouldn't be surprised if people who go for 500 all Chronopolis just knowledge Leatherworker like crazy. And skip out on some of the money. Because I kind of forgot, this skill takes like forever and a half to train. It's like basically carpentry, but with leather. It's one of those it goes a bit slower than you think it would. I think it just feels slow because of the contrast compared to the others. It's because Watch Person, Detective, and Merchant go so quick. Well, these two are really AFK. And going to be quicker after the combat rework. And Merchant's just the quickest skill in the game. So compared to everything else in the chapter, it just feels like glacially slow. Not because it's any slower than like carpentry or cooking or anything. Actually, cooking is probably a little quicker though. But It's really comparable to carpentry. But that's the problem. Is that it is comparable to carpentry. That's a negative, not a plus. If anything, carpentry might actually be quicker if you sell them instead of banking them. Because you never need to leave the carpentry room if you just keep buying it or grabbing it from your log basket. If you already have them pre-bought from woodcutting. Because your sell location's like 3 tiles away. Whereas your sell location for this is like over 100 tiles away. It's actually quicker to bank than it is to sell. Which is another factor too. Right now we need to be selling because obviously we're trying to make money for Alchemy. But it is better to bank than sell. From an XP rate perspective. Because not only are you banking Armor Maker, but you're also getting more Leatherworker XP per hour. Selling is actually slightly lower XP per hour. It feels so weird to seeing a symbol over someone's head. With, like, no number, no name. No, they have nothing. There's one singular symbol. Nothing else, just the class that they are. That will be important to still have, though, for PvP and stuff. So you actually know. Because even if you can wear all class equipment, it would become even more confusing if you didn't have the icon. Because there's going to be at least one type that they're more proficient in. In that case, Guardian. So even if they're in full Crown Knight armor with a Hammer Mage weapon, you still know they're a Guardian underneath. Before they whack you with that slow-hitting KO Guardian weapon. I'm still really curious to know what the max proficiency you'll be able to get in any other class gear is. Because anything under 90% is going to be pretty lame. Because it's basically not going to be worth using. There are some rare circumstances you can use 80% or 85%. But 75% and lower, you might as well just not even bother. Especially for armor. Will your combat and hope port be put back to level 30 when the rework comes in? Or how does it work? Basically, every single chapter will have a level 40 cap except for the first two. So for Gar, or for chapter 1 it'll be 30, for Scout it'll be 30, and then every chapter onwards will be level 40. Your level doesn't get reset. What happens is everything beyond that gets put into the obelisk. So for chapter 1, the obelisk goes to level 470 because you get 30 converted into it. So basically, at my level 50 guard, I will be level 30, but we will get 20 levels into our obelisk. Same as Hope Forest, I'll be level 20, or I'll be level 30, or we'll get 30 levels from it, and then 21 will go into my obelisk. And same for Mind Fighter, or for Minds of Matubin. We would have a level 40, because everything here forth goes 40 and above, or just keeps going 40 here forth. But we'd have a 40 level from it, and then 60 of it would go into our obelisk. And in the case of this, we'd be 40, but then 198 would go into our obelisk. However, our total level would be all the ones combined. So it'd be level 140 with all those obelisk levels. So it'd be a level 140 Cryo Knight with a level 20 obelisk, a 21 obelisk, a 60 obelisk, and a 198 obelisk. Would be where we'd be at if the update existed right now. And the obelisks just give you a bunch of skill tree perks, as well as a small buff to the following chapter. So chapter 1's obelisk helps you in chapter 2 for 3, 3 for 4, and 4 for eventually 5, and so on and so forth. Unless your chapter eventually doesn't have an obelisk. But basically, as long as you have 30, 30, 40, 40, or max combat going into next chapter, or going into the combat rework, everything beyond that goes into the new skill tree system for the obelisk. How do I feel about the change? I'm perfectly fine with it. Be interesting to see how a skill tree system works for it. Really curious what min-maxing you can do with it. We already know, like, generally what you'll be able to do, but until the actual trees in the game, we won't know specifically. Until, like, the actual finalized trees in. With all the numbers and all the everything and all the paths. So until that happens, there's still a lot of unknown. Because the way they set that up changes a lot. Plus it might even get reworked, because I have a feeling whatever they're going to release initially is going to be too broken. So they might tone it down a little. Gosh, why is everyone here? We formed a line of like 8 people. Got a whole Congo line going. Everyone going in different directions. I don't think I've ever seen so many people go in there at one time. Yeah, we're getting really close to level 2,600. We did a whole stream the other day, power grind to 2,500. We're almost at our next 100 milestone. We're not going to hit it today, though. Archie, will we? We might, actually. Because we're probably getting about 3 to 4 more Leatherworker levels. Because we kind of pivoted from going to 210 to 25 gold after we did a bunch of math. Actually, only need 25 gold. Which is probably about 208, 209 Leatherworker. But I think we'll be slightly short of getting it today, though. Because our main goals today is 77 Alchemy. And probably 208 or 209 Leatherworker. Which does that do it? 6? And then probably 1 level in smithing because it's so free to go get if we want to go get it real quick. So what does that bring us to? That's 6, that's 1, that's 7. Oh yeah, we actually would hit it today. We actually would hit level 2,600 today then. As well, have 208 or 209 Leatherworker, we'll have 223 smithing. Because I literally just have to dunk 1 inventory, or not even 1 inventory, 1 set and we're done for a level there. And then alchemy, we gotta go manually train to 77, whatever we don't get from knowledge today. Just so that we could start tomorrow at 77, as all the math I did earlier assumed we had 77 as a starting point. So we do have to do 77 today. Is passive guard training dependent on weapon quality whatsoever? Last I recall, your weapon that you use when doing an AFK activity has no effect on the XP per hour. The only thing that matters is that it's a high enough power to let you in. But as long as it's a high enough power to let you in, I believe all of them are the exact same XP rate. So as long as your weapon quality is enough to let you into the passive activity, then it's good enough. I'm pretty sure the differences between them don't do anything. You always kill them at the same speed, regardless of weapon. But there is a power threshold for every combat passive, though. Actually, does the wiki have that yet? Let me go double check. Let's go like guard, for example. Because I know at one point they did, but then they got rid of it, and I hope they re-added it. I want to see like the passives. Like the power requirement. There it is. Yeah, weapon power. So if you go to the wiki, it has a weapon power board. For the weapon power required for every single range. In order to be able to actually do combat to them. But as long as you have that, you'll be getting max XP rate. You simply just have to have this power level of weapon corresponding to it. And it goes as high as what, 500? It's pretty high. I don't know, do I have a 500? How high is my weapon? I'm pretty sure it's nowhere close. My highest one is a 295 at 206. Which, how far does that go, hypothetically? A 295. The 295 at 206 goes all the way to 272 passive. It's not too bad for a 4-star. How about the 3-star power? Like a 199 at 245. 199 at 245. Still gets you an extra like 19 levels above it. But it doesn't mean you pretty much need like a 3-star weapon to do them properly then. Because it'll be really hard to do it a 2-star unless the 2-star is over leveled. And I think it's impossible to do with a 1-star. Unless it's like really over leveled. But that should be easier to do in the future. Because weapon proficiency from the new skill tree thing that's coming, you'll be able to put weapon proficiency into your weapon to be able to hold a bigger one. So it's something like 238 Chronopolis, for example. I'd be able to wield like a 300 weapon, a 350 weapon. So even a 1-star at that range. Or even a 2-star, but even a 1-star at that range is probably enough. That's one thing that weapon proficiency will be really good for. It'll allow you to AFK combat at a way earlier range. You would still need the corresponding level. Like obviously right now I couldn't do any AFK that's higher than the 246 once I get there. Or the current 228. But weapon access becomes a lot easier after the change. Because you can just put a lot into weapon proficiency and just use a 1-star weapon. Instead of needing like a 3 or 4-star. Or a really high 2-star. That's one thing that's going to actually be a lot easier to source later down the line. After the change. Oh yeah, you do have to wait 8 hours for the olive mission. If you don't have like 131 alchemy or whatever it is. But yeah, you can train alchemy instead, but it requires a really high alchemy level. I believe you need 119 alchemy. But you need either 119 alchemy or to waste 8 hours doing the passive. And most people, including myself, just waste the 8 hours. Otherwise, you gotta do the 119 alchemy grind. Because that's when you could buy it from the shop directly. Which skips needing to do the 8 hour of merchant AFK. For the fortune hold quest. For anybody that doesn't know what we're talking about in the battle of fortune hold. It requires doing 8 hours of AFK olives. But you can skip it with 119 alchemy. Because you can just buy it from the shop. But most people just do the AFK because getting 119 alchemy is just too far out of the way unless you already have it done. You can actually do similar with the Mind of Matubin quest as well. There's one of those AFK pots. Not sure which one. I think the one at 113. At 113, I believe you could buy the resource you need for the quest. Oh, just chapter 4 to 500 finally took the lead. But it's pretty dead tie even though. I'm still not sure which one to do. And even the voting's not sure. Because I know I'm doing 200 all for the first 3 chapters. But after we do 200 Mind Fighter, I'm not sure if I'm doing 500 Mind Fighter or just stopping at 200. There's advantages to doing it and not to doing it. And I still haven't determined which. And the poll's not helping much because it's basically dead even. Even after more votes are coming in, it's becoming even more dead even. Hey, PM Twisty's here. He's a Leatherworker enjoyer. Finished 500 Leatherworker like a month ago. He still comes here though. And promotes the religion of Leatherworker. I wonder if he's going for 500 Armor Maker right away. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what we could do with the skill tree. There's a lot of different builds that are going to be a lot of fun. In the first few weeks, it's going to be free to switch, though it will cost afterwards. But we're definitely going to be abusing the fact that it's free initially. I just realized, during all this grind, we're actually getting somewhat close to our first level 1000 chapter. Technically, Minds of Matubin is closer, but we're not doing anything quite there, other than the AFKs once a little bit here and there. But we're going to have 900 plus total in Chronopolis as of today. But we're really close to level 1000 Minds of Matubin. I'm not really doing anything that's going to push it there, though. Other than a few smithing levels, 13 bone rate levels. At least not until the combat rework. Oh no, he's a Northside enjoyer. Oh, we can't take anything he says seriously then. He's a Northsider. Oh no, Umbi's a Northsider too. At least Miles ES is a Southsider. Oh no, Casey's a Northsider as well. I could have sworn he's also on South. I think he just does whatever. Yeah, PM Twisty's a Northsider. Oh no, the main reason I always do Southside is if you ever need to use the tanning hide bank, you're forced to have to Southside it. So if you're ever going to use any banked hides, you might as well just always do South. Because they're both the same distance, but if you're doing the hides from the bank, it is always better to do Southside. So you might as well only do Southside. Just so you're used to already doing Southside. Because you're forced to anytime you do anything from the hide bank. Just chapter 4 and push Alchemy. A lot of Alchemy... That's the problem, though. Is I almost need Minds of Matubin to go do that. If we, like, really, really push Alchemy. Is a lot of what I'm doing with it is going to be, like, AFK pots once we get there. Like, those AFK pots, we ignore this. These AFK pots, this AFK activity. We need Mind Fighter for this. AFK pot. The first potion we can mass make that's relevant is not until 277. I don't plan to get it much beyond that. The 277. Like if I do post 200, I don't plan to go much beyond 277. Like the furthest we would go is 315 just to do the 8% Stonewall Hills from 306 to 315 before chapter 5. But after 315, I have no reason to really go much higher for a long while. I basically make the potent plus 80s from 277 to 306, then 306 to 315, and just stop Alchemy for the rest of time. Because the next, like, really, really good potion isn't until, like, 383 and 412, and both of those require 500 Mind Fighter to really have a good stock of them. So we're kind of in, like, a super dead area there. And it's only relevant for when bossing comes out. Like, I don't need this plus 80 cryo until bossing exists. But yeah, overall, I do plan to AFK the Alchemy post 200, but beyond 219, I'm probably not going too much higher, just so we can get a bunch of the plus 4s ready to go for later. Even then, I'm not even sure I want to do that immediately, because I don't really need those till chapter 5. And those we can hold off on in for smithing, because I need the smithing as soon as the combat rework comes out. So I probably just keep sticking with the smithing AFK. I just keep burning money on it. I do at some point need to go manually train mining again, though. And dump all the knowledge into bone rate while we're doing so. If it's not already 200 by then. Because while I do the 200 alchemy grind, I'm definitely dumping everything into alchemy. Because I want to think real quick. What am I dumping everything into while I'm doing it? So, right now we're dumping into alchemy while doing Leatherworker. When we do alchemy, we're dumping alchemy into alchemy. When we then pivot over to woodcutting bone right, I'm putting it mostly on... Or sorry, I mean woodcutter or carpentry. I'm putting it mostly onto carpentry. Because there's going to be a lot of gaps even if we woodcut everything. So while doing woodcutting carpentry, I'm going to be knowledging pretty much all in on carpentry, with a few into woodcutting just to get to our next XP rate a little bit quicker. If we're like right at a threshold or something. So while doing woodcutting carpentry, you're putting it mostly into carpentry and a little bit into woodcutting. When you're doing carpentry, you're putting it exclusively into carpentry pretty much. Unless we want to put it a little bit into bone rate while we're doing it. But otherwise, mostly just back into carpentry for these. I guess while I'm doing forager and fisher and stuff like that, I could put it into bone rate. If it's not already 200 by then. Otherwise, what would I put these into? Probably fishing. Just to speed along fishing a little bit. Especially if we're in a dead area. His alchemy would already be 200 by then. Most likely. Because ideally you want to put your XP into something of the same chapter. It's not required, but you get to dip more XP into it that way. I got the Fox event again. Please do not fail this time. I'm not sure why it was being all buggy last time. And I hope it's not buggy this time. Because I need that Fox whistle already so I can stop doing these. This is so non-AFK. Whenever these events do pop up. Luckily what we're doing in Brighter Shores right now is so AFK that it doesn't matter. Please, give me the whistle. End the suffering that is forestry. Actually, I do enjoy forestry. They just need to add, like, an anti-dry mechanic or something. I wish you could just buy the material from the shop if you just had enough of the material. Because right now, you just have to RNG it. You can't just buy it outright from the shop. Even if you have, like, tens of thousands of the currency, you have to get it from pure RNG. Oh no, it got hit once. I hate when they do that. When they just put the trap like right on the fox. And you can't get to it in time. It's really bad when you're in a confined area. Oh, and it's starting to glitch out now too. No, it's starting to glitch out. I hate when it does this. It might die. It might die. Alright, so far so good. When I got hit once. Oh, well, we completed the event. We did not get the whistle, though. The fox did not die. But we also did not get the 1 in 45. So we have succeeded, but also failed. The event was completed, but nope, still no 1 in 45 drop. Sometime before 5 times over drop rate, we'll hopefully get it. Though in the last 2 days, we've only had like 7 rolls towards it. Takes forever. Like after a whole week of doing it non-stop, you're probably only like at drop rate for 1. Hey, Telzone. Seemed a lot more in Chronopolis lately. Oh, is that you doing Leatherworker? Must be in a different server. Doesn't seem in the Leatherworker room. That's weird. Why do you talk to a Leatherworker person? Oh, so at some point we'll gain that detective level. Detective is in such a dead area right now. We don't get good EXP rate for detective again until level 267. It's actually kind of insane. It's such a massive dead zone if you don't want to do the AFKs. Like you go from an AFK activity basically straight into an AFK activity. And your best rate as far as active stuff is doing a 219. Because the spotting thieves at 248 isn't worth it. If you see them when you're there doing a merchant run, it's worth it. But how often are you going all the way to Cyclops? Not that often. But you don't get good EXP rate again until 267. And after that, you basically investigate spam all the way till 344. And then you can get good raid Dan XP again. Ah, Tel is doing Leatherworker. He's probably depleted all his AFK activities. So I did try adding him earlier, so doesn't add me back. Though he's probably in a situation like me where he has an over-encumbered friends list that is always full at any given time. Now we're almost there. 11 more gold. What does that come out to? That means we still have to do Leatherworker for like 6 more hours. Even though we don't need to do as much as we initially anticipated, we still gotta do 6 more hours of Leatherworker. That's still a lot. But that would roughly get us to our 25 gold we need. Technically we need 23, but I want some spear. In case we miscalculated somewhere. It should be a bit under 23. Like as low as like 20-ish. If I miscalculated somewhere, it could be higher. I think I lowballed everything, so it should be fine with 23. If anything, might even use slightly less than 20. But 25 will ensure it, which is like our main goal for today. Which is slightly lower than 210 Leatherworker, but allows us to go bank them later instead of having to sell them. So we can actually put them in an armor maker. And I'll go back to the merchant grind at some point in like a week or two from now. Unless they do an update by then that changes things. The leaderboard update today doesn't change anything though. Unless you want to go grind a rank somewhere, but I don't think I want to grind any of these. Oh, he's doing detective runs while doing Leatherworker? Is that what he just said? He just said detective while running somewhere that isn't Leatherworker path. That's kind of interesting. Doing detective Leatherworker mix. But it'd be really funny he's combining all three. Doing Leatherworker, detective, and merchant at the same time. I'm not sure if anyone bothers doing that. Because you'd spread yourself so thin across everything. But have one detective bounty, 5 merchant bounties, and keep doing Leatherworker runs. And just weave all of them together. Weave your detective and Leatherworker grinds into your merchant and detective. That'd be such a headache to do. Someone out there has definitely tried doing it, though. Like, doing that efficiently is the hard part. Doing it's not hard. Doing it efficiently is hard. Like, having to figure out in such a short duration of time how on earth you would have to path that. A triple spot for detective while also having to consider how much inventory you have while doing Leatherworker, while also considering all your merchant bounties. And which ones can path through which at what time. Plus, you would have no ground items because of Leatherworker taking so much time. So you would have pretty much nothing on the ground. Probably nothing on the ground at all. So you actually have to go buy everything as well. That'd be a nightmare to route. It's possible to do. It would just be a nightmare to do. It's definitely possible, though. It's probably not worth it. Doing 2 of the 3 is fine. Doing all 3 would be crazy. Oh, I found a tracking number. Hey. Found it. I was just checking something on Steam. Should arrive on Thursday, January 16th, around 6 p.m. or so. Ooh. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, SoonTM. I found where it was on Steam. I was just messing around with it. I know it's not on screen, obviously. Otherwise we dox ourselves. But, I found it. I found the thing. Yeah, supposedly it's coming Thursday around 6. Like, I gave a couple hour time frame, but somewhere's around there. So I'll have to take a quick break from our Alchemy that day to go test out the Steam Deck. Unfortunately, there's no multi-boxing in this game, though. So we can't play one account while playing the other. Which I don't even think Steam would let you, even if you tried. Not without using, like, third-party software to make it work. Well, you can multi-box various games. It's just Brighter Shores are not allowed to multi-box. They have policy on it. But no, you can multi-box a lot of other games. Like old School RuneScape. Because they have no policy against it. Because they make more money if people multi-box. So they have no reason to ban it. Oh, multi-boxing Brighter Shores? Really? I know some people were initially, but then they kind of cracked down on it. But maybe they just haven't been recently. Because the easiest way around it right now is just use a bunch of IP addresses. Because right now I think the only thing it checks is the same IP address. So literally just use a bunch of VPNs and you get past it. And with third-party software you can do it with one device. You just have each one set to a different VPN. And with different devices it'd be even easier. Yeah, I know people were doing it at the start of the game, but they've since banned it since then. Like the first few weeks, but then they banned it. But the check for it only checks for same IP address, so it's really easy to bypass if you really wanted to. I'm not going to. But it's really easy to bypass it. Also, it's currently impossible to ever do it on the same account. If you were to do it, it would have to be different Steam accounts in the sense of, like, you couldn't do all three your ults at once, basically. There isn't any method, even with every workaround, to do all three of your accounts at once. You could do 3 different accounts, but you can't do all 3 of your profile accounts at once. Even if you were to try to multi-box right now. You can only ever play one of the 3, even if you try multi-boxing them. Just because Steam won't let you go into 2 different instances like that at the same time for the same game. Not on the same account. Whenever they add their own whenever they add one through their own website, you might be able to do that though. But it's probably still against game rules at that point. I'm curious if they ever will lift it for your same account though. Because I would love if you could at least multi-box your 3. And that would just be your cap then. Because right now, you can't multi-box anything. Well, legally you can't for game rules. But, I hope they do, like, some kind of in-between once they have it on their own website. Where you can at least play, like, your 3 alts. Or, you know, your main account and your 2 alts. But nothing beyond that. Because during a grind like this, it'd be so nice if we could play the other two. And just get them their progress. There's currently no way to do that even with multi-boxing right now, though. Yes, currently the way that you do it is your 2 alts is passively trained while your main account does whatever. So both my 2 alts are passively training. One's doing combat right now to get 59 for Lost and Found quests. And the other one's doing smithing right now to get 58 for Lost and Found quests. But yeah, they're both gaining XP passively right now. And you could do vice versa as well. Like the main account goes and AFKs like mining or smithing while I'll go play the other ones. Like last night I got both of them a knowledge point so they could do their next activity. And my guy was just like mining or smithing or something during that. Yeah, it is generally advised to have all 3 profiles rolling. Because you're getting free XP every day from them. I don't normally check the ventures for them, but I do get the passive every 24 hours. And upgrade them whenever they need it. Yeah, there's a lot of free XP per day. There's like 2 levels into any skill in the entire game per day for free. Well, some of them do cost, but some of them are pretty free to do. Depending on which one you're doing. Like mining never costs you anything, for example. Or some of the production ones, like smithing, cost you a lot. Because you always lose money instead of make money. Same as Alchemy. The other problem with Alchemy is you can't set them up for as long. There's going to be one annoying thing if I ever do the AFKs for Alchemy for the alts. Is it is really annoying to do them. As I think the max you could ever do is 12 hour. Whereas nearly every other one can be done for 23 or 24 hour. Honestly, I'm personally fine with how low the passives work right now. It's actually a pretty nice feature overall. I wish more games had a feature like that. There's 3 things that this game handles really, really, really well. Either as an added mechanic or just does it better than other games. This sense bar, whenever you click spacebar, like every game ever needs. The way that ventures work, basically capping you out on how many dailies you could do, even if there's like infinite dailies in the game. There could be 10,000 dailies in the game and you would still have like a system where you could just prioritize whichever ones are better. So they can upscale that indefinitely without you having to do like a 50 to 100 dailies every day. Because the max you're ever going to have to do is 6, currently 2. But that is really, really nice. And the other one that's really nice is the passives. How the whole passive system works, so you can train whatever you need. Either what you actively need right now, or something you don't want to train, or anything else like that. Works out really well. Those 3 features are probably the 3 best ones that Brighter Shores have implemented. The ventures, how they work, the passives, how they work, and the sense bar are like my 3 favorite by far. 24 hours across all skills. I'm not sure how they would make that work, though. Without making the passives, like, infinitely stackable. But then that also causes imbalance. No, I guess that would make it even for all of them. But that'd be the only way they could fix it, is if they make every passive material infinitely stack in one single pile. Kind of like how the potions already do, but for all the material. Because all the boost potions for AFKs already do that. But the actual material that you get from them doesn't. That'd be the only way you'd be able to fix it across the board. Make every passive material infinitely stacked. Because even if they can infinitely stack, you can still only do it for 24 hours. Because that's when the XP caps out. Yep. About to gain a level. A few more to go, though at this point we're more so going for a gold rate than a level rate. We need 25 gold, which we have 15 right now. And to make 10 more gold would take about 5.5 more hours, 6 more hours, somewhere around there. Which is the current game plan. We're here for a while. And it should bring us pretty close level-wise. Because let's say we do have to go about 6.5. That brings us slightly above 209, just slightly below 210. Which means we're technically not getting 210 today. But we would have hit our other goal. The only thing that we might not also be able to hit is the 77 Alchemy. The plan is probably to hit 209 Leatherworker. And then, with whatever time we have left, try to hit the 77 Alchemy. Which by that point, I'll probably need to do 3 levels? Which is like an hour-ish of Alchemy. Yeah, there we go. 2 of 6. So close. He's so far. And that way down the line from 209 to... excuse me, 210, I can just bank them all. From 209 to 210 later. I wouldn't need to have to sell them. We still could if we wanted to, but we wouldn't have to sell them. It'd just be a lot more optional to sell them. But if you guys haven't yet, I definitely advise having your 2 other alt accounts doing the passives and everything. They get a lot of value over time. My current plan for them is to finish out Lost and Found. 8th Keen pretty much all the requirements, and then they're just going to camp until they get 500 in their 2 production skills. One for 500 Bone Right and one for 500 Stonemason. Then by about October of next year, they'll be maxed. And a little bit earlier than that, by about like early September or really late August, with the plus 60 mechanic, they can actually make 500s by then. They'll actually be able to make 500s by late August or early September. This won't have 500 by then. Which is still a ways away, but it's still really strong. Be able to, whenever we want, make a 500 4-star weapon of any kind in the entire game. And all it takes is like 9 months from now. Or 8 months from now. You know, that short amount of time. Yeah, you can always just buy for 500s if you have trading enabled. I still want to keep some self-sufficiency in that regard, though. So instead of buying it, we just make it ourselves. It might take a few hours, but it saves us tens of thousands of gold. Well, you know, every single one is going to go for tens of gold. We don't currently know what a 5-star 500 would go for, though. In, like, 9 months from now. Because initially, they're going to be, like, an arm and a leg. Like, over 100 gold, probably. But later down the line, they're probably going to be, like, 30 to 50 gold. Like, they're going to be as much as, like, a level 50 tool currently. Which is like 118 gold, if not a little bit higher than that. But later down the line, they should go down to like 50-ish gold, give or take a bit. Maybe a bit more if it has a good percent on the roll. They've got like one of the max 2 or 3% rolls on it. Especially if it has a perfect roll. Because the perfect roll ones are probably going to go for an extra 50% more. If it's the absolute best roll you can possibly get. Because they're only a 1 in 20 chance. Which means you're going to get 19 bad rolls for every 1 good roll. So those things are going to be costing a lot. As it takes 20 times longer to make them. So if it takes, let's say, 3 hours to make a 5-star weapon. To get a perfect rolled one, it would take 60 hours to make one. So they're going to be very expensive. As they cost 60 hours worth of material to make. Meaning they could be probably half a platinum to a platinum each. Whereas all the more reject ones would go for like 50 to 100 to 150. Depending on their roll. But the absolute perfect ones are probably half a platinum to a platinum. At least initially anyways. Down the line they might come down a bit. How does trading across alts domain work? Unfortunately it's going to be really clunky initially. They actually mentioned you're going to have to trust trade people. So basically, you're going to have to trade it to a friend who then trades it to you. And hope that they don't scam you. They likely will be adding some way to do it better in the future, but upon trading initially being released, you literally have to trust trade someone. Which is not ideal. Luckily, we should be able to find some pretty reliable people for it. But generally speaking, that's still a problem. A lot of stuff we need to trade initially is going to be pretty low value, though, so we don't really need to worry about it much. But it's going to be annoying for really big trades that are, like, a platinum worth or more, or something. By then, hopefully it'll add a more dedicated way of trading, though. But right now, if you wanted to trade someone, or, you know, when trading comes out, the main way you would do it is you would get a friend, go to Chronopolis, trade them all the material you want, and then have them trade it to the alt. Because you can trade from bank to bank there. But yeah, it's really clunky how trading's going to work from account to account initially. Like if you're trying to get something from your alt to your main or from your main to your alt. They will likely have a feature for it, but it's not releasing when trading comes out. Or at least that's what they said so far. It could change, but I highly doubt it will. They'll obviously have a feature for it eventually, but when trading comes out, the feature will not exist. Because right now, the game basically identifies every single one of your accounts as a different account. It doesn't really recognize them as 3 the same. Alright, 10 gold to go. Oh, so 8 levels until 1,000 or 2,600. We should be able to reach it this stream. Because we're going to get 3 more Leatherworker levels, 5 more Alchemy. That alone is 7. And then 1 for Blacksmith, boom. Which all I have to do is dunk 6 iron and we're already there. It's pretty much our goal. And that would also get us our other main goal, which is 25 gold. So I'll have 25 gold, 209 Leatherworker, 233 Blacksmith, and 77 Alchemy so we can start the grind tomorrow. Yeah, that'll set us up perfectly then. That's every last goal we have for the stream. It's still gonna take a while though. This is like a short period of time. That's close to like 7 or 8 hours. Also, in me going into that other thing earlier, I found where the subscription for this game is. You gotta go under like 1 billion pages, though. Because instead I have 1 subscription, that would be to this game. Because you have to go to account details and then subscription, and then there it is. Next billing date is February 4th. For Brighter Shores. Also, that's one thing they did confirm, supposedly. I haven't actually seen where this was confirmed, but someone did mention, a couple people, that they do have grandfathered pricing when it comes to subscription. So if you're currently paying like $6 for the subscription for Brighter Shores, you're never going to get charged higher. Even if they raise the price, you're still going to be grandfathered into whatever your price you're locked in at. So this game will never cost us more than $6 a month. It's still going to cost us $6 a month forever, but it's not too bad. Especially if we're going to actually be utilizing it and playing the whole time. It's pretty cheap. But yeah, we're just keeping it locked to $6 forever. And hopefully just never price hike it. But it did say they're going to grandfather that pricing in. We'll see if they still feel like that 5 to 10 years from now. Because I think Old School RuneScape actually backpedaled that recently. And a bunch of people who are paying like $5, $6, $7 now have to pay like $14 a month. I'm not sure if that controversy ever got resolved. But I think they actually undid the grandfathering that they kept in place for so long. But Brighter Shores said that they're going to be keeping it though. But it's actually insane how expensive Old School RuneScape is now. Well, the whole benefits of a game like that was, you know, the subscription cost was kind of cheap. But now it's as much as like Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, or anything else like that. It's absurdly expensive if you don't buy it per year. And that's another issue that Old School RuneScape has too. The membership fees for only one account. Whereas obviously for Brighter Shores you get 3 accounts. And for World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy, I don't know how many you get, but I know it's more than 3 for the subscription costs. But Old School RuneScape, you only get 1 account for that $14 a month. Which means if you want to run 3 accounts, it's $42 a month. What's even more insane is if you run 1 account of every game mode, it's almost $100 a month. If you play an account on every primary game mode, which is a normal account, a group Iron Man, a hardcore group Iron Man, a normal Iron Man, a hardcore Iron Man, and an ultimate Iron Man, that's 6. What's 6 times 14? That is $84 a month. If you were to play one of every account type in Old School RuneScape right now. And they'll only pay for it monthly rather than yearly. It would cost $84 a month plus tax or whatever else gets associated with it. Which is kind of insane. Just so you can click on a tree every 3 minutes. Just for gameplay like this. There we go. $14 a month. That's always the meme for that game. $14 a month just to click on a tree. I've been doing that for the last 3 months. So I play yearly, so it's technically less than that. For the last 3 months, I've done nothing but click on tree. Because it refuses to give me the pet for woodcutter. In all fairness, we are like almost 3 times over drop rate, but still. Oh, we already have 15 gold. It feels weird because just the other day we're at like 3 gold. Amazing what like a day of money making does to your bank account. These Leatherworkers making about 2 gold an hour. Actually, we can see what their next hide is too when we go check it. Let me see. I know it's slightly over. I want to say like 2.1. Let's see. If we go get the next merchant parameter, if we were to actually sell everything rather than keep it. Yeah, it's 2.1 gold an hour. Right there. With merchant discount, of course. Wow, it does a huge, huge jump on the next one, though. What? Why on earth does Superior Bison jump so much? Oh, they put it in the wrong order. Oh, that's funny. It's still a big jump, though. This is the correct order one. That's kind of funny. They accidentally put it in the wrong order. That's still a huge jump, though. It's still a 0.4 gold per hour jump. That's funny. I wonder if they know. Someone should let them know. The wiki accidentally put them in the wrong order. That's kind of funny. Easy mistake to do, obviously, but it's still really funny. It's still a really big jump, though. It's a 0.4 gold jump for 1 hide. Oh, you can print a receipt from Steam's thingy. Ooh, I should go see if I can take that off on taxes. The $700 for the Steam Deck. I was like, good afternoon, Sean. Welcome, welcome. Because I was just looking back at my entire purchase history ever for Steam. I was just kind of looking around, but yeah, they actually have a print receipt button. The problem is I don't have a printer. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. What's kind of sad is I would actually save so much on taxes if that does count as a write-off. that buying a printer just to print that receipt might actually save more money than not printing that receipt. Literally going out to buy a printer to print that receipt might actually save more money than not printing it out at all. I wonder if I could just email my tax people the receipt or something. Wonder if it works like that. I don't know how taxes work. All I know is it technically counts as a business expense. So I actually should be able to write it off on taxes. I normally don't for a lot of smaller things because it's just not worth the effort. But I think I actually can write off the Steam Deck's tax, which is almost like 50 bucks. Save it as a PDF and go to a library or Kinko's. That could work too. I'm just gonna see if I could just email it to my tax people and they could just print it out or something. But I hate taxes. That's one thing that we need more surveillance on, not less. I wish the government would just surveillance us enough that they could just auto-do our taxes. They already have so much info on us. Let's get a little bit more, just auto-do the taxes already. You already know where, like, nearly every dollar is. Just track it even harder and just make it so we don't ever have to do taxes. It just auto-does itself. That's one of the few things I wouldn't mind more surveillance on. Like, they pretty much already know that number. It's just so much hassle to just go give them that number so they could check it against everything. What's the goal today? A couple goals. We are trying to get to 25 gold so we can afford 200 alchemy. We did the math earlier, and it should be a bit under 23 gold. So 25, we should be really safe, even if we miscalculated somewhere. Technically, it should be closer to 20, but 23 at the absolute most. And 25 just for the extra buffer. This should get us to 209 Leatherworker. I'm then going to dunk one inventory of iron, which gets us to 232 smithing. And then we got to go and get to 77 alchemy, because everything I calculated was based on already having 77 alchemy. And that would also put us at exactly level 2,600, which is a nice clean number to end on. But yeah, that's our goal. Level 2,600, 77 alchemy, and about 209 Leatherworker, which gets us our 25 gold that we need. Are we not going for 200 bone right? No, we don't have it banked. I do need to go knowledge point it at some point, but it's not high priority at the moment. Because the second I hit 200 bone right, we're not actually doing anything with it. I don't need it until the combat rework, so we can kind of just let it sit there for a little bit and just knowledge it here and there. But yeah, bone right's kind of anticlimactically just kind of sitting there. It is going to be 200 at some point, just there's no real need to 200 exactly right now. It will get 200 at some point when I do like AFK raid dens and stuff like that. I'd probably put into bone right. Or if I ever get back to mining, that would all go into bone right. But for now, it gets to sit at 187. Is 200 Alchemy next? Yes, that's the game plan. From Wednesday to Sunday, we're doing nothing but Alchemy. Like, literally just Alchemy. Because we shouldn't need to do money making. If we do, we're going to do 222 Merchant to 227. So we could do the AFK. But we shouldn't need any extra money. If anything, we actually have more than enough at 25. That's like overkill. I'd rather have slightly too much than not enough. Because we did all the math for everything up to 200. It should be just under 23 gold. And that was like worst case scenario. Good chance it's close to like 19 or 20 gold. But yeah, from Wednesday to Sunday, we're doing nothing but Alchemy. It's going to become very, very Alchemy heavy. Might need to multitask it a little bit just so we're not doing like only Alchemy. But we are going to be doing only Alchemy. I mean something else on screen. I was considering bringing out old school RuneScape's Alchemy and doing both at the same time. For more stimulation. Also because it would be funny doing Alchemy in both games at once. Because I always wanted the Alchemy in this game to be more challenging in Brighter Shores. So doing in 2 games at once would make it a bit more challenging. Cubal action kind of trivializes it though. Because it makes it so easy to set a perfect cycle. The only thing you have to do is make sure you manual walk after. Because you can't Cubal walk currently, unfortunately. But yeah, we should have 200 Alchemy by the end of Sunday. We calculated it out, and it should be 57 hours at most. And between 5 days, it should be pretty easy to do 57 hours. Well, easy is not the right word, but we should be able to. We have the time to be doing 57 hours over the course of 5 days. Might be slightly less than that depending on how much knowledge we get. I did account for some knowledge, but I'm not sure if I accounted for all knowledge. Because it's weird to calculate out for specifically. Plus, of course, I might be doing it a little bit off stream. If it seems like we're falling behind. But it should be very doable by Sunday, end of Sunday stream. And worst comes to worst comes to worst, we'd finish on that Monday stream then. But it should be done by Sunday stream. And starting next week's Tuesday, we can start pivoting into something else. Still not fully sure what that pivot is. I want to say woodcutting carpentry. Which means we're basically just spamming woodcutting. I haven't actually done every tree yet since Cubal Action came out. We have done every tree, but not every tree since Cubal. I can't wait till we go to Bramble Suave again. That's going to be so clean. It's definitely the one that gained the biggest benefit from it. The 8 Bramble, 1 Suave. There's a lot of woodcutting that gained a huge benefit from it, but that one definitely gained the most. Unfortunately, we can't do 8 Bramble, 1 Suave again until 94. Yeah, there's something else that's going to be nice after we do the Alchemy grind. We're going to be able to 7% boost every chapter again. Or for the first time ever. It's something we've never been able to do before, but we'll be able to after the 200 Alchemy grind. Unfortunately, I'm not making too many for Chapter 2, and pretty much making none for Chapter 4. However, we are going to have more than, like, infinite for Chapter 3. Actually, that's not true. We're going to be doing it for about 12 hours, which is about 1,200 of them. But it should hold us over for a while. Because the only two things I'd really be using it on is the Venture, while also ideally doing at least one knowledge point. As well as, like, double knowledge pointing. Like, whenever we're doing it to, like, a double bone right or something. Or double smithing when we need that post 200. But I would probably start consuming 2 a day for the Venture. I was gotta try to synergize it with a knowledge point or 2 so we can multitask them. Instead of just only using it on the Venture. But it's worth it to use on the Venture plus a knowledge point. Or a Venture plus 2 knowledge points. Tell's also doing south. Now he's going north. I just realized this area has, oh, never mind, it does have a window. I was gonna say, it has no windows. Wait, why would you put a window there, though? Out of every spot to put a window, why is there one there instead of, like, here? This is such a weirdly placed window. Like, that one makes sense on the other side. This one does not make sense at all. What is this window helping? Should be, like, right here. That one window's throwing me off now. They gotta go buff that window location. How am I supposed to look out at the beach? That technically does and does not exist there. Hello, ECS. Welcome, welcome. How's the grind been going? Pretty well. Still in Leatherworker. Still in the Leatherworker grind. About 3 levels to go. We're going until we have 25 gold. Whatever level that brings us to. Of which we need 9 more. We're currently at a rate of like slightly under 2 gold an hour. You're still new in combat? Nice. Yeah, we're going to go pretty heavy on combat once the combat rework comes into the game. Eventually. Hey, they took their shoes off for doing Leatherworker. That's funny. Oh no, is the north side bribing the south side? I was just logged in right now. I don't feel like I ever checked these recently. It's kind of funny because almost everyone logged in I've seen today. We've seen Jas, we've seen M. Actually, he's literally here. We've seen Mad Hatter. I haven't seen Mightiest, I don't think. We've seen Miles, yes. He was just actually here. Actually, he's still here. We've seen No Creamy. I haven't seen Pan-Fried Spam. We've seen PM Twisty in this room. Source Central, I'm not sure if we saw him today, because we haven't been in the cooking place. He's cooking right now. So unless we go there, we don't get to see him. I haven't seen these other 3, or these other 2. Is that everyone currently logged in? I've seen all of them but 3 today. Hey, who's trying to add us right now? I do technically have 1 spot left. Oh, so Mad Hatter, are you trying to add me on your other account? For alts, I try to only add people's main account. Just so it doesn't overbloat our already limited list. What's our in-game name? Tacet. T-A-C-E-T. Same as the channel. I do eventually need to clear more of my list so I can add people. But there's a 200 limit currently. Because I tried sending one to Tell earlier, he didn't accept it. But I assume he has a full list of 200 similar to us, so he has no room. I know the issue. We've been in that position for a while now. I said, hello, B. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. So my OCS has been banking all their hides recently. Seems like they're going for that 500 armor maker grind. I still need the money a little bit more right now than I need the hide. But eventually we'll be banking a lot of them. You keep running into rank 1 on leaderboards? Which one, Patricio? Or Unbi? Oh, Patricio's not hiding anymore. They've come out of hiding. What's he doing right now? Because I assume he's doing merchant. But based on his level distribution, it could be a lot of things, actually. Crows? Okay, so he's doing guard then. Looks like he's starting to get all his combats post 200. That's kind of weird. I thought he would wait for the combat rework. Unless he's doing Forager with the crows. But the main Forager item you'd be doing at that level is not crow related. Because I don't believe you get one until way later. Because you'd only need it for the wall plant thing. And that's the area that's not near a wall plant. Hello, Yusuf. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. He's been on the endless Leatherworker grind. We're almost there, though. 2.5 more levels. Our goal is to get to 25 gold, so we can afford 200 alchemy. That's way more than enough. That is our current plan. And then we start our 200 alchemy grind and just get it done in 5 days in a row. Doing nothing but alchemy all day, every day, until it's done. We haven't done that for too many skills yet, but I do just kind of want a one and done alchemy before the price hike, in case they're releasing trading in like a week from now. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. That randomly someday next week we just get trading added, and they price hike every shop. So I want to try to do some of the things that we still need to buy stuff from the shop for. So one of the other reason I want to do woodcutting carpentry next is I might have to buy a small amount of carpentry supplies. I'm pretty sure just dumping knowledge into it's fine. If I dump all knowledge from woodcutting and carpentry into carpentry while doing both of them, we should be fine. But if I do need to offset it by buying stuff from the shop, I want to do it now rather than later. And alchemy requires the most to buy from shops, so I'm doing it first. And then carpentry requires the second most. I guess technically cooking requires the third most, but I kind of want to do forager and fishing before I do cooking. How much money do I need for 200 alchemy? About 23 gold was our highball estimate. Lowball is like 18 or 19. It's hard to tell because of knowledge and a few other factors. But 23 is like the upper limit. As long as we have 23, we should be fine, and we're getting 25 just in case we miscalculated somewhere. But 25 should be more than enough. And like 22, 23 should be the overall cost, probably a bit less. Because I didn't account for anything we had banked already. I assumed we were buying everything. Even though some of it we do have pre-banked. It also implies no potions are sold back. And I will be selling back the level 6 fear potion, or the 6-minute fear potion. Everything else I'll probably be keeping though. But the 6-minute fear potion I'll be selling back. Just because the 9-minute ones and 15-minute ones will last you forever. So there's no real reason to even keep the 6-minute ones. Well, you can make some money while doing fishing. If you do eel and pufferfish, you can keep selling it to the shop and go back and forth. But yeah, every other fish you tend to just drop to the ground. The only fish I intend to keep from fishing is the venture fish. Because I do want to start getting the venture rolling at some point. Like the lobsters from the 107 venture. And the oyster from the 140 venture. And then eventually the better lobster from the 175 venture. Those 3 I do plan to keep. Everything else I plan to sell though. Or just drop on the ground. I wish they made venture items more rare. I think the problem with venture items is their costs in shops aren't enough. Hopefully when they do the price hike, they go extra hard on the venture ones. To actually make the ventures worth doing. Because there's a lot of venture items that aren't worth enough. For how long they take to accumulate. Here's something I didn't check. How much are those lobsters even worth? It saves this the trip of having to go there. As well as the fishing XP is the main reason I want to do it. Let me go check. How much are the lobsters? I never checked the other lobster price. Wow, they're only 1.7? Never mind, you don't even bank those. I would just drop them on the ground. Wait, when do they become worth banking? Do these even worth banking? Why are they so bad? Wait. I would still want the XP drop though, but... Yeah, we just drop them straight on the ground. Why are they so little? They're worth like negative value to bank. Let's see, what's the best lobster? Not even the best lobster is worth it. Oh gosh. Maybe we don't bank them. I still kind of want them for the XP drop though. Just to speed up fishing a little. But you literally just grab them and then drop them on the ground. Immediately set them back free into sea. Feels like crabbing. Because almost like every like 10 crabs you get, like you only get like a 1-to-9 ratio of like correctly sized crab compared to crab that's too small. So you just throw the rest back into the sea. That's what it's gonna feel like with that venture. We're just gonna get 12 drops and just throw all of them back into the sea. And just immediately drop them. These are not worth enough. But the reason I would want to do it is for the XP drop for fishing. Not because we need the material. The one thing to keep in mind, we are giving up like 20-something silver every time we do one, compared to doing this. But the problem is I don't really need that detective XP drop. Whereas I would love to have that fishing XP drop, even if I'm just dropping all the lobster on the ground. The problem with banking that is it's not worth it. We actually lose value banking it than not banking it. It's actually more expensive to bank it than to not bank it. I got another Fox event thing. Oh no. I didn't even realize it and already failed one. Oh no. Right, hopefully we don't lose this. Come on, 1 in 45 chance. At some point we have to land it. We can't go dry forever. Also, the plugin that's supposed to help you is kind of annoying because it's actually desynced. I'm not sure if this event got updated again sometime recently. But it's actually desynced. It keeps telling you to do the wrong thing. Which is why I kept failing it a little bit earlier. Because the plugin that tells you what to do is telling you what not to do. Like, it's telling you what to do incorrectly. We didn't get it. We did complete the event, but we didn't get one. Oh, keep going dry forever. But yeah, I do want to unlock the fishing ventures. The main reason being, just the free fishing XP. Like every few days we get a free fishing level. Which is kind of worth it. Even if we're getting no other reward other than a free fishing level. And since we're just dropping them, we can actually run it for free while doing a chef run. Whenever we're turning in a bunch of chef bounties. If we have Little Lucy, Scrapyard, or Sentinel, or even the Sheen one, or the Valiant, or whatever it's called. Any of those that go down there are all free turn-ins. Because they all route past Oyster and or Lobster. Particularly Lobster. Because Lobster's in a really good position. He passes for free pretty much anytime you come here. Whereas Oyster is a little bit out of the way. You really only go there if you need to go to Invincible. But Lobster is really free in location, as you pass it doing almost anything in Hopeport. Yep, only 8 gold to go. Which is what, 4 more hours? I might even just stop at 23 gold. And just go do the rest of the alchemy we need. Because it should still be way more than enough. And if we ever need to do a little bit off stream, we'd just do a little bit off stream then. I was on our calculations earlier. 23 is like the highest it's going to cost us. It doesn't take into account like the 5 to 6 gold that we're going to get back from selling the fears. Or sorry, 0.6. Or some of the other things as well. They'll be a little bit cheaper. Like everything we already have banked. So I might just go for the 23 gold then for now. So we have time to go get the 77 alchemy today. Which should bring us to like 208 and a half Leatherworker. Because the main thing we're doing this for is not for the, we're not doing this for the Leatherworker level. You know, we will need that for Armor Maker next chapter, but the whole reason we're doing this is for the alchemy money. Because we could be doing anything for it. We could be doing Merchant or anything else. We're deciding to do Leatherworker for it. But it doesn't have to be Leatherworker. It's just the quickest moneymaker we have, so it makes the most sense to. Alright, so far Chapter 3 and 4 are winning on the combat poll. Oh, we did see Mightiest today. He's doing the raid dens. He's been doing a lot of those recently. Because the last time I did raid dens several days ago, he was still there doing raid dens. I wonder if he's going for like 500 or something. You should be around like 250. Let's just go check. Based on how much I've seen him there, he should be 240 or 250. Or like a 250 something. Like one's like 250 something and the other one's like a 240 something. Let's see. Yep, it's called it. It was pretty easy to tell though. But yeah, he's 257 and 243. But yeah, did we call that or did we call that? I know based on about how long he was there and the fact that he was still there that that'd be about the level though. Yeah, that's actually exactly what his level was. That's kind of funny. Yeah, it's 257 watch person and 243 detective. We kind of knew that because you would be around that level range if you're doing it that much while being at that location still. $17 gold. So close, yet so far. 6 more gold to go. A solid 3+ hours of Leatherworker. And I think we go and get whatever we need left for Alchemy. And then from there, we'll see where we are. Because that should be 208 Leatherworker. 74 Alchemy. In which case I would have to do that for about an hour to go get the other level. Another knowledge point coming in. That'll be level 73. Still a little ways to go. The main reason we're acknowledging here, too, is to try to skip these Arbory potions. These are actually completely dead until trading comes out. At least the plus 60s, we could just use ourselves whenever we want. But the plus 60s for a green, yeah, we have no point but to sell them. So it's not really worthwhile for us to make as many. It's just this money that's completely tied up. The blue ones are too, but they're cheaper and they're more useful if we want to immediately use them. Because when the combat rework comes out, we might be messing with them slightly, we'll see. Probably not a huge amount though. Because until bossing comes out, they're probably not worth it. Oh wait, he didn't drink the potion. Come on. There you go. Level 73. 4 to go. Oh no, the XP pops. I like just doing anything here. There's something we're going to have to do down the line at some point, though. It's going to be painful to do. But at some point, we do have to acknowledge the Leatherworker. It's going to feel so painful to do it, but we eventually do need to do it. Alright, that's something interesting if we do the 500 Mindfighter grind. We're going to have to carry 2 XP pots with us. A 7% and a 5%. 7% for when we put it into bone right and or smithing and or mining. Probably smithing. And then a 5% for, you know, everything else. If you want to keep boosting while doing the combat. Virtually, you're going to have to double potion of the exact same potion, just at a different percent. They don't stack, but they would have different purposes. The 5% for chugging and the 7% for knowledge points. Which also give us about 3 kills worth of bonus. Maybe 4 once the combat rework comes out, because obviously by then it would be. So I might be able to sneak in 4 or 5 kills within that time, whereas right now you can only sneak in like 3 kills during that time. There's one problem though, we're only going to have about 1,000 of that potion. Based on the math from earlier, we should have about 1,300 something. Which sounds like a lot, but honestly that doesn't last that long, even if you only use it for knowledge points. It's not even enough to get one skill to 500. Even if you double dip the knowledge points every time and like double stack them. Even in that situation, that doesn't even cover one single 500. Which will likely be dumped into smithing. Or mostly smithing. Because I really want to prioritize 440 smithing. Actually, you know what? Maybe that's the whole reason why we do the 500 Mines of Matubin fight. Grind. Oh. That would actually be big. We dump every single last bit. Well, not counting 200 bone rate. But ignoring 200 bone rate. We dump every last bit of knowledge into smithing. to try to get 440 so we can make 500 stuff. Only problem with that is when on earth do we do the mining grind? I guess I could do it on mining a bit too, just get past some of the dead area. But that means I might need to do some mining while we're doing that grind. Obviously, that doesn't knowledge us all the way to 440 smithing, though. Not even close. I guess it's like low 300 something. And what do we need for platinum again? I thought I checked it earlier. I think it was like 278. Let's see if it'll go back. Platinum, where are you? Okay, it's probably just easier to just type in platinum at this point. Is it not called platinum? Oh, it's Flantium. It's 267. We got a knowledge to 267. Is a really important number then, so that we could do the Flatniums. We'd get way more than that though from it. But yeah, I might actually even do it a little bit more evenly distributed then. Maybe use it to skip some of the stones, since we don't really need them. Because that could be the way that we do it for mining. Is use it basically as a stone skipper. Because that gets us to all of our tier 5 ore by 294. And how much do you need for Edithra ore then? I'll go check. Since we're checking the things. Because that might be the plan for when we do that grind then, if we do that way. Edithral. It gets us to, yeah, oh, it's 294 for both. Interesting. But that might be the goal then, because that gets us to every tier 5. 294, 294 gets us to every tier 5, which is decently relevant. As tier 5 goes pretty deep. And then from there, we don't matter as much if we go all in on smithing. So yeah, we'll offset a little bit of mining in between and then do it that way. That would actually work out perfectly then. Does mean there's quite a bit of a mining grind in between though. Because if I was to do it that way, we'd have to do a lot of mining from 262. And then from 294, we can just grab whatever we want. Because then we don't have to keep dumping into mining. But at 262, we'd bare minimum have to go to like 270. If we even want to do that AFK. I'm not sure. We'll figure something out for it. But 294 mining is the highest we need for quite a while. It's every tier 5. We do need higher eventually, but it'll hold us over for quite a while. Because our next good mark is until 372. So 294 is the highest mining we'll need for a while. Before we hit like the ultra dead zone. Like the deadest of dead zones. And then from there we can just go to 440 smithing so we can make 500 stuff. I wouldn't have the material to make it for everything, but we'd still be able to make pretty high 400 somethings. Completely from scratch. It just require 294 mining and 440 smithing. Technically even a little bit lower than that. Most of the level ranges we could reach by... Actually, what's the highest thing? If we were to make our highest thing, it'd be 60 lower than 490 minus 1. Which is 61 lower than that. Which is 429. At 429, we can make the highest material out of tier 5. Which is the bow. But yeah, 429 would get that done. We would need 429 woodcutting. I mean, 429 smithing, I mean. 294 mining and 429 smithing. And that would allow making every tier 5 to the max possible level you can make it with the plus 60 that's coming. As the highest one would be a 489 bow. Some of them will be capped by not having the perfect, though. The best we could ever make a rapier is only 340. Or something like our longsword would only be able to make to 428. It's still not bad, though. Compared to how much longer the next grind is. Because making the jump from 294 to the other number is going to be very bad. Even if you just count iron, it's almost a 100 level jump. It's like an 80 jump. And that's the lowest tier one. That's not even for everything. It's just for rapier. But yeah, I think that is the plan when we do 500 Mind Flater, though. 200 Bone Right, 294 Miner, while mining slightly in between. And however far we can get smithing within that time. Seems like a nice balance for it. As far as where we dump the knowledge. Yep, next batch brings us to 18. Find a gold to go after that. Oh, so imagine this wasn't our highest hide the whole time and I was doing the wrong one. Could you imagine? Luckily it is. You can tell very easily by the 222 merchant level. And the 196 Leatherworker level. Which unfortunately there's not anything better to do at this level range at 206. Not until 210. Which is why 210 is the cap even if we wanted to keep going. Though we shouldn't need to go that far today. After the calculations from earlier. Yeah, it's costing about as much as a level 25 tool to go max out Alchemy. That's pretty cheap. Yeah, the cost of one of these is basically how much it will cost us to get 200 Alchemy from where we are. Assuming we throw knowledge into Alchemy the entire time while training Alchemy. Because that is one thing my calculations did try to put into account. Is we're dumping literally all knowledge into Alchemy as we train Alchemy. Someone's saying hello to YouTube there. Finny with a 1. Welcome, welcome. But I can't wait until we start the alchemy grind up. I'm actually looking forward to the 200 alchemy grind. It's a grind we've been putting off forever because it's concerned about the money. But after I did the math on the money, I'm more concerned as to why we didn't do it earlier. Because 23 gold is like nothing. That's like one single 25 tool, pretty much. And we have like a billion of them. Actually, how many 25 tools do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, and a partial one. 4, 5, 6, and some. 7. We have 725 tools. And alchemy costs about as much as one of them. Asela Sanaka! Yeah, it's just like the 200 passives, yeah. Though that's a huge, huge mistake, though, not doing the 200 passives earlier. It's not too big a deal doing the 200 alchemy later, just because the XP pots are a limited amount anyway, so you're eventually going to run out. So it's good to have them, but you're eventually going to hit 0 until trading comes out, where you can actually buy them from other people. But you're always eventually going to hit 0. Doesn't matter how many you make or long your grind. Even with like the 2,000 something that I'm going to be making for Stonewall Hill, I'll use that up on like one single skill. One single 500 in Chapter 5 will cost every single one we make from 158 to 197. Like, it might seem like we're making a billion of them, but it's only going to last for 1/500. Either builder or armor maker. Still to be determined based on which one seems more worthwhile at the time. I'm leaning towards armor maker now, but it really comes down to how viable builder is. Because it's hard to know since we don't know the overall viability of builder. It could be the best skill in the game. It could be as bad as like carpentry or something. We don't currently know. Actually, detective is more so a good example of it. Like, it could be as bad as detective or as good as like the production skill in Chapter 3. There we go. 3.5 levels of alchemy to go. And whatever we still need to go do by 25 gold, or 23 gold, I mean, we'll just do manually. Shouldn't take us that long. Like, it's less than an hour of alchemy we gotta go do later this stream. But now we're officially at 18 with a 69 underneath. 5 gold to go. Which our current rate is about a little over 2.5 hours, a little under 3 hours. And then we got to do like a little under an hour of alchemy. And there should be every goal achieved then. Oh yeah, we also got to dunk like 6 iron ore just to get the number up. We're literally like 6 bars away from getting a level. That's just where I happened to stop the AFK activity. Yeah, 69 was yesterday. We're now at 70. Day 70. 30 more days and it would be 100 days consecutive of streaming every day. Oh yeah, that does remind me. I believe it's next week's Thursday. It's probably going to be a way later in the day, very short stream. Because I got to go to the dentist that day. So I won't feel like talking normally. Well, for one, the appointment's not until like 1 o'clock or something, 1 or 2. So I'm not going to be streaming prior, so I'd have to stream after. But for a few hours after, I won't really be able to talk properly. It's like the earliest that stream could possibly be is like 5 o'clock. Like 5 hours normal than the normal starting time. I'm still going to be streaming that day, but it's going to be way later start than normal. Kind of like around the time when we started on Monday, yesterday. What am I getting done? It's just a basic cleaning and everything. But I always wait until after the mouth's like fully washed out and everything. From everything. Which normally takes like hours. Because I don't like swallowing it. And I can't really talk properly during that time. Oh no, it doesn't hurt or anything. It's more so my ability to talk during that duration would be hindered. Unless we do like a no talking stream. I'm just gonna wait until I can talk normally. It shouldn't make you talk funny. It does for me because I hate swallowing the stuff. So it takes like a good hour or two until after. Which would be at least like 4 o'clock. You almost died last year in the hospital? Oh no! Yeah, luckily I've never needed like super major surgery or anything like that. The most extreme thing I've ever had to do is be taken out when my molars got removed, or whatever they're called, is like back teeth. But I haven't really needed like major surgery or anything. I'm still really young, so I haven't really needed to yet. Yeah, it was actually free when I got all the things removed. That's why I got it while I still had, like, good insurance. Insurance is horrible these days, though. I think the cleaning and everything's gonna be like 100, 150 or whatever it is. When I go in next week. It is completely out of pocket. Though I think they are taking x-rays and everything, because I think they do that like once a year. So they're probably doing that on the next thing. Yeah, I go a bit more often because I was born with like lower enamel in my teeth. So they're more prone to things going wrong. It's kind of funny because that dentist appointment was scheduled last year. Otherwise, I probably would have tried scheduling on a Monday. Which if I do need another, it would definitely be on a Monday. Because that was scheduled like almost a year ago. This is the thing I'm going in for next week. I don't want to reschedule because their appointments are probably all booked already. I just realized something with the Steam Deck as well. I wonder if you can play more than one game at once on Steam Deck, like you can on PC. Because I never tried when I was trying it earlier. I assume you can. Not sure if you could divide up your screen the same way though. Because on PC you could easily do like 4 at once. Because I forgot the official client for RuneScape, Old School RuneScape, is actually on Steam. So I could technically do Brighter Shores and Old School RuneScape at the same time if it lets me. Not sure if it does. I assume it would. Because I know it's running on Linux rather than Windows or whatever that thing is called, with like Proton or whatever. I assume it could still function similarly like that. Because on this computer, I could easily be doing like 8 different Steam games at once if I really wanted to. Obviously, it's a little overkill. But it would definitely function. Can you open multiple instances of Brighter Shores? No. It doesn't let you. Multiboxing is also against the terms of service for the game, even if you could. But no, Steam doesn't let you. You can't open multiple instances of the same game. You can open multiple games at once, just not multiple instances of the same one. It's a good thing against bots, but there's still ways around it. There's third-party programs that you would need different Steam accounts, but you can use third-party programs to log in like 10, 20, 30, 50 different ones at once. It's against game rules these days, but it is possible on one machine. It's easier to run 20 Old School RuneScape accounts than 2 Brighter Shores? Yes, that's definitely true. It is absurdly easy to infinitely upscale Old School RuneScape. Whereas you have to do a lot of workarounds to make it work for Brighter Shores. Hey, Renio. Hello, hello. Just a really high level too. He's almost at all 2s. We'll take these past it. He ruined his perfect 2-2-2-2. Hello, Tony. Oh yeah, there's a couple different methods that you could do, depending on what you need to do. But generally selling them, it's best to teleport back and then sell to the hide shop. If you're banking, it's normally better to use the storage rift than it is to use over here. The only time that this leather bank is worth using is if you already have hides pre-banked here from combat. It is worthwhile to come over here, bank them, and then come over here to go unbank them. But yeah, generally if you're storing them, you're putting in the storage rift. And if you're selling them, you teleport to the portal stone and sell them over there. It's normally the main strategy. These are the 2 shortest distances. Yeah, we're about to gain another level. 2 more to go. Because we're not actually doing 210. We should actually get to about 209 or so. Even slightly less. Because at this point, we're doing it based on gold, not based on level. That'll be calculated out. We need 23 gold. And later tonight, I'll probably do the rest off stream anyways. But the goal for on stream is 23 gold and 77 alchemy. I guess technically 1 smithing level, because it's still bothering me that we are like 1 XP away pretty much. We dunk like 1 set of ore and we're gonna gain a level. Come on, almost got that level. So I need to go stand up and stretch for a moment after I click on this next one. My leg just like half fell asleep. Need to get a good stretch in. Oi! Oh. The struggle of sitting down for hours on end. Ow. There we go. Alright, where were we? Hey, about to gain a level. Ooh, 207. Any moment now. If it wants to move that last little pixel at some point. Come on, get the level. Come on, level. One more. Are we gonna get it? Boo. Oh, we're actually 60-something thousand away. It looks like we're really close, but we're actually not. We're 62,000 XP away from a level. Good old post 200 scaling. It's kind of funny, we're actually perfectly aligned right now. Because Renzio and I both got in at the same time earlier. And now we're doing it again. Oh, I got servered into a different one though. Oh no. I've hit the carpentry cap. I mean the leatherworker cap in the room. Also, I never realized how many people can be in the carpentry room. It actually has a higher limit than the leatherworker room. Leatherworker room seems to be like 20. Carpentry seems like it goes like 25 or even higher than that. It's actually way higher. I know, reminds me, my Tubin rank just went down. Reminds me, my Tubin's pretty easy to go take though. Especially if you do 500 Minefighter. That's one other byproduct of doing 500 Minefighter aside from the billion that they already has. Is we're basically perpetually top 20 in Mines of Matubin. It also sets us up for an eventual 500 all grind in Mines of Matubin. Something I don't plan to do for a while because I don't plan to do much Bone Rate or Stonemason for a while. But it is something that would eventually happen. I'm still not sure if I should go mine all the stones or not. I still haven't determined that, if it's worth or not worth. There it is, finally. 207. Definitely we could do with it, but another level for the pile. Oh, and I got the Fox event again in the other game. At some point we'll get the 1 in 45, so we never need to do this again. Then we could just keep going dry on one thing instead of two at once. Here it is, nice. Nope, didn't get it. And we got nothing again for the billing of time. Wonderful. One more inventory for 19 gold. 4 more after that. Oh no, Renzo is ahead of me. Oh no, we slacked. How do we go so much slower? I think it's because of the potion I drank. Set me behind. He was using the potion and the knowledge point. Says behind him. But it's worth it when we can finally start doing alchemy again. As well as having all the money we need for it. And a ton of potions to use in the future. Or is that something I didn't really bother calculating out earlier, even though we technically did the math on it? You know how many fear potions we're going to have? It's going to be around like 1,300, slightly higher. So let's do something real quick. What is 1,300 times 9 divided by 60? We're at bare minimum going to have 195 hours of fear immunity. So if you're wondering why I'm selling all the 6-minute ones, just the 9 minutes alone, from 104 to 131, is going to be roughly 195 hours of immunity. Obviously, that doesn't last forever. But what will last forever is 238 to 277. The amount of a fear immunity we'd get from that for 15 minutes each. Now, that truly lasts forever. I'm not sure what the number is, but it's measured in thousands of hours. Of fear immunity. But yeah, just the ones that we'd get from this 104 should be about 195. Give or take about 10 hours of fear immunity. It's almost like 200 hours of fear immunity just from that. Actually, I didn't even think about that. I wonder if you do need fear immunity for next chapter. Because you might need it for Delver. But it might also not matter, because after the combat rework, you can disengage from battle really quickly. As well as just obliterate any enemy. Might just be literally quicker to kill them than it would be to even drink the potion. No, I highly doubt it would be that quick, but it would be funny though. Because you can't use pass action on an enemy anymore. After the combat rework. Or at least not in the same way that you do now. You can pass action everything at once through the obelisk, but you can't pass action a single unit quickly. It would just simply do all of them in the entire chapter simultaneously. But they upscale to your level, so there'd be no point in doing that, because it'd be 10 levels below you. It's not like right now where you can go and downscale them to like a level 8 or a level 10 or something. Oh, so these are probably the funniest people. This guy's hiding his name, but not his number. But this guy's hiding his number, but not his name. Yeah, that's the thing now as of today. You can be selective which one you hide. This guy's hiding his number, but not name, and this one's hiding his name, but not number. And of course, you can also hide both, which is what that one little symbol guy looks like. The Cryo Knight there. You have a whole array of hiding now. Hey, what's everyone's general consensus, by the way, of the new leaderboard? Has anyone been checking in with the high-level players, seeing what they think of it? It seems fine to me. Not sure if anyone still has complaints with it right now, though. I wish it said something other than anonymous player, though. Like, just like a couple dash lines or something. Because it takes up so much room. Plus, what if someone names himself anonymous something? Like anonymous P. Or anonymous play. That'll get even more confusing. You'll see a bunch of anonymous players, and then in between will be like anonymous play in between. I'm surprised no one at the top of leaderboard did that yet, but they probably don't want to lose their name. Oh, we're official at 19 gold, 4 to go. We have enough to upgrade a tool to 25, but that is not our target. Our target is 25 alchemy. I mean, sorry, 200 alchemy, I mean. Not a 25 tool, but a level 200 alchemy. Because I never did do the math earlier. I wonder what it costs to go from 200 to 219. If we were to bank these for later, hypothetically. I don't need these till like chapter 5 though, probably. But we can actually know what it is pretty easily. I think it's 36.2. I just want to double check. It's about 36.2 each. And let's say each one you would need to use for 8 hours before you gain a level, roughly. Forget the exact interval, but let's just say 8 hours. But that's not even relevant for what I'm doing right now. I just want to check the cost. I just realized I have 2 Alchemist tabs open now. I'll go check something. If I can get down there. And let me finish the hides first. And then we can go check some math. I want to see what it costs to do it all the way to 219. So, oh, it doesn't have the XP per hour, though. Yes, good, perfect. Because I like how those say unknown because no one's bothering to make them. But, yeah, let me double check. Sweet corn was 20. The other one, I believe, was 16 point something. Yeah, 17.6. So it's 37.6 per hour. Is the number I was looking for there. Alright, it's 37.6. And there's our XP number. Alright, so first we gotta figure out how much XP we need. So to go to 219, it is... Oh gosh, that's a lot of XP. Math. 4... 8... let's just say 48. Close enough. Slightly overkill, but 48 times, no, divide. Divide by... Where did my number go? Oh, wrong Alchemist page. Divide by that number. 223... 200... It would take 215 hours of AFK. And then times that by, 37.2? I double check the number. Times that by... Yep, 37.6. It would cost 8 gold. That's not awful. But yeah, 8 gold. Technically slightly under, over, but technically it'd be slightly under. But yeah, slightly under than 8 gold to get, wait, how many pots would that be? That would be 200 and... Where's the other number? That would be 215 plus 4 boost pots. That does not last that long, though. But yeah, it would take about 215 hours to go make them. At the cost of slightly under 8 gold. At least before the price hike. Which is one of the reasons I kind of want to do it before the price hike. Because that could be easily over 10 gold or 20 gold later. But at least currently it's only 8 gold to do it. So I'm probably going to start doing that as my AFK. I would have to do it for 215 hours between now and when the shops get nerfed. It's one of the other reasons I want to rush Alchemy. Because that's probably going to be more expensive later. Once I hit 200, I could technically pre-buy all of it. It would only cost 8 gold extra to go pre-buy it all. And you know what we come back to for that? Leatherworker and Merchant a little bit. You know what? That might have to be our Monday, Tuesday grind then. Because I need to go make the 8 gold so we can go make all those and just pre-buy them. I don't need to immediately make them all, but I do need to pre-buy them all. And since we have them pre-bought, I might as well make them as well. I don't need this potion until Chapter 5 though. As I would likely be using it on post 200 builder and post 200 armor maker. Are probably my main 2 targets for it. Yep, we're good to go. Yeah, let me go bring up that map from earlier. So yeah, 215 hours of doing the AFK for 8 gold. Oh no, why do I always think things in Alchemy cost so much more? 8 gold's not a lot for that. Especially for how much I'm already spending on smithing ranges. But how much that burns per hour. But 8 gold for 215 of the best potion in the entire game. It's not that bad. Until we hit the wall. And I'm not sure what we do with Alchemy. Because it's not really worth making hope ports. Oh no, I guess maybe. But then it wouldn't be worth doing that. Unless we just really want to AFK to that. Because this is pure money, you don't actually get a good potion out of it. And fears are expensive, but if we're doing 500 Mind Fighter, they're free. I'm curious what a 15-minute fear would go for compared to a 9-minute, though. Because a 9-minute costs 1 silver to make. And a 15-minute for only 6 minutes more costs, like, 15 times that. As far as the resources to make it. We would definitely be saving them for ourselves, though. I would never sell them. Because that's all the fears we have for the rest of time. Whatever fear potions we make from 238 till 277, or 267 if we're doing the AFK there, is literally every last fear potion we'll have for the rest of time. So gotta make them last. But it's literally thousands of hours of fear protection, so we should be fine. Worst comes to worst, you can just buy more. A lot of people with spear 9-minute ones. Until the potion rework. I don't think they would rework fear potions. There's nothing that really needs to be reworked with them other than maybe auto repotting. And then when they can be put on your tool belt and not use a slot. But that's already confirmed to happen. The auto repot hasn't been confirmed, but the being able to equip things like that are going to be attached to a quest. You just like to bug me. I don't know, I wouldn't mind a potion rework. But I feel like they're just going to add Alchemy 2 rather than a potion rework, though. And just put all of the other quality of life things and other utility potions that people have been wanting under that category. Until they make a Alchemy 3. I don't know, we'll find out what they do after Chapter 6. Because, yeah, they gotta do something with it. There's nowhere they're gonna be putting 20, 30, 40, 50 chapters all in one skill. I don't know, the only potion that's kind of weak right now is Forensic Potion. There's only certain level ranges that you can even do it on. And beyond that, it's also just not good at all. We're basically just converting a potion into money. But it's not even like a lot of money. Just a pretty average amount of money. Like every other potion actually does something. Forensic basically does nothing. It's basically just weaker wealth potion. I do feel like there will be a quest tie-in for the forensic potion at some point, though. We're gonna have to do the forensic passive for one of the quests that gets added to Chapter 4 eventually. But they did an update where you can just buy it from the shop, so you don't even need the alchemy level for it. It might cost you a little bit more, but you don't even need to make one through alchemy. Oh, we're almost at 20 gold. I just realized, tomorrow before we go dump all the alchemy stuff, is going to be the highest amount of gold we've ever had at one point. The highest I ever had was just under 25. And if I do Leatherworker off stream tonight to 210, after we get whatever we need for 23 gold, which gets us to like 209 or so. But after that, the starting gold we have tomorrow will be the highest gold amount we've ever had. Not by much, but it will be our highest technically. But yeah, at this point, we should have to go for about another 2 hours. And then we still have one last grind we gotta go do after that, which is whatever we still need for 76 alchemy. Whatever we don't have by then from knowledge. Which at that point should be like 2.5 levels, which takes under an hour. Is all the math I did earlier calculated from 77, so we do need to make sure we're at 77 before tomorrow. I just realized we already can make the 7% hope ports. Wait, how much does a 7% hope port cost, by any chance? It's probably not worth it. I just want to see something. Oh, wrong one. Looking at the passive. Oh yeah, there's too much. That's why we never bothered. Stonewall Hill is cheaper than them. That's kind of weird. So 7% for chapter 1 is 7. The 7% for chapter 2 is 9. A 7% for chapter 3 is 1.5. Oh, one of these is not like the others. A 7% for chapter 5 is the second cheapest at 6.5. Yeah, no wonder why these seem so much more worth it. Well, obviously this one's dirt cheap. We already knew that. But Stonewall Hill is actually the second cheapest one. Now counting the exceedingly high outlier of the Mines of Matubin one, the second cheapest is Stonewall Hill for some reason, oddly enough. At least currently until the price hike. Does you know what we haven't checked in a while? Our leather bank. I just want to go see how many we have in there. Yeah, let's waste some time to go check our leather bank. I'm actually curious where our leather is at right now. Just want to see where all of our stocks are at. Oh, I banked 138 of these so far. So we got 1 day of AFKing for the other thing. So I have the highest tier. We got the most of deer at 357. And the main reason for that is I want to use them for pre-200, assuming they can be used for that. Because post-200 we can start doing the AFK and knowledge points and stuff like that. Also, 2 more trips and we should be at 20. So close yet so far. But yeah, we're going to need to do the merchant grind at some point next week. To eventually get to that next tier hide. Because we need to make 8 gold. And our leatherworker is going to hit the end of the road by then. Which means we got to go do merchant. At least 5 levels to get up to the AFK. Then after that, at least to the 233 so we can go boost all the way to there. It's only 6 levels. Shouldn't take that long at all. It's probably Tuesday's goal. Monday and Tuesday, since Monday's the shorter stream. Monday tries to finish whatever we need to get to 227, probably. That would be 5 hours, though. That's pretty long. I don't know. There's not much I need to do this Monday, necessarily, though. I'll double check. But we might be able to do that on Monday, then. And on Tuesday, we finish this so we can get to the better hide and actually do some of them. And then we should be good to go on money. Because that's way more than enough. We only need 8 gold at that day. That's going to be way more than 8 gold. That's almost like tool upgrading money. Gotta far overshoot 8. And the reason we needed 8 was for the alchemy supplies at 200. So we could do post 200. Too bad there's not a negative EXP bonus. Like taking less XP but making more production. Like getting 50% less XP but getting double the amount of pots or something. You can get half as much XP, but it still gives you the same amount. I wish you could trade in like half or 3/4 of it for like double the output. That'd be kind of funny. That'd make some potion range actually worthwhile, make it a bunch. I assume their solution to that in the future is there's going to be some kind of mechanic where you'll be able to go and basically set up a passive where you only get the output of it, but not the XP. Because that would fix quite a few of the issues that Alchemy has and a few of the other ones have as well. Or you wouldn't get the XP for it, or very, very exceedingly minimal. But you'd get the full output for it, so your main character can still do whatever he wants the XP from. But that other mechanic can do whatever you need, like the product from, but not the XP from. Because then you could do it to get the gathering supplies too. Like having to gather, actually get like the supplies you need for a potion that you normally wouldn't go out of your way for. Like let's say this beetroot, for example. Or you don't necessarily want the XP from it, but you do need that material for some kind of potion or whatever it's used for. Same as mining. Like you could do like the mining AFK for, not getting the XP for, but let's say like gold, because you don't want to pan for gold because doing the other ones are better. But you can set that up to get no XP from it. But then at the same time be doing the goldsmithing AFK. So you're getting the XP from that and making the product from that, but the other thing just gives you the material. As you're making like gold something out of these. Wherever it is. Somewhere's in here. Oh yeah, I just realized something with the Steam Deck. Does this game have cloud save so I can actually download everything quickly? I didn't even think about that. Okay, so how am I going to get all the account data onto it? Because it's saved locally on the computer for some things. Because we don't have like login details for this account. It's just attached to my Steam account. I don't know, find out when we do the Steam Deck thing. Have any of you actually messed with that yet on 2 different computers while doing Brighter Shores yet? Because I don't think this Steam page has... Let me double check. Yeah, I don't see it. I assume it does integrate it properly, though, as long as you're on the correct Steam account. There's nothing I'd even think about, since it's a completely different device. Also, the reviews are 60% mixed right now. Really? What are people hating on right now? Let's see. Let's see. People complaining that there's no progress. Someone saying a slur. It's kind of weird. Let's see. People criticizing it as being worse than RuneScape. Doesn't let me go any further unless I see all of them. But it seems to be mostly on the progression side. Interesting. People don't like endlessly grinding for nothing. I do. We're not grinding for nothing. We have like too many goals, if anything. Which is a lot of them we can't see the fruition of until later. Like when we make a billion, few thousand, 7% XP pots for Chapter 5. Obviously we can't see the actual activeness of that potion like we can't see the effect of the potions we made until Chapter 5 comes out. And same as when we get like our smithing up. Like we can't see the byproduct of our mining and smithing pretty much until the combat rework occurs. And stuff like that. It's basically prepping for things that don't currently exist but are still there. They're just not there now. Like, I view it almost like if you were woodcutting right now to go get supplies in Old School RuneScape for the upcoming fletching event. They're doing some kind of new fletching minigame, which I haven't read into at all. But I know you're going to need probably, like, U-logs and magic logs and make them into, like, unstrungs, maybe even full bows or something. But, you know, you could be prepping for that in Old School RuneScape to go and, you know, do a bunch of woodcutting, do a bunch of... technically, I am right now. I'm doing it mostly for Beaver Pet. And, you know, make a bunch of those long bows and, you know, that you use that for the activity. I kind of feel like that. Where right now we're just kind of prepping for updates we know are going to be happening, but just aren't in the game at the moment. But it's still something you would be doing in RuneScape right now. Like, you'd be doing the exact same thing. At least in regard to fletching or that new boss that they're adding. And anything else that's coming in Voldemort Part 3 in like a couple months or whenever they're releasing it. They complain about the grind after 20, but they're fine with doing 100k agility laps. Yeah, that's still something I haven't done in leagues yet. I still haven't finished the agility grind. I gotta do Hollowed Sepulcher. I'm still like 5,000 points short of the rank we wanted to get. I think the league ends in like 10 days. I need to go do that at some point. I haven't had the time. I keep putting it off. But soon it's almost ending. I might even have to do a dedicated stream one day. I'm not sure what day that would be. It'd be some time next week, not this week, though. I might have to dedicate one day to finishing it before it ends, because I believe it's 2 Wednesdays from now it ends. Not next week, but the following week, I'm pretty sure. So it's like 8 days left. I gotta get like 1,000 points a day. I keep putting it off because I have no time to go do it, because we keep putting in time into Brighter Shores and other stuff instead. But then we can go back to playing that game normally and actually do a dedicated stream for actual RuneScape. Because we haven't done a single one in 3 months. Mostly because of Brighter Shores, but also because I was sick before then. Between the two, we haven't streamed Old School RuneScape in, like, only Old School RuneScape stream in 3 months now. The last one was like mid-October. Yeah, I'm kind of weird in that I would honestly prefer grinding a skill for like 1,000 hours than a boss for the same amount of time. Mostly because when it comes to a skill, you know exactly the rates that you're going to be getting and everything. Whereas when it comes to a boss, you don't know how long it's going to take you. Like if you go over drop rate, or triple over drop rate, or quad over drop rate, or 5 times over drop rate, or 10 times over drop rate. Whereas when it comes to a skill, you could pretty much mathematically figure out almost to, with like a few percent error, the exact amount of time it'll take you to do absolutely everything. It's a lot more consistent in knowing what you're in for, which I actually much prefer. Oh yeah, I will still be doing Brighter Shores for part of the day. If I do a stream of RuneScape, we will be doing Brighter Shores for some amount of time. Also, I am considering during the Alchemy grind to bring back the half and half screen. Maybe we should do a poll for that on tomorrow as we're doing it. If we should do it for the whole grind or just for the day. Because I am considering the half and half screen that we did during Leagues. Because otherwise we're just going to be doing the same thing over and over again for Alchemy for 5 days straight for about 57 hours straight. Just have a little bit more going on screen. Otherwise it's going to be 57 hours straight of the same thing over the course of 5 days. Though the other one will also be doing the same thing. But a different Alchemy activity in a different game. It's still Alchemy. It's just double the Alchemy. As well as like triple the clicks. It's gonna be like hard mode Alchemy. But no, if I ever do a stream where we do old school RuneScape on a given day, or even like Slay the Spire 2 on a given day, or anything else, we always still throw down a Brighter Shore stream, even if it's only for like 2 or 3 hours or so. Even if we do stream a different game. There's not too many games I plan to do that for over the course of the year, though. I only plan to really do it for bigger content in old school RuneScape. As well as for Slay the Spire 2 when it comes out this year. And that might be it. And this is some other game I'm not aware of. There might be some Nintendo games later this year when the Switch 2 comes out. But I'm not sure if we know everything that will be in that category. Because the new Pokemon game I'm definitely streaming. The new Legends EA game. Legends Arceus was what actually got me back into Pokemon the other year. And then I was into it for about a year again, and then I kind of forgot the Pokemon series is awful. Legends Arceus was like the last good game they made. So I'm hoping the next one in the Legends series is not horrible. As it's actually a different dev team than the main series game. Which is why it was actually good. There's a different department than what makes their mobile games or their main series games. They were actually allowed to get a little bit more creative and actually make a good game. Something that's really rare out of Pokemon. Oh, we're officially at 20 gold, by the way. Actually, we technically already were. I didn't even notice. 3 more gold to go. Which is roughly an hour and a half more. Though I do believe the calculation on the wiki is based on doing 24 at a time rather than 23. So you're actually probably making closer to 1.8 per hour rather than like 1.8 something. I said, hello, Kush. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hey, that's something I want to do for the poll for tomorrow. I'm curious if people actually play with the music on in the background. I don't know, do you guys play with music on? Or, you know, the in-game music? Because whenever I do any amount of gaming, I always play with the in-game music on. Even if I've heard it for thousands of hours in a row. I still keep it on. Off stream, I don't do that as often, though. Because I'm normally multitasking like a billion things at once. But whenever I'm streaming something, I always keep the music on. If I'm like multitasking off stream, obviously you can only have one music going on at once, so... or, you know, one overarching sound. So that's when I normally disable it. Hello, Stefan, by the way. Welcome, welcome. I'm pretty sure you've been lurking. Yeah, I absolutely love the music in this game. It's been great. I can't wait till they add more audio tracks. So far, we've only gotten one new audio track added to the game. There's one of the better ones that was added to Chronopolis. They added it like a month or two ago. Like a month and a half ago or so. But so far, we've only gotten one new music track. I hope some new quest or something adds more or something. To go with something within the theme of the quest. And then after the quest, it starts showing up in the overworld when you do like combat or something. Yeah, Old School RuneScape has some pretty nice music as well. That's one thing I'm going to try tomorrow when we go do it. Because the music for the thing that I'm going to be doing when we do double alchemy is so tranquil. And if you haven't heard it yet, because it's a relatively new feature in a couple months ago from Old School RuneScape, it is so nice. The music in the area. It's one of like my favorite areas in the whole game. The what is the place called? This island right here. Like with everything with Varlamore in general has been like my favorite thing Old School has ever done. But my favorite is definitely what is this place is? Alderan. The entirety of Alderan is like the best thing ever. Content-wise, it doesn't have a much, but vibe-wise, is probably the best area they've ever made in the history of the game. It's a part of Varlamore, which is the big area thing that they've been adding over the last year. It's finally getting its final edition in about a month? A couple months? I'm not sure when they're adding it. Sometime by March. By the 1 year mark, they would have finished the area. It's definitely my favorite thing Old School RuneScape has ever done. That wasn't part of, you know, the base game from like 2007. It's the entirety of Varlamore. And that's part of it. Oh, where am I going? Like passing right by the guy. Just doing a jog past his area. Alright, 2.5 gold would go. We're nearly within the hour mark. After billions of hours. And then we're going to go for a 57-hour alchemy grind. Gosh, some of the numbers are going to get insane soon. Eventually we're just going to say, oh yeah, we only have like a couple 100-hour mining grind to go. Or we're going to be saying that as if it's a low number. It's one of the reasons I actually want to put knowledge in the mining as we do the Mine Fighter 500 if we do. Let's get past some of those dead areas. Oh, so I really need a level 50 pickaxe as well. It's the only thing that feels bad about putting knowledge into mining, though. If we're already going to have such an upgraded pickaxe. Hello. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Someone finally recognized my alt account. I think it was Sigh. S-I-G-H. They actually recognized the alt accounts off stream. Because remember earlier when I said I was getting 1 knowledge point on both of them to go do their next AFK activity? Well, someone actually spotted us when I was doing it. Because I was doing combat next to the room they were doing granite in. And I kept walking by every time I banked the teeth, because I was still banking the teeth. Was it worth banking the teeth? Probably not, but... Oh no, I wasn't just going to leave them on the ground. I know they're worth like 500 bronze each, but... I wasn't just going to leave them there. They still got to do the alchemy grind anyways. They'll use it at some point. Those are still 5% XP pots. I know when I did that grind, I banked like 1,000 of them. I banked every last tooth. We made like 1,000 5% pots. We've consumed them all since then, but we did make a lot of them. There we go. We're only gonna have to do like 2 levels once we get there. It should take less than an hour. Because we do need to end this stream with 77 alchemy. We got a little party going on over here. Why is there so many people here? It's like 8 people here. These don't say the armor level on they, do they? I think it says 0 to 500 whenever we click on them at the final step. So we can't even peek what they're going to be next chapter. It's kind of weird because some things are already preemptively there, but then there's others that aren't. Like the foraging or the delver level that you need for the potions is already on the potion ingredients for Stonewall Hill. The leathers all say like 0 to 500 because they have no clue what they're going to do with them. I guess one of the reasons was also because of the combat rework. Because obviously they want to account for that as well when they make all the numbers. Whereas of course things like Bone Wright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason came before the combat rework. But Stonewall Hill and Armor Maker's coming after it. Also, the fact that we still don't have 200 bone rate's still bothering me. Not enough to go get it, because it would take forever. But if we ever do go back to Mindfighter at some point, we're definitely dumping all that knowledge into bone rate. Same as if I ever AFK the watch person thing, you know, the detective activity. We're throwing all in the bone rate. Even if we're still doing the alchemy grind or something. If I'm just AFKing that, I'm definitely putting in the bone rate. Just to get that number to that 200. Like, we don't need it to be 200, but obviously we need to get it to 200. Like, we don't need it, but we need it. Like, we're not going to use it for anything immediately. But we can't just leave it at 187. I found a guy called Username. That's an interesting username. The username of username. What a name. Oh, so my LZS has been banking. I wonder if they're going for 500 armor maker down the line. I haven't seen them doing anything but banking. But in all fairness, they're probably loaded from 500 merchant. They have more money than they even know what to do with. I do eventually want to bank most of them, but there's still some key things we need money for prior to trading coming out. After trading coming out, I probably bank every last one of them. Not to trade them away, but because we're going to have so many other ways to make money that isn't Leatherworker or Merchant. Because then everything makes money. At this point, it seems like we're going to get 208.5 Leatherworker or so. Should get us to 23. By like the 8-hour mark of the stream. But honestly, that didn't take as long as I thought it would, though. My guesstimation earlier was like 11-ish hours. Yeah, we are going slightly lower, as in the amount of money we need rather than 210. Because the original guesstimation was based on 210. But we actually don't need 210 today. We just need to go get the 23 gold we need for 200 alchemy. Off stream, I'll probably still grind it a bit, though. So by the time we start tomorrow, we'll probably be at like 209, 210. Oh, so 5 more levels until we get 2,600. Will we get that this stream? Let's see. We'll get 1. Yeah, we will. We're guaranteed to get it. Because even if we only get to 208 Leatherworker, we'll dunk 1 and get the blacksmith level, and then we have the other thing. Well, so worst comes to worst, if we're somehow still 1 short, though that is already enough just between those 3. We could easily go turn in our cooking contracts. I haven't actually been doing any today. We checked at the beginning of stream, and I haven't left this place since. We checked right at the beginning, and I've never checked another time all of today. We'll be checking it a lot during tomorrow's stream, though, when we do Alchemy. Because we're literally, like, right across the street from it. It's the freest you can ever do cooking contracts. Because we're literally already there. Yeah, this will be the 21 gold mark. 2 to go. And then our alchemy debt would be paid. Oh, I found the milk name of the day. Captain Milk Tea. Are people just changing their milk name over and over again? Because I feel like I'd see a different one every single week. Like every day we see at least 1 milk. But sometimes there's just some really weird milk names. I feel like it's the same people, but they just keep changing their names to different versions of milk. I haven't seen OG milk in a while, though. It's been a good, like, week or 2 since we've seen him. Can you change your name more than once? I'm pretty sure you can infinitely change your name, can't you? I'm not sure if there's some kind of buffer on it. Maybe like a day buffer before it lets you trade again. I mean, do it again. But yeah, it might have a 1-day delay, but beyond that, I'm pretty sure it's just a 1-day delay. I'm actually not sure because I've never changed my name on any account yet. But I'm pretty sure it just has a 1-day delay. OG milk spoiled, I know, right? But no, he's still around. He's still leveling. Like, we type in him right now, assuming he's on leaderboard. The OG milk. Oh, he's not on leaderboard, though. How could he? I saw him around early this year. Oh, it just costs 10 silver, but no delay? Ooh. I have no need to change any of them, though. We got Tacit Bird and Tacit Bird. Tacit is the main name we use for things. I figured we get Bird as one of the unique ones because we weren't able to get Dragon. And Tacit Bird is actually what our hardcore is named. The one in this other thing. Like, we go bring it up again real quick. It's actually what our hardcore is named in this. I do have the OG Tacit in this game, though. But we also have Tacit Bird as our main hardcore with the little thingy there. It's actually the same name as our max hardcore. I do have the OG name of Tacit in Old School RuneScape, though. It's just on my defense pure rather than the hardcore. Because there's no safe way to transfer the name at the moment. Until they add a feature in Old School RuneScape. The final 2 gold stretch. I think after this inventory, we're within the 1 hour range. I don't have Leatherworker open right now, but let's see, can I get back? Going back to Leatherworker. No, he starts too many other things. Where's Leatherworker? Fine, let's type it in. But yeah, after this load, we should be exactly at the 1 hour mark of finishing out Leatherworker. Because our hourly rate right now is 1.9. I assume this accounts for 24 inventory. I'm doing a 23. So we're getting about 1.9 an hour. So yeah, after this turn in, we're 1 hour away. I still got to go finish 77 Alchemy after, though. And that'll probably be the last thing we do then. 1 more hour of Leatherworker, and then finish Alchemy to 77. And then dunk 1 inventory for smithing so we get level 2,600 on the dot. So that'll also be a little side goal. 2,600 today. It's not in the title or anything, but nice little milestone. It's not a cool one like 2,500 though. Next 2 really big ones are 2,750 and 3,000. Those will probably be titles whenever we go for them. Particularly 3,000. 3,000 is a really big milestone. How many people are 3,000 right now? It's pretty small still. There's only 16. Soon to be more though, of course. Right now there's only 16 3,000s in the game. And there's one of them. Miles, yes. But I might be going down that route sometime before Chapter 5. The 500 Merchant into like 500 Leatherworker route. I know for sure, we did the checking earlier. We need 322 Merchant, which is actually 100 levels more than what we have now, which is about 100 hours, give or take. Could be a little less. But we need 322 Merchant for perfect tiles, as well as perfect bricks if we want to take them. But for perfect tiles, as well as whatever one the last perfect one is here, which is I believe 310. Yeah, 310. And we could technically do more if we want to cash it in or bank them or whatever. Yeah, we need 310 Leatherworker and 322 Merchant. Which means both of them need to gain about another 100 levels by the time we finish the 210 Leatherworker, hopefully later tonight off stream. I'd have to get 100 levels more in both of them to be ready for Chapter 5. That's like the bare minimum I want to have. Ideally higher, but that's the lowest number I will accept walking into Chapter 5 with. It's 322 Merchant and 310 Leatherworker. Which is another 100 levels for both. And obviously 500 Watch Person Detective. But that'd be the lowest stats I'm willing to go into Chapter 5 with. Ideally, we'll just 500 all. Only problem with 500 alling, though, is we gotta do Leatherworker for like 3 weeks straight. If not 4 weeks straight. As well as like 200-something hours of Merchant. Which is more so the hard part. The Leatherworker part's pretty chill. The 200-something hours of Merchant is a different situation. But I'm not sure if I want to go that deep into them. Because both of them are basically a 1-month commitment. But if Chapter 5 is not coming out until like 4 or 5 months from now, it would be doable. If it's coming out in like 2 or 3 months from now, it won't be doable. Hopefully it'll give some hints in the next few months or so. There'll be some things that will distract us within that time though, like when PvP comes out, and obviously the combat rework. The combat rework will probably be the biggest one that slows us down. Because we're basically going from a skilling account to a combat-only account overnight the second the combat rework hits the game. 200 guard, 200 scout, 200 or 500, we'll see. Mind fighter, 500 for sure. Chronopolis into 500 detective because might as well if we're doing it anyways. But that's 2 500s and 2 200s. That does not take, or you know, that's gonna take forever. Even if these are as quick as Merchant, that still takes like 300 hours to get like Watch Person to 500 or the other one to 500. Even if it's as quick as Merchant after the changes. We're still talking a time frame of like 300 hours for 500 from where they are. It's not a small amount of time. Even if combat is broken beyond belief and gets better XP rate than merchant. You have to keep in mind, there's a lot of stuff we'd have to bank. Because even though we might be able to kill quicker, you also have to bank more often. Whereas during merchant, you never needed like quote-unquote bank at any point. You just keep doing it over and over again. Whereas combat does require banking, particularly Minds of Matubin's Mind Fighter. Oh, I got the Fox event again. Oh, we've been doing really lucky on Fox event. If only we can get lucky on the thing we actually need so we can stop doing this. So I can go back to AFK Redwoods. Not need to deal with these annoying events. These are really distracting. Luckily we're doing something AFK in Brighter Shores right now, so it's not interfering with performance at least. It's the only reason I'm even doing them right now. I won't be able to do it during the Alchemy grind though. Because that requires slightly too much focus. The Alchemy grind, that is. And nope, we didn't get it. Wonderful. We'll go drive for about another 1,000 hours, no worries. Good old RNG drops. Oh no, I still hate RNG drops in any game. It feels so bad when you go over drop rate by an absurd number. Because this is eventually going to happen. It's more so a matter of when than if. Going just super, super dry on something. It's one of the other reasons I kind of want to enable trading for Brighter Shores. If raids ever come out or bossing ever comes out and there's just like one drop out of several that we somehow just go like 5-10 times over drop rate on, I'm just gonna buy it. We will do like an in-between where we kind of do some things self-sufficiently and some things we'll trade for. But if we're ever going over drop rate for something, even up to like 2 times over drop rate, I'm just gonna insta-buy it. If we have the money to do so. It's one of the reasons I even want to get smithing up as well. Because the weapon RNG for smithing, or any of the production skills, is way better than from combat. Plus, you get to choose what you get as your output, whereas you don't get to choose with combat. You also get to choose what you upgrade, whereas you somewhat don't get to choose with combat. And what I mean by that is, let's say you get a 4-star item from combat. You don't get to choose what that 4-star is. But when you make the 3 stars into a 4-star for production, you can choose what that 4-star is. But you can't choose it with combat. You can choose it with combat if you get a bunch of 3 stars, you can. But a single 4-star just simply gives you that 4-star. You can't change what weapon that 4-star is. Whereas in production, you technically can, by just making the right one. It also allows you to roll way better % for elemental damage. Something that combat is kind of stuck with whatever they get. Whereas production, you can keep going until you get the perfect one. It's only a 1 in 20 chance, but you can keep going. Oh, he's talking about the divide of the small player base. Yeah, we were doing some polls on that earlier. It seems like a lot of people are spread up against everything. It seems like a third of people were going to go Iron Man, a third of people were going to activate trading, and a third of people were undecided on what on earth they're doing. Which I was undecided for a while, but I think I'm going for trading activated. And then we just play self-sufficiently whenever we want to. But if we ever want to trade, we can. Do a middle ground of both. I don't know, is the chat filter really that big a deal? I always see people complaining about the chat filter in this game. I still, to this day, after all the talking I've done in Brighter Shores, have not had a single comment that was blocked. Even with, like, full conversations with people in game. Chat filter has gotten better with time. It was awful at the start, became a meme. Oh no, the chat filter is learning. I'll be back in 1 second. Oh. Yeah, we're back, we're back. Quick bathroom break from all this water. Alright, we're let's go teleport back. I'm not sure why. I've been so thirsty the last 2 days. Like, more so than normal. I haven't been exercising any more than normal. I did have those chocolate things the other day. Can't remember if I was eating them during the Brighter Shore stream, but I was nibbling on them throughout the day. Got like a whole box of those like chocolate-covered cherry things. Well, it's because places around me only really have them around Valentine's Day. Or, you know, Valentine's, you know, the holiday season. And you can order them online, of course, but a lot of times the package comes damaged. So I just wait till, like, around Valentine's season and just buy them then occasionally. I absolutely love those things. Because I'm allergic to nuts. So, it's like one of the only few things like that I can actually have. Like, so many of them may contain because they almost always put like almonds or some other thing in them. Or made in a factory that does. There's one of the few that doesn't. The Cellos cherries or whatever they're called. Some brand that begins with C. I always forget the exact name. I'm so bad at remembering brand names. Like, I can probably only mention like a fifth of the brand names in my fridge right now. I'm so bad at remembering them. Like, whenever I'm shopping for them, you know, like, you know what to pick up. But whenever I have to, like, recall what the brands actually are, I am so bad at doing that. I know what the packaging looks like. I know what it looks like, you know, in the store, where it is, everything else. But if I had to remember what the actual name says on it, I almost always forget. So this room is really chatty today. Gosh, just like chugging water. I'm not sure why I've been so thirsty lately. These last 2 days in particular. I haven't even ate anything today. Actually, that's not true. I made a small little sandwich earlier. It was a really small one, though. This was some random lunch meat laying around that we still had around. Oh gosh, could you imagine an episode-wide chat? That would actually be kind of fun. I know they mentioned during the Q&A as well that they might add profession chats. Like one for Leatherworker, one for Alchemy, one for Forger, you know, stuff like that. But I would love to see chats like that in this game. Like official chat groups for the game. One per chapter, but then also one per skill. So you could use the more general one or the more precise one. And obviously still have room chat like it has now. But that would definitely add a lot more options. That way you could still talk to the Leatherworker people even when you're, you know, going on your leather run to go buy everything or bank everything. So on and so forth. Because right now the only two chats is room chat and direct message to someone you have added. Yeah, per skill could be pretty nice for trading as well. I assume they would have official trading chats though. Also, most trading of gear is going to be done in the production rooms. You're actually not going to be trading most gear in these kind of rooms. Because if you do it in the production rooms, you can get them made to order. But if there was a chat for it, you could use that to try to communicate with someone there as well. And just come pick it up later. After this one, we'll need one more gold. Which is like 5 more trips after this one, roughly. Which will definitely be level 208. 208 in a part. And by then we should be able to knowledge 75, so we'll need to do 2 levels there. Mine's in Matubin rank just been going down all day. Where's our total level? Oh, they're moving. Azrael's moving. They're gonna pass us. We're gonna get knocked down to 26 when we wake up tomorrow. Which one are they working on right now? Guard. Oh, they're really combat heavy. And then it's like 200 all in like the lower chapters. Oh, they even finished their 200 bone rate as well. But they haven't finished 200 stonemason. Apparently, I assume they're doing it now then. Based on this level distribution, they're either doing leatherworker, merchant, or stonemason right now. But there's one thing that is going to be kind of interesting when we do combat. Even though I don't care about total level. Now that, you know, true leaderboard is out and there's no chance we're going to get that high. But one thing that's going to be interesting with it is our level will skyrocket like crazy when we do combat. There are some people in the top 20 who hasn't done combat yet. But a lot of them have. Though we'll slow down again when we start going for 500s. Like a 500 combat. I don't know, 500 combat isn't like ultra slow. You're still going to be getting like a level an hour probably. With all the buffs that you're going to be getting. It's going to be like Merchant where you get like a level and a half per hour. post 200, that is. There's one thing that's going to be really annoying, though, that I just now realized. Combat rooms... Well, I don't know. I guess you're going to get auto-queued in a way that is fine. But every combat room is going to be so crowded after the combat rework. There's the only slight downside of doing the combat immediately at the combat rework. Is everyone's going to be doing combat exactly at the combat rework. Oh, wait, you can actually pass through that? Is that more tiles? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it is better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah, north side is better if you're doing the one thingy. I didn't realize you could cut through there. I thought you had to go all the way around. Ah, north side does have one advantage. It's only applicable if you're starting with Scraping Rack, though. Though two of them do start with Scraping Rack. I said, hello, M-Board! Welcome, welcome. Where's the three of them? I don't remember. So official be 22 gold. One more gold to go. And then we'll go do the 77 alchemy grind. And then we'll be set up for tomorrow to start our 200 alchemy grind. Which you should be able to finish by Sunday. Well, one gold to go. Should be 5 more trips. After like 7 hours straight, we're almost there. Get ready for the 50+ hour alchemy grind though after. Starting tomorrow. It's anywhere from 50 to 60 hours. Some of it will be off stream though. Most of it will be on stream. But yeah, north side got us. It actually is a few tiles better if you're doing Scraping Rack. It is only better for Scraping Rack though. I always thought that there was something here to block you, but apparently not. Yeah, this north side is better only if you're doing Scraping Rack. If you're starting with anything else, it is not better. If anything, it's actually worse for some, like Battering Drum. If it's the start of Battering Drum. As this is a further away Battering Drum location. Oh, another Fox event. Ooh, we're doing good on Fox event today. I think this is like our 4th one. I did fail one, so this is like our 3rd one. Which is just interesting because that's how many we got yesterday from it as well. Yesterday I got 4, and I think today we also got 4. It's a 1 in 45 though, which means you'd have to do that for 12 days to be on rate. And that's assuming you get the drop. Yeah, I became a dirty north sider, it looks like. They got us. Nope, didn't get it. This next inventory should be a level. I would say this one, but I'm pretty sure we're still a mile away. Yeah, we are. It always looks like it's close, but it's not even close. It's like still a mile. Visually, it looks close, but yeah, it's poached 200, so it's not even close at all. Until the bar is basically like touching the number. Oh, so it seems to wrap further on the right side than does the left. Just ever so slightly. It's only really noticeable post 200. But I'm pretty sure the right side of the bar goes slightly further than the left side does. As far as how close it is to the number. Or maybe it's just like the rigid ones that are like way out there, like the 7. That goes like all the way to the right there. Yep, 4 more inventories to go after this one. Yeah, here comes our level. Oh, well, it's actually the next set, really? Yeah, this bar is really misleading. We're not going to get into the second step of the production. Yeah, look at how close that gets to the number. Looks like it's about to touch a 7. But it doesn't look like that's about to touch a 2. It just looks like it's far closer to 7 than that looks like it is to the 2. Like it extends slightly further on the right. Or at least it feels like to me it always does. Like this one like goes all the way through, whereas this one just kind of stays there. Oh, does it look like that way to anyone else? It definitely looks like the right side goes closer than the left side does. It like wraps all the way towards there, whereas the other side has a little bit of a gap by natural amount. Because that's definitely closer to the 7 than that is to the 2, but it could just be the weird shape of the 2, or I mean the 7 that's doing it. I'm pretty sure the bar is actually further to the left there, compared to this one being to the right. There we go. And now it's nowheres. Oh, excuse me. Yep, that's our final Leatherworker level for the stream. I know title says 210, but that was before we did all the math. We actually only need 23 gold, which is 3 more inventories after this one. Off stream, I'll probably still do a little bit more Leatherworker though. But as far as this stream, we're going to go until we have 23 gold, and then go get 77 alchemy. So we're good to go for tomorrow. We'll have all the gold, we'll have our 77 alchemy, we'll be good to go. Because the goal of this stream was to get all the gold for alchemy. It wasn't necessarily to get 210 Leatherworker. Even though the title says 210 Leatherworker. That was before we did the math this stream. That was pre-math. But this is post-math, and we only need 23 gold. Because my original guesstimation was like 30-ish. But worst case scenario, 23 is more than enough. I just realized it tells you where you can sell it. I've noticed this on some items, but I never noticed the icon next to it. So this tells you that you can use it for armor maker. This says that you can sell it at the leather stall in Chronopolis. And this shows you what the bank looks like and where you can bank it. As well as the bank type that it goes to. I already known this, all the things, but I didn't realize it actually has a little money bag next to where you can sell. So it actually indicates like, hey, here, this is where you're supposed to sell the product. Do I use passive XP potions while doing passive activities? I've been using the 5% lately, yes. Particularly on the production ones. I don't always use them. But when I do use them, they're on the slow production skill ones. The only production skill I wouldn't use it on is Alchemy. Because there are a few potions that it's actually better to have the potion than to get it done 5% quicker. But it's only worth it post 200 though. I wouldn't use it on a pre 200. And it's particularly worthwhile, even more so on any production skill that's slower to get up. Or really any skill that's slower in general. But things like Bone Wright, Smithing, Stonemason, Leatherworker. Some like those, Carpentry. Are some of the better targets for it. But you can technically just use it on everything whenever you do a passive. It's definitely not worth using 6% though. Unless you made them yourself already, but even then that would not be worth it because it's not worth making them. But they're way too much from the shop for 1% extra. Yeah, pretty much in general, 6% are not worth using. across all the 6%. They're just too much of a price hike for a 1% bonus. When trading comes out, buying other people's 7% and 8% and 10% might be worth it. But buying the shop 6% is really bad value. Here, looks like we only need one more inventory. Depends how much it costs. Might be 2 more. You're hoping to get 500 bone rate before Chapter 5 comes out? Nice. I'll need to trade you later then. We definitely need those equipments. I'm not sure if I'm going to have 440 smithing by then or 500 though. These are some combat pivots I'm doing after the combat rework. They'll make it harder to get mining smithing particularly high. It will probably be around like the 300 range on both though by then. Which is technically a 360 after the combat rework. There's just too many things that need to be 500 that just they all can't simultaneously be 500. Because technically the whole wish list for next chapter to be 500 would be Alchemy, Watch Person, Leatherworker, Merchant, Mining, Blacksmithing. It's like 6 different 500s. We'll be lucky if we have like 2 of them by then. And if they are, they're probably the combat, and detective, which technically isn't one of them. But we'll probably get it while getting 500 watch person. Which would be utilized because that makes the obelisk for Chapter 5 better for Shield Breaker. I just teleported to the wrong one. I did. That's funny. I do want to save that for later because we're about to Alchemy pivot. Because we got to get those last 2 levels. Well, technically 3. Oh, we do need 2 more inventories. No! Yeah, we got to do 2 more inventory. My inventory is not going to cut it. Also, poor cooking contracts. I haven't done a single cooking run today, despite being over encumbered on tasks. The problem is they all pretty much require going to the fish shop. I just haven't bothered. Dude, to the 500 bone rate thing mentioned earlier, it's like kind of crazy that someone's almost already 500 bone rate. They're 469. Nice. But it's actually absurd how much higher they are than the next highest. Especially when you compare it to the other 2 production skills. Not only are they 168 levels higher than the next highest bone rate, but they're also like 100 something over every other category too. Because they were at what, 469? So there are 80 higher than the rank 1 smither. And they are oh wait, they're actually lower than the highest stonemason though. There's a hidden guy who's about to get first. Poor other hidden guy who's definitely not gonna get it. He will get second though. Never mind, there's actually someone higher on stonemason. Can you see all their other levels? No. You can't see all the other levels of anonymous players. Which makes sense. I'm curious if he bought all of his material. Oh, hello, Blaze! Welcome, welcome. It's kind of crazy. Never mind, stonemason's 5 levels ahead right now. Oh yeah, Chen, I can add your friend request. We do have 1 spot. I was gonna go try adding Tell, but yeah, his list I assume is full. Which is why I was kept in that one open for. We're gonna have to undo it. This was sent like almost a week ago. I assume he has a max 200 list like we have, and has a similar issue. Where there's not enough room to add everyone. Because that is a reoccurring issue that keeps happening. There we go. But I need to go clear the list so we can get more people in later. Just haven't had the time to bother with it. Because you gotta waste like an hour to go clear the list of a bunch of names. The worst part is it breaks any action you're doing. You can't do it in the middle of combat. You can't do it in the middle of an action. After this inventory, one more to go. And then we'll go manually train Alchemy to 77. Yeah, it would be nice if you could see the last time someone logged. I don't think he's going to add that because it's a privacy thing, though. But I would love to have that feature. So we can kick anyone who's like a month plus or something. Just so we can keep our list, people who's, you know, actually around at a given time. And we could always add people back later down the line. Alright, one more trip. And that'll bring us to the 23. And then we'll go train Alchemy to 77. Which shouldn't take that long at all. Not only are we going to have pretty much 2 knowledge points queued up, which is already basically putting it down to a level and a half. We'll also get another knowledge point while training it. So I'll have like 3 more knowledge to put into it, which in itself is almost a whole level. Yeah, no one has 500 in the production skills yet. They're the hardest to train in the entire game. And Armor Maker is going to be just as hard as well. We don't know about Builder, but Armor Maker is going to be just as bad as like Bone Rate. If not slightly harder than Bone Rate. Because every single thing is likely going to require 2 components. Kind of like how Bone Rate does. So it's basically Bone Rate 2.0. Except for everything instead of just Bone Rate armor. But there's a chance Armor Maker is actually the hardest skill to train in the entire game. If that's going to be the case. Is it's pretty much just going to be even harder Bone Rate. Bone Rate is already horrible. Other than the dunking of the bones. That's actually pretty good. I said, hello, Mad Hatter! Welcome, welcome. What have you missed? We tried getting the 23 gold grind, which we actually get done as soon as we finish this inventory. And this is enough money we calculated out earlier in order to go get 200 alchemy. And then over the next 5 days, we're going to be spending like 57 hours or so getting 200 alchemy. Title technically says 210 Leatherworker, but we actually only need what we have right now. As that was before I did the math. Yeah, 23 is way more than enough gold. I calculated out like the worst case scenario, and this is enough for it. And then the last thing we'll end on today is getting 77 alchemy, because the calculations before did assume we had 77 already. Which is what we're about to go do right now, as soon as we go teleport and sell all these hides. You're level 75 alch as well? Nice. Yeah, we're about to get it in like a few minutes from now. Oh, I hope we get enough EXP to do it without a knowledge point, though. We'll find out. Otherwise, I might have to, like, double drop the potents or something. Which I'm pretty sure it takes less than 10 minutes to use them. We'll find out when 22 of them despawn. Actually, no, I wouldn't need to do it that way. Because our knowledge would already be over encumbered. So I can't just juggle it because our knowledge would already be at 200%. Juggling it wouldn't help that. Alright, let me go sell these. And this will officially be 23 gold. All the gold we need for 200 alchemy has been achieved. Let me stop Leatherworker for a little bit. After 7 hours straight. 7.5 hours straight, pretty much, of nothing but Leatherworker. And it only got us 4 levels. It's like a level every 2 hours. But there we go. 23, all the gold we need. Let's go back to Hopeport. We're going to be living here the next week. Welcome home. Yeah, this is one thing I didn't put into account. Any of the 5% bonuses that we get while doing alchemy were not put into account of how much XP we'd get. I calculated it all out as 0% bonus. But right now, all we gotta do is 77 alchemy, and then we'll probably call it for tonight. Until we start the real alchemy grind tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully this gets us a level so we can put our knowledge into it. That way I don't have to do a double drop of 22. Looks like it's gonna make it. Yeah, we're gonna make it. Perfect. Don't have to do the annoying double drop. I assume there's enough time to do it there if you really had to, though. There we go. 75. We get our knowledge into it now. I also didn't calculate out for if we need to buy any of these. I highly doubt we'll need to buy that many, though. If any at all. Oh, wait, cubable act. Oh no, I turned cubable action off. Oh no. Oh, we gotta do these manually now. I forgot, I turned cubable action off when we were doing Leatherworker. Oh no. I gotta manually do it now. I can't just queue up a triple. That's unfortunate. I was wondering, why did I get less XP? I forgot, we don't have the 5% anymore. The 5% has ended. Unfortunately, you can't drink in between. Otherwise, it cancels the whole thing. The only problem with doing this potion right now is it's right at the end of its lifespan. So we're not getting that much value from it. Oh, we're getting there. That's all of them in. And I gotta remember to go set up queuable actions so we don't have to keep manually doing them. When we could be queuing them. I just forgot to turn it back on after we did the other thing. Too bad there's not an 11 auto buy there. Kind of weird that 12 is the default. Because unless you're banking the potion thing every single time, you'd never actually be able to do a 12. Even when wieldable potions come out, you still wouldn't be able to do a 12. If you're banking literally every time, which wastes time. Alright, almost at 76. One more level to go. 77 is the goal. And then we could truly start the alchemy grind tomorrow. I forgot the cubal action. No! I forgot it. I can't believe I did that. Okay, next time. We won't forget. It's so much clunkier to do it without Q. Because you actually have AFK time. There we go, 76, one level to go. Yeah, after this batch, we 100% have to remember to go turn on cubable action. I can't possibly forget 3 times in a row. The only reason I turned it off is when you do Leatherworker, or more so Catch Thieves. If you accidentally misclick on one, and then you accidentally like go click on the one you want to go do, it doesn't switch you, it simply just queues the other one. And then you accidentally take the wrong thief by misclicking on them. So whenever I do that, I tend to turn it off, but I forgot to turn it back on. That's weird. Sometimes they're a cutscene object, and other times they're like an object. Their state changes whenever you actually do an action. It's also why you can't queue them up during that time. Even if you had queuable action on. Because they're a different object during the cutscene. Wait, you can't even use the sense bar during it either. They're like completely stun locked. I'm out. I'm like, wait, why is it not working? So I love how much you can see the details on the capes when you're doing this. Too bad you can't zoom in this much normally. Is how much the normal zoom needs to go in? Instead of just only for this activity. We're also going to be able to track how many potions we make per day. These are all going to be in our inventory by the end. Normally in most other activities, it doesn't show up in our inventory. But for Alchemy, it does. It should be the last batch or second to last batch. Oh yeah, let me turn on queuable action before I forget for the billionth time. Turning it on right now. Alright, there we go. Everything is fixed. For this phase, it doesn't do anything, but the second phase it does. Mad Hatter here is for the potion. Trying to get a walk for when our thing activates. So we can walk with the interface on. There we go. Hello, interface. Oh, I forgot to drop them though. Oh, that's a problem. Forgot I kind of have to drop them, don't I? There you go. Otherwise, I have no inventory to pick anything up with. I just realized I never used this new AFK station ever since it got its own spot. You used to have to do it right here, but now they added its own nice, unique little thing for it. I said, hello, 13 faces! So it's better to keep the made pots in your inventory instead of banking them? Yes. Even when they're equipable, it's probably still going to be better doing it this way. But especially when they're not equipable. But even when they are, it's probably still better doing it this way. Just because of the delay that happens whenever you put a potion away. But pre-wieldable potion is 100% better. It's only questionable after. I hope I saw that Stratos dancing behind us. Alright, now we can queue these up, which will be nice. Welcome back, Mad Hatter. Welcome, welcome. Now, if only you can queue a walk. Eventually. Also, I always do this one first so that you have more time to do the queue. Because once you get into the animation, you can't queue anything up. So it's best to do from left to right rather than right to left. Or at least easier to do the queue. It's the same speed either way. But queuable action is easier from left to right. Because you have a lot more time to click them. You're always learning something new from us, thank you. Yeah, I assume this is the most efficient way to do it. 11, 11, or, you know, do 11, drop 11, pick up the other 11. And then do 22 with the 2 potions in your inventory. 1 boost potion and the one that keeps stacking. Because you have to waste time every time you want to destack it. So you might as well just keep it in your inventory. That way, by the end of stream, when we do it tomorrow, we'll know how many potions we did as well. So we get to see a big number constantly ticking up. 22 at a time. An anonymous player tried to pass Peticio under the radar. Isn't that Meadow? I'm pretty sure that's Meadow, is it not? It can't possibly be anyone but Meadow. Unless Unbi really went crazy and Meadow stopped playing a little bit. I'm pretty sure it's just Meadow. Hello, Rico. Welcome, welcome. Meadow has always been anonymous. I'm not sure if he's ever almost not been. Yeah, there should be a Meadow in second. Right there. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is right now, but there was as high as 8 anonymouses in top 20. I mean, top 10, I mean, earlier. But yeah, it was kind of crazy. But yeah, there was 10 anonymous in top 10 earlier. I mean, 8 in the top 10, I mean. Oh no, I just got Fox event. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, the Fox just got hit. Oh no. Fox, of all the times you could have spawned, why right now? Why do this to us? If you don't click on the trap immediately, it'll, like, hit the Fox in the other screen. Game's trolling us right now. Nope, we didn't get it. Boo. We did succeed at the event, though, despite multitasking it. Okay, I'm gonna probably have to switch back to the Redwoods with those 5-minute AFKs in the other game. Just so stuff like that doesn't happen while we're doing Alchemy. Because Alchemy needs our attention to keep up XP rate. Because any delay you have on taking the potion is XP wasted. These other three don't really matter. It's how quickly you take this one that matters. Anything less than immediate. Is less XP. Second time. Wait, what does second time mean? Hello. I assume they mean they found us for the second time. Today. I'm really bad at chatting in this area because the chat is like so weird. Because sometimes you see people chatting, sometimes you don't. Alright, so I guess next we just do 12. That or just get the knowledge from our cooking run. Because I need to go get a level anyways. So you know how we can go finish out Alchemy? I could just go do a chef run. Because I need to anyways to go get level 2600 today. So that'll work out perfectly. Because one more knowledge point gets us exactly to 77. After we go finish these few. And then all we have to do is end on one chef run. Alright, there we go, the final potion of the day. And then we go get a chef level from doing our bounties. Then we go use the knowledge point on Alchemy. And that will be level 2600, and we're ready to go with the 77 Alchemy we need for tomorrow. Hey, and Shore Central is here as well. Alright, let me go put these away. That means we end up making 271 useless green pots. Not sure what we're doing with them, but something. Alright, let's go do our cooking run. What do we need? I need, what is this? 5 rays, 6 bass. Yeah, both these get cooked with no other ingredient needed. And I just grab 4 and grab the other thing from our bank, and we are good to go. We actually have exact inventory for it, oddly enough. They even planned for that. This is actually exact ingredient buying. Though the leeks I can get from our bank, because we already have them banked. From when we did Gatherer. And this will get us 102 cooking and 77 alchemy. Setting us up perfectly for tomorrow, and exactly 2,600 on the dot. So let me check what my bounties are while we're here. Anything good? Yes. Oddly enough. Almost all of it. What's with all the ones? I'll take it. It's pretty much exactly what you want to see. That's a lot of ones. I'm not going to do them right now, but we'll still claim them after we do this run. Alright, what's our 2 turn-in angles? Because I know we can't do them all in one go. Not with Northfall and Southfall. There's going to be no chance. I could do all but Thieves' Den and Little Lucy. So we'll do a triple on them then. Doing a hairdresser into the other two. Okay, there's going to be a hairdresser, Northfall, Southfall. And then we come back for Sneaky Brian, Little Lucy. I like how these are like little merchant runs, except with a different amount of each item, instead of always 6. It is basically just merchant, except your destination is always different. But your obtained buy location is always the same. Which is pretty much the exact opposite of what Merchant is. But still kind of like how Merchant is. It's like Merchant tutorial. Yeah, one down. Now to just drink our non-existent fear potion. And then we can just walk right by them. Oh no, we dipped under 23 gold. We're about to get it back though from this merchant run. So I'll have the 23 we need for tomorrow. Technically we need it by, you know, the end of Sunday, but we'll have it ready to go. Alright, can we get lucky? Can we get lucky? Can we get lucky? Yeah, there we go. Nice. Alright, let me go a little wide just in case. Alright, what do I need to turn into you? This is North Wall. That is you. And then South Wall wants the bass. Are they still chasing me, or is this guy gonna aggro me? Then we're gonna have to do a walk under. Play it safe just in case. There we go. I'm pretty sure I could have just ran, but play a little safe just in case. Never know. Their AI is weird sometimes. There we go, 102. I'll just go turn in these two, grab the other 3 objectives. Not gonna turn in the other 3 right now, though. Do it later tonight, tomorrow morning. Because we already got our 1 or 2 we needed. Oh yeah, all of our bounties are gonna be slightly better now as well. Because we just got a new item unlock. Let's see what we have on our bounty. Double... Oh no, that's a different lance. Right, hairdresser, lance, different lance, tasty. There we go. Let's go turn in these 2 real quick. Thieves get the bass, and little Lucy gets the ray. And that will give us our knowledge we need for 77, Alchemy. And then we'll go head over to our mining AFK. Oh, I should have grabbed the potion while I was already over here. No, I'm gonna have to go back for the potions. I want to go grab like a 2-hour AFK potion so I can go do the mining AFK. Probably also dunk 6 ores just so we get a smithing level real quick, even though our rune are perfect 2,600. We're gonna have to telly back. But do you want Ray or bait? Oh, we'll find out. Whatever he doesn't accept. There we go. Actually, I can't accidentally use the wrong one. Like, you know, it doesn't consume it or anything. There we go. The potion that starts our alchemy grind tomorrow. We can pretty much go for one potion upgrade every stream. For the first, like, 3 potions, I believe it was. And then we hit a wall because we definitely won't be able to after the potion after that. But yeah, every stream we should be able to get about 1. Roughly. It depends how much gets covered by knowledge. Because I just assumed knowledge would save us 2 hours. Not sure if it saves more or less. I calculated it as saving 2 hours. Out of the 14 hours. Oh, there we go. Back at our 23 gold we need. Perfect. Cooking contracts we'll do you later. And now we just go set up the mining AFK. However, we do need to go dunk 6 iron ore real quick. Because that level has just been teasing that bar all stream. Also, there we go. 2,600, by the way. We finally hit it. The next 100 milestone. Right on the dot. Let's go rune it now. Let's immediately go rune it. I need 2 mining AFK potions, please. Thank you. Grab that, grab that. We're out of here. Alright, let's go dunk 6 bars real quick. And then we're going to be calling it there. So any other questions, anyone? Otherwise, we will be back tomorrow. Same time as always, around noon Eastern Standard Time. And we should be going pretty heavy tomorrow. The game plan for tomorrow is... Ooh, rugged flint. It's not worth going all over the way over there just to bank that, though. I'm not sure if I even checked that chest. But let me go dunk 6 of these real quick. Hey, no creamies here. Alright, I just need 6 real quick. Oh, I forgot you have an autofill for 6. There we go. It's like the game knows. Alright, they should get us a smithing level. I'm also probably doing the smithing AFK tonight. I'm just doing the mining one right now just because I'm going to go grab dinner. But after dinner later tonight, I will be doing the smithing AFK, not the mining one. It's just I don't want to overshoot it because I can only do mining up to 239. So I don't want to overshoot it at any point. Alright, it should be a smithing level. Nice. Doesn't do anything, but another one for the pile. That particular level doesn't do anything, though. Other than... Oh, actually, technically it does, but that's not relevant. It does do something. It's just the thing it does is not relevant. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful week. Tomorrow starts the 200 alchemy grind. We got all the money today, so we achieved that goal. All we have to do now is go get the 200 alchemy. And it should take about 57 hours over the course of 5 days. And our plan is to go get it completed on Sunday. And if somehow if we go a little bit short, we'll finish it on Monday, I guess. But should be able to do it by Sunday. As long as I do some small amount off stream and I didn't like miscalculate it or something. It should be a late Sunday completion for 200 alchemy. And worst comes to worst, we finish on Monday then. But that is the game plan. We're going all in on alchemy, nothing but alchemy for like the next 5 days, unless there's an update. Unless an update pivots us for a day. But otherwise, yeah, we should have it by late Sunday. And that is the game plan. We're gonna go from 77 all the way to 200, upgrading a potion almost every time, except for when we get to 158, in which case we'll be camping that potion for probably 2 days. But that is the game plan. Anyways, guys, hope you all have a wonderful week. I'll catch you guys later, and goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.